This is Audible.
W.F. House presents an unabridged recording of Omega Rules by Eric van Lustbader, narrated by Jenny Litt.
In the past, war was fought on battlefields. In the present, it is fought online. In the future, it will be fought in people's minds. Isabel Lowe. Prologue. Vienna, Austria. Armistad was in the cemetery when the hammer came down. He'd been expecting it sooner or later, but still, it happened very quickly, which, now that it had begun, was a blessing, as his assignment was at an end. During this last week in Vienna, he'd come here at the same time each weekday. In field agent terms, it was sloppiness, at least to an outsider. To him, it was an invitation, and in Armistad's line of work, the opposition never passed up an invitation. They might have held second thoughts, except, having anticipated his Vienna endgame, he'd spent increasing time with Sophia, a definite vulnerability for a field agent. During the previous weeks, he'd packed on a few extra pounds just to complete the picture of boredom and incipient indolence. Now his meticulous preparations were about to bear fruit. He'd drawn out the opposition at last. He'd been drifting through the narrow, leaf-strewn path between the iron grave markers of drowning victims and those denied a Christian burial, forgotten in life, hidden in death. Despite being so near the Danube, the Friedhof der Namenlosen Cemetery was difficult to find along Alberner Hafenzufahrtstraße, squeezed as it was between the Alberner Canal and a looming building materials storehouse with its signature triple yellow silos, visible through the miserable stand of willowy tree trunks. The grass at the entrance was unmowed, patchy as a mangy dog's flanks. He liked to come here at dusk, when the shadows were long and the air melancholy with the ghostly voices of the unremarked dead. Not that Armistad believed in ghosts or any such paranormal claptrap. Still, he had to admit the silence within this cemetery was different from all others he'd visited, completely undisturbed by the noises of the city. Despite the intimate proximity of the industrial complex, it was almost palpable, lying against his skin like a drift of leaves. Armistad loved cemeteries, loved their silence, their proximity to eternity. Within their grounds he could think perfectly clearly, could parse the events of the day, set them into the framework of the past week, consider his progress, the advances along with the missed opportunities. During this time, he found the voices of the dead helpful, wise as they were, outside time and the fretfulness of human existence. They gave him perspective, the ability to turn off the constant torrent of minutiae he was trained to glean from his environment. Wedded to Parachute, a massive corporation even by the standards of the gig economy, he was, on the surface, indistinguishable from a field agent in the employ of any clandestine government agency. But the truth was, Parachute was an animal of an altogether different nature, and working for it was a blessing for someone like Armistad, who could not abide bureaucracy and the fools who made it their life's work. Parachute was richer, more powerful, and far more influential than any government on earth. Its internal patterns, rules, and code of ethics were set by Marsden Tribe, the company's founder, himself an eccentric. He had over 1 million avid Twitter followers. Often, his tweets moved the equities markets. It was through his eccentricities that he created the revolutionary breakthroughs in quantum computing that formed the foundation of the present company. Before Tribe, quantum computers needed to be cryogenic, using qubits requiring a temperature of around minus 460 degrees Fahrenheit to operate, a lethal environment for humans. Somehow Tribe got his quantum computers to work at 30 degrees Fahrenheit, moving an infinite number of qubits 100 times faster than all those lagging him in the field. This was the first in a long line of proprietary breakthroughs. In other words, Tribe had ensured for Parachute a wide and unassailable business moat. Subscriptions to its online software suites were in ultra-high demand by the largest, deep-pocketed corporations across the globe. Tribe refused to sign a single nation-state client. He had also resisted the calls to take Parachute public. The infusion of money this would bring meant nothing to him. Total control meant everything. The thought of Marsden Tribe reporting to a board was ludicrous. Armistead was himself a nonconformist, who Ben Butler, his control at Parachute, appreciated and deployed to maximum effect. Truth to tell, he wasn't that happy with Butler being his control. Butler was a cripple and, in his opinion, a depressive. Armistead didn't like being reminded of one of the worst outcomes of a career in the field. Death he could handle, but being a cripple? Nuh-uh. These thoughts ran through his mind in a fraction of a second as he watched a slim man make his way along one of the aisles parallel to the one Armistead himself was on. He was dressed for the chilly December weather in an overcoat, a charcoal wool suit, pale blue shirt, and paisley silk tie. He had a prominent nose, slicked back hair, and carried a clutch of fresh white lilies wrapped in green paper in one hand. The man never so much as glanced at him, which was a tell in itself. No field agent worth his salt would check out his target directly. Armistead felt his muscles tense in response to the perceived threat. He stopped to observe a grave marker with a poorly formed wrought iron Christ painted silver, here and there encrusted with rust like cankers on old flesh. Now he was a step or two behind the suit, who continued on as if he were perfectly unaware of Armistead's presence. The only other figure in Armistead's field of vision was Carl, the slender caretaker, earbuds connected to an ancient iPod, wheeling his cart filled with brooms, rakes, and an assortment of clippers. A fixture at this time of day. He did not look Armistead's way, but paused for a moment to shake out a cigarette and light it, a prearranged signal to Armistead, then pushed his cart on. He stopped to adjust one of the old wrought iron lamps that lined the aisles, cocking his head reflectively to make sure the angle of the head was correct. Nodding to himself, he moved on again, taking out a wide-headed broom as he did so. Meanwhile, the suit had stopped in front of a grave marked by a Christ on the cross, and just below, a lantern with thick red glass panes. A breeze gusted, rattling the last of the leaves turned yellow and rust. Birds flitted from branch to branch, last searches before moving on to their hidden nests for the night. Carl had crossed the path Armistead was on, head down, concentrating on clearing the cracked concrete of dead leaves. The suit, staring at the image of the crucifixion, had not moved. Unconsciously, Armistead fingered the hollow amulet hung from a thin silver chain around his neck. Now the suit was turning away from the grave marker. Carl lifted his head, the bristles of his broom sweeping up a surf of leaves. Armistead's right hand moved, even as the suit dropped the lilies, revealing the pistol, silencer already attached. It came up, aimed at Armistead's chest. But Armistead's throwing knife was already a blur, burying itself to the hilt, connecting the suit's tie to his pierced heart. His arms flung outward, forming a cross like the grave markers as he stumbled, fell to his knees. Armistead advanced through the field of graves. Behind him, Carl stood as still as all the Christs in the cemetery, gazing at the unfolding scene, cigarette ash mingling with the leaves at his feet. The suit's mouth was opening and closing like a hooked fish. His lips and eyes were bloody. Now he was drooling. Coming up to him, Armistead kicked him on the point of his chin, and with a sharp crack of his knees, he collapsed backward. Carl turned away, heading back down the path, still listening only to his music. Armistead bent over the corpse, checked all pockets for any form of identification, but all he found was 5,000 in euros. Nothing to identify who his would-be murderer was. But then he hadn't expected to find anything, not on a well-trained field agent. And yet, on the other hand, perhaps something was overlooked. Using the heel of his shoe, he pried off one of the suit's thick-soled brogues. Maneuvering the brogue into the light with the toe of his own shoe, he peered closely at the bottom, saw imprinted there, Westfalika, Moskva. Russian, he thought. Now that's interesting. Switching his attention, he pulled out the knife, stepped smartly back to avoid the sudden gush of blood. He wiped the blade on the satin lining of the suit's coat. As a last order of business, he sent a brief and coded text update to his control via his cell phone. He was about to turn away when he changed his mind. Stooping again, he scooped up the bouquet of lilies. It would make the perfect present for Sophia. And indeed, he was correct. Sophia delivered a lingering kiss when he handed her the lilies. She held them to her breast, her eyes alight. She loved lilies, loved the color white. It was only after she had put them in a cheap plastic vase with water, set the vase on the coffee table in the living room, that he noticed the tiny drop of crimson marring one petal, gleaming in the lamplight. Sophia hadn't seen it as yet, and Armistead was determined that she wouldn't. Crossing the room, he brushed the blood off the lily with the pad of his finger. The lamplight threw a golden aura around Sophia. She was wearing a dark red chenille robe, her pale feet padding silently across the floor of his apartment, a 2-bedroom in a modern high-rise on Hertha-Fürnbergstrasse, just south of Vienna's center. It had the benefit of overlooking a small garden below the terrace outside of the bedroom, where he and Sophia slept, fought, made love. The apartment was bright, clean, furnished in Danish modern, simple lines, neutral fabrics, which suited him. He wasn't comfortable living in fussy, old-world quarters, where dampness, mold, and the memories of past wars were sure to be lurking. Sophia's somatotype was right in his wheelhouse. A full-figured woman with the long legs of a model, blonde hair blunt cut to just above her shoulders, full lips and a sharp chin, wide-apart eyes, night dark. She was whip-smart as well. She worked for Simon and Trebolo, lawyers to many in the gig economy, so Parachute was a name known to her. She even did business with a couple of Parachute people. He had checked, though not, of course, anyone in the secret directorate overseen by Isabel Lowe, where Armistad worked. She was familiar only with Parachute's multifaceted public face. As Sophia had decided to take a shower, he stripped off his outer garments, went to the sideboard, poured himself 3 fingers of whiskey. Drink in hand, he stepped into the bedroom just as the bathroom door closed. The shower began to run, and he sat on the side of the bed, savoring the whiskey as it burned its way down to his stomach. Sophia's voice drifted through the door. "Want to join me in here?" He did, but he had some work to do while she was behind the closed door. "Give me a couple of minutes," he called out. "Don't miss your chance to soap me all over," she said. "And I mean all over." Smiling, he took out his throwing knife, cleaned and lovingly oiled it. He'd met Sophia in Bar Onyx on Stephansplatz, ironically near St. Stephen's Cathedral. He favored the place. It was quite posh. Glittering like a handful of jewels, it roosted on a high floor in a corner building. It boasted floor-to-ceiling windows, affording patrons spectacular views of the city. She had been sitting at a lounging area with a group of women more or less of her age, late 20s, early 30s. At some point, he had to pass by in order to refresh his drink. He liked seeing his drinks made, not trusting waiters to hand them to him, an old habit that had served him well. On his way back, he discovered her eyeing him, and he smiled. She smiled back. He was going to invite her over to his sitting area when she rose and walked away into another area of the bar. He assumed she was using the ladies, but moments later he saw her appear on a narrow terrace, 4 arms leaning on the hand-worked cast-iron balustrade. As he continued watching her, she pushed both shoes off. She stood there barefoot, seemingly tense, uncertain. Then she peered down at the busy square below. Her pale hair was blowing across her cheeks, and he could see that her bare skin was pebbled from the cold. At once he rose, and following the path she had taken through the crowded bar, found the inconspicuous doorway out to the terrace. She turned her head, her dark eyes on him as he approached. "You're not thinking of jumping, are you?" he said, when he was near enough to grab hold of her, if her answer was yes. She laughed deep in her throat. "What gave you that idea?" He gave her bare feet a significant look. "Oh, no." She briefly put fingertips to her lips. "I'm just a barefoot girl at heart. I belong bicycling down a country road on my way to buy milk, bread, and butter." "What are you doing in the city, then?" "Making money," she replied. "What else?" The smile on her lips went straight to his heart. He invited her back to his sitting area. At first she declined, but at his gentle urging she agreed, and that was it. She came back here with him that night, and more or less had never left. Soon enough, the eager blade looked just as it had before he'd used it at the cemetery, gleaming in the circle of light thrown off by the bedside lamp. The suit had not been his first kill, nor would it be his last. He rolled more whiskey around his mouth, swallowed, while briefly gripping the amulet around his neck. It was made of titanium, lightweight and durable. He held out his right hand, saw there wasn't a trace of a tremor. He had been unnerved by his first kill, which had come upon him all at once. He did what he had been trained to do without conscious thought, muscle memory. But afterward, the nightmares had started. They kept up until his second kill. It was as if the two canceled each other out, and from then on he was golden, working his way across Europe as needed. You would not think a gig economy corporation would need people like him, and certainly the thought would never occur to anyone on the outside looking in. But nowadays, espionage was not the sole province of governments. Governments could no longer be trusted except with incompetence. And since Parachute, like most gig companies, lived on the bleeding edge of constant breakthrough innovation, it required heavy protection from hackers and corporate spies. These days, if you wanted something done, you needed to do it yourself. That was Isabel's philosophy, and he happened to know it came straight from the top, from Marsden Tribe, Parachute's once-in-a-generation genius. "Love," Sophia called. "Are you coming? It's lonely in here." He laughed, put away the knife, and rose, shucking off the rest of his clothes. He was padding toward the bathroom when the slider to the terrace exploded inward. Instantly, he grabbed the necklace, buried it in his fist. Seconds later, the figure was on him. A knee slammed into his testicles, and with a groan, he doubled over. Head pressed into the carpet, the muzzle of a pistol pressed against his temple. Armistead prepared himself for death. "Where is it?" the male voice grated. "Where's what?" Armistead figured he had nothing to lose by lying. The muzzle pressed harder. "We know you have it. Tell me where it is." "I have no idea what—" He broke off as the barrel of the pistol whipped against his cheek, opening skin and the flesh beneath. He felt the wet heat of his own blood, the warmth of it in his mouth. "Enough bullshit!" The figure had bent low, the harsh stink of stale cigarettes and garlic sausage enveloped him. "I guess you'll just have to kill me," Armistead said. "As you wish." The muzzle pressed against his chest, beneath which his heart beat like a trip hammer. Armistead closed his eyes and tried to catch the lingering musk of Sophia. Not a bad scent to be his last. The percussion rocked him. A weight came down, smothering him. He had read that the brain lived on precious seconds after the body died. Was this what it was like? Being smothered? Was death on the other side? Then, at once, the weight was lifted off him, and he saw Sophia, a small but deadly Car Arms ACP-380 in one hand, rolling the body of the intruder off him and onto the carpet. She was wearing her carmine chenille robe. She knelt down. "Are you okay, love?" She examined his bloody cheek. "We should get you to a hospital." "No hospital." With her help, he sat up. His mind was still trying to process what was happening. It wasn't every day you were on the point of death one minute and safe the next. Even for him, this was a first. "A clinic, then." "No." He said it firmly so she'd know he'd closed the subject. "Okay." She eyed him as he got to his feet. "But what the hell is going on?" She pointed at the corpse. "Who is that?" "No clue." Armistead sat on the end of the bed. His nerves were still twanging uncomfortably, but at least his thoughts were beginning to clear. He watched her while she went back into the bathroom, returned with a washcloth soaked in cold water. She pressed it to his face. Her eyes were cloudy with anxiety and worry. "Why did he attack you?" Armistead shook his head, and she sighed. "Okay, let's at least get you into the shower so you can clean up. Then we can figure out this puzzle." "Out," he said, rising. "We need to get out of here now." She gestured. "Not with you looking like that." She took him into the bathroom where the shower was still running. He stepped in, the hot water sluicing over him, easing his knotted muscles. Luxuriating in the lassitude coming over him, he gestured for her to join him. It was only when she smiled at him that he wondered what she was doing with a weapon while she was supposedly taking a shower. But by then it was too late. "Oh, fuck," he said, fisting his amulet tightly. No, not tonight, love." She shot him twice between the eyes with the ACP-380. As he slumped to the wet tiles, she pried open his fingers, releasing his death grip on the amulet. "Ah, so there you are, love," she whispered as she ripped the titanium oval from its slender silver chain. Part 1. Parachute. 1. Washington, D.C. It had been raining for 3 days when Ben Butler tried to kill himself. Evan Ryder let loose a string of expletives as she raced through the blessedly light early morning traffic. Part of her mind was in shock. Ben, her patron, her control, her partner in the field, her rock. She could not wrap her mind around this new reality. She had received the call from Isabel at just after 5 a.m., and like receiving news about a death in the family, could not believe what Isabel was telling her. It was a mistake. It must be. Ben would never attempt to take his own life. Her eyes filled with tears as she hurriedly dressed and slammed out the door of her apartment. And here she was not 15 minutes later, almost at her destination. After having hit 100 miles per hour, slewing and once fishtailing around corners, and shooting through every red light in her path. Trying to keep her emotions in check, she slowed to a more moderate speed as the downpour sluiced against the windshield. The wipers, even at max speed, couldn't get rid of the rain fast enough. Her thoughts were in turmoil, and it was all she could do to keep herself together. As she turned onto California Street Northwest, the Italianate villa became plainly visible. Though Isabel Lowe enjoyed a high-ranking position in Parachute, she worked out of her home in D.C., this 3-story cream stone and butterscotch stucco villa near the corner of California Street Northwest and Massachusetts Avenue, near Rock Creek Park, rather than in Seattle, where the Parachute main campus sprawled across countless acres. With good reason, almost no one knew of her existence or of the directorate she ran. Outside of her own meticulously vetted people, only Marsden Tribe and a pair of his trusted assistants were aware of her and her team, and even those two knew only that she was in charge of corporate security, which was true, but merely one small facet of her overarching remit. Parking on the street, Evan raced through the gray downpour, up the steps to the villa's side door. The key she used fit into the conventional Yale doorknob lock, but just inside was an inner door locked in an altogether different manner. It used an algorithm derived from each individual's biorhythm. This ultra-secure mechanism, developed by Tribe himself, might have seemed a tad over the top for Parachute, a platform-as-a-service company, a pioneer in quantum cloud computing and cross-application services, but it was right on the money for Isabel Lowe's directorate. Evan and Ben had been recruited by Isabel over 5 months ago, while Ben was still recovering from the bullet wound that had shattered his hip. Back then, his prognosis wasn't bad. The surgeons had assured them that he'd be able to walk, albeit with the assistance of a walker and then a cane. But it was not to be. A month ago, when Ben still couldn't even stand, further tests revealed that the hip bone had shattered with such force that several slivers had acted like internal shrapnel. So deep were some of them that it was deemed too dangerous to get them out. For the rest of Ben's life, he would be confined to a wheelchair. That's when the real difficulties began. Evan was through the inner door, flying into the kitchen, where Akiva, ex-Mossad and one of Isabel's security people, stood waiting for her. He was a deceptively slender man with a thick black beard and blue eyes. He led her up the narrow back stairs that once served as the kitchen staff's access to Isabel's quarters. On the second floor, she found Isabel in one of her half-dozen studies. This one was ringed by flat-panel TVs, each tuned to a different newsnet. "How is he?" Evan said, as Isabel turned away from the screens. "The doctor's in with him," Isabel said in her soft but commanding voice. A former Mossad operative herself who knew Ben since long before Evan ever met him. Isabel was as willowy as she was toned, with devilishly wide-apart tawny eyes and an enigmatic smile. Evan's mind whirled in this room filled with so many voices: CNN, Fox, MSNBC, CNBC, BBC, RT, the Russian news net, Al Jazeera, Sky News, First Star 24/7, Newsmax, One American News, and TNSC Titan News and Streaming Corp., the ultra-conservative network owned by Samuel Wainwright Wells, multi-billionaire, media mogul, and most importantly for Isabel, major magnet for right-wing fringe groups, believers in conspiracy theories, the more outlandish, the better. The earth is flat. Democrats are socialists. Democrats are fascists. Democrats are under the sway of the deep state, controlled by Jews. The moonwalk was a Hollywood fake. Jews again. 9/11 was perpetrated by the American deep state as an excuse to invade Iraq. Democrats engage in satanic rituals, attempting to melt all the guns owned by the faithful in human trafficking of young girls, babies, cannibalism, alien lizard men, you name it, they had a conspiracy for it. And for the love of God and Wells, don't you dare try to confuse them with facts. Facts did not exist. Neither did science. Jewish inventions all. "I'd rather live in Russia than under Democrats," was one of their rallying cries. Isabel saw the distressed look on Evan's face, and with the push of a button on her console, muted the sound on all the feeds, though her staff downstairs continued to scrutinize their own screens, even slowing them down to ID facial tells, inadvertent mannerisms, and the like. Blessed silence emptied the room, allowing Evan to breathe again. What happened? Evan was too anxious to sit down. He slashed his wrists. Evan's heart contracted, and she felt tears trembling in the corners of her eyes. Angrily, she wiped them away with the back of her hand. He hasn't been able to come to terms with losing the use of his legs. Isabel regarded her sadly. If this response is any indication, he never will. When Evan pointed out that it had only been a month since he'd gotten the worst-case news, Isabel said, I've known Benjamin longer than you have. He's not cut out to be a cripple. Can I see him? As soon as Dr. Shun gives his okay. Part of Isabel's attention was on the Titan 24-hour news. The breaking news banners scrolling across the bottom of the screen detailed the chaotic scenes of an Omega rally outside the Texas state capitol. How they adore Omega, Isabel said. Worship it, really, Evan added. The outlets owned by Wells are allowing this shit full reign. It's even worse on 27 Chan. No one knows who controls that internet posting board. My money's on Wells. Poof. Evan shook her head. Bits and pieces. Wells is a media mogul. He knows how to manipulate the media. So do several other multi-billionaires, Isabel pointed out. Plus, these days you hardly have to be a billionaire to manipulate the media. Of course, Evan knew that, but she had a specific reason why she suspected Wells. His wife, Lucinda. She just wasn't ready to share her suspicion because Lucinda happened to be one of her sisters. Yes, but I've discovered that Wells is a student of propaganda history. He knows the word from its origin in 1718, when a committee of cardinals in charge of foreign missions of the Catholic Church had its name changed to the Congregatio de Propaganda Fidei, the Congregation for the Propagation of the Faith. More to our point, he's specifically fixated on the big lie, a clever technique employed to great effect by Joseph Goebbels. Adolf Hitler wrote about it in his autobiography, Mein Kampf. Isabel nodded. An infamous political strategy so simple it's virtually infallible. Make the lie big, outrageous even. Keep saying it and eventually the people will believe it. It's been used by dictators and presidents here and abroad every decade since, Evan said. Ben and I identified the string of big lies Omega was disseminating. That's why we made Omega our top priority. We've been putting out its fires for over 2 years. But until we take care of that disease at home, our work will continue to be undermined. I hope your intuition serves you well because... Isabel's cell beeped, interrupting them, and she gestured. Right then, Doc says he's ready for visitors. She led Evan out of the study. They stepped down the hallway. He was unresponsive when I found him, she went on. But when Sean kicked me out, he was conscious and seemed in minimal distress. Thank God Zoe doesn't have to see this, Evan said. No. And she's happy in Germany with your family. Your niece and nephew are her dearest friends, and your newfound parents sound like extraordinary people. Ben had good reason for sending her to stay with them, and it wasn't just so he could recover without worrying about caring for her. He knew he was on a psychological precipice. We have to help him down, Evan. Evan nodded. Looking in, she saw the back of Ben's head. He was in a chair next to the bed, Dr. Sharon bending over him, checking the bandages on his wrists. 2 bags hung from a rolling metal frame, one filled with blood, the other with a saline solution, hydrating him while he received the infusion. Evan's eyes began to sting. She was on the verge of tears, struggled to hold them back. She needed to be strong, positive when she stepped into the room, but it wasn't going to be easy. She and Ben had a complicated history. When they worked for the federal government, he was her partner in the field before becoming her control. Years ago, near the end of a long and difficult mission, the desperate exigencies of their situation, their nearness to death, drew a curtain over Ben's marriage, and acting on their mutual attraction, they spent the night twined together. Afterward, as if by divine punishment, both Ben's wife and Evan's sister Bobby had been murdered, quite possibly as blowback for the success of their mission. Guilt was an altogether too passive term for what they continued to suffer. The 2 women stood on the threshold, unaware that Bobby's death had been staged by her FSB handlers, that she had been tasked with terminating Ben's wife, which she did deftly and neatly a week before she was exfiltrated out of D.C., out of the country, and into the arms of her new bosses in Moscow. As far as the world at large knew, Bobby was dead. Isabel handed Evan a folded slip of paper. "The update on your first mission." Evan frowned as she took the paper. "Why didn't you give Ben the update yourself?" "It's operations, your responsibility." She sighed. All at once she seemed exhausted. "It should come from you." Evan felt something in her stomach clench. "Bad news?" Isabel made no reply. Opening the note, Evan read the terse report. Evan closed her eyes for a moment. What a monumental shit show. As she looked up, Isabel said, "I'm still trying to sort the details." She cleared her throat. "It's time you saw him." Evan nodded, turned away. Taking slow, deep breaths, she centered herself and entered the bedroom. The doctor glanced up as she approached, but Ben didn't turn his head or move at all. He sat still as a rock face, staring out the window through the rain-streaked glass. "Ben," she said, as she came up beside him. "Ah," he replied, in a voice thin and sere as a winter reed. He did not, however, turn his head to look at her. "You came." Sharon nodded to her. Before he left the room, he said softly, "I've given him a mild antipsychotic." In reaction to her shocked expression, he explained, "It's just a precaution to keep his mind settled, nothing more." For a moment, she heard him murmuring to Isabel before they moved down the hall out of earshot. "Of course I came." She struggled to keep her tone from faltering, seeing the bandages on his wrists close up. "Why wouldn't I?" She jerked her gaze away, concentrating on his face. "I wasn't sure she would call you." Evan frowned. "Why wouldn't Isabel call me?" "Maybe she gets too much pleasure out of taking care of me." Evan wiped away a tear, placed a hand on his shoulder. "Maybe right at this moment you need taking care of." "You know Israelis." Lost inside himself, he seemed not to have heard her. All nails and thorns on the outside, inside a molten chocolate cake. She gave in, knelt down beside him. Ben, this isn't you. It is now. No, she said, it isn't. Now at last he turned his head to look at her. His eyes were bleak, angry. Oh, Evan. She placed a forefinger gently on the inside of his bandaged wrist. Ignoring his wince, she said, "Right here is proof you're the same Ben as you've always been." He shook his head mutely. If you'd really wanted to kill yourself, you wouldn't have slit your wrists crosswise. You would have made the cut lengthwise along the vein. That way you would have bled out before anyone could get to you. Odd, he said, turning back to stare out the window. I feel like I've bitten down on a bar of copper. I can't get the taste out of my mouth. It took Evan a moment to realize he was talking about the taste of his own blood. Look, I get it. You thought you'd be able to walk. That's what the surgeons promised, over and over. His voice was bitter, rageful. Now they've done a 180. So what the hell does that mean? It means they fucked up when they went in. They should have... No, Ben. The damage was already done. The nerve connections were severed at the moment you were shot. They say. They worked hard on rebuilding your hip. 5 hours. I was there at the clinic. The German doctors did an amazing job. The permanent damage was hidden from them. But in any case, there was nothing they could have done. Isabel's own surgeon made that perfectly clear. Ben shook his head. Even the coke Isabel brought me tastes of copper. Time to change tactics. The soft sell both she and Isabel had been peddling not only wasn't working, but as she saw now, was enabling him to sink lower into self-pity. Listen, you, she said, her voice suddenly sharp-edged as a razor. Stop being so goddamned selfish. Badgering now, I thought. But now I've had enough. Leave me alone. Abruptly, she stood up, went to the open doorway. But when Isabel made to come in, she shook her head, put a finger across her lips, and slowly closed the door. Taking out her mobile, she pressed a speed dial, listened as the connection was made. Hey, Cookie. How are you? You in school with Wendy and Mikey? Lunchtime, yeah. Huh? Learning German, are you? Russian as well? Too good. We'll have a conversation soon enough, right? I miss you too, Cookie. She turned her head to look at Ben. He was staring at her in anger. He shook his head vehemently, his intent clear as a bell. Evan raised her eyebrows, held the phone out toward him. He just shook his head again and looked away. Evan acquiesced to Ben's refusal and turned from him, walked over to the window. No, Cookie, I'm not with him right now. Of course I will. And I'll talk to you again in a few days. As she cut the connection, she bit her lip and thought, damn it, Ben, come back from wherever you are. Silence fell between them. When she couldn't take it any more, she came to stand by his chair. The rain had lessened, but the sky was still low and roiling. She put the lightest of hands on his shoulder. How I hate winter, he said, leaning almost imperceptibly into her touch. The trees look burnt. They look like skeletons. It seems life has shrunk away, leaving an empty hole, nothing but the cold and the dark coming down earlier and earlier. Until January 22nd, when the new administration takes over. I'll bet we could get our old jobs back. She'd said this lightheartedly with a smile in her voice, because neither of them would ever work for the federal clandestine services again. She chuckled, but he gave no response. She went around, stood between him and the black outlines of the trees. Ben, listen to me. If you kill yourself, I'll never forgive you. Isabel will never forgive you, and you know how unforgiving Israelis are. As she hoped, this brought the ghost of a smile to his face. She took a breath before she brought home the ultimate consequence. Worst of all, Zoe will never forgive you. There was no longer even a trace of humor in her voice. He turned to her, and his gaze held none of his previous anger. It was full of pain and longing, and then a sudden animation, a spark of life that hadn't been there a second before. She picked his cell phone off the small table by his chair and put it into his hand. Call her, Ben. Don't be afraid. She needs to hear from you. It's important she knows you're okay. His gaze fell to the phone in his hand. Something galvanized inside him then, and he switched on the phone, hit his daughter's speed dial number. Dad! Ben closed his eyes, allowed her excited voice to flow over him as she asked him how he was. I'm fine. I want to know all about what you're up to. Dad! He knew that tone of voice. Zoe could be like a dog with a bone. No, really. Coming along really well. But even he could hear the wooden tone in his voice. And of course Zoe, who could read him like an open book, picked up on it right away. Okay, Dad, what's up? You haven't called in a bunch of days. Are you really okay? You can tell me the truth. You know you can. Don't keep stuff from me. I always know when you do that. And you know what? I start to think the worst. A memory surfaced of his father, always away on business, whether it was with real clients or not. His mother's eyes, red, dark half-moons beneath them. Dad? Zoe's plaintive voice returned him to the present, and he knew he didn't want to do to her what his father had done to him. He did not want to shut her out. Right, well, the truth is I haven't been tip-top lately. The doctors have no idea whether I'll be able to walk again. He forestalled her response. Before you go on, honey, I don't want you to come back yet. It's important to me that you live your best life right now. I know you love it there with Aunt Evan's parents and Wendy and Mikey. In any case, I'm still at Isabel's place. She and her staff are taking great care of me. Have any of them ordered a physical therapist? You mean a physical trainer? No, Dad, I mean a physical therapist. Doesn't matter what you call them. Well, if the doctors are right. They don't know everything, Dad. Don't listen to them, Zoe said heatedly. I've been talking to Dr. Stan. That was what she called Dr. Revishvili, Evan's birth father. He worked on you in the beginning, remember? He thinks a physical therapist is just what the doctor ordered, LOL. Ben had met Konstantin Revishvili and his wife Rebecca the previous spring when Evan discovered who they were. They ran a high-end psychiatric clinic in the countryside near Cologne, Germany. It was there that Evan and Ben had gone to recover at the end of their mission rooting out the Omega stronghold in Romania. It was there that Ben had had his hip surgery, began his recovery. But not only for that did the Revishvilis loom large in Ben's world. They were the birth parents of Evan and her late sister Bobby, but also of the twins Anna and Lucinda. He had shot Anna to death last year. Lucinda was married to Samuel Wainwright Wells. And there is a difference, Dad, a big one. Dr. Stan says a physical therapist knows much more, can call on a lot of what he called modalities to help you. Both the Revishvilis were incredibly smart, innovative physicians. Constantine had been reluctant to release Ben into another doctor's care, insisting that his recovery was just beginning. Ben had great respect for him, but had wanted to get back home. But now, if it was his opinion that Ben should be in the care of a physical therapist, maybe he should hire one. As if reading his mind, Zoe said, Dad, he even has the info on the person you want to see in D.C. Her name is An Bin. Dr. Stan says she's awesome. I'll text you her contact info, okay? Okay, Ben said. Dad, please promise me you'll hire her. I will. Scout's honor, Ben said truthfully. He realized that he had not just unconditional love, but also great respect for his daughter. She wasn't even 9 years old yet, but she was a fully formed person with a sometimes frightening maturity, forged from the early loss of her mother, her father's unconventional life, and the mysteries of her own innate nature. He heard her breath in his ear, and he felt better than he had in a long time. The boundless energy, the surety of youth, of Zoe in particular, had injected him with much-needed vitality. He looked out the window, saw a bird alight on a bare black branch, heard its call even through the glass. Now, tell me all about your adventures in the German countryside, he said to his beloved daughter. 2. Nuremberg, Germany. Having deplaned from her flight from Vienna and passed easily through immigration, Sophia made her way through Albrecht Dürer Airport, a place she knew well. However, she was no longer Sophia Moretti. Her hair was now a deep, lustrous burnt sienna, her eyes the color of sea glass now that she'd ditched her contact lenses. There was, in fact, a Sophia Moretti who worked at the company she told Armistead about, and which she had no doubt he'd called to check. But the real Sophia Moretti was still in Vienna, never having met Armistead or knowing a thing about him. She had entered Germany under the name Katie Harden, a favorite identity of hers. Katie worked for an international cosmetics company domiciled in Zurich, Switzerland. She liked airports, the ultimate no-man's land, neither here nor there, the gray place where people were either spaced out in limbo or hurrying through on their way from one location to another. Here she was invisible. Here she could think what she wanted, do what she wanted without consequences. Here, between death and rebirth, identities dropping away, she could gaze into the emptiness at her core with neither anger nor humiliation. She stepped into the Mövenpick restaurant, was shown to a table she had pre-booked under the name Harden, and immediately ordered a Doppelbock beer. Instead of burying herself in her mobile phone, she kept her bright, quick gaze on the people around her, those entering the restaurant as well as the ones passing by. As was her wont, she catalogued them by both style and wealth, or lack thereof. For women, it was always handbags and shoes. The stylish, the wealthy, even old money, were fanatic about the quality of their shoes and the stylishness of their handbags. They could be wearing overcoats that had seen better days, outmoded skirts or pants, but the shoes and handbags were always top-notch and en mode. Men were a completely different story. The wealthy or business big boys wore suits of impeccable lines, fabric, and tailoring. There were those with rumpled clothes and hair, but the thing that set them apart was their faces, always well-groomed, healthy-looking skin, and manicured nails. It was the little things that gave people away, she thought as she sipped her bitter beer, like nails. When she was Sophia, she had no-nonsense, square-cut nails without polish. Now she sported long acrylics painted brilliant crimson. She wore an expensive man-tailored suit and high-heeled pumps, an auburn wig. No one with whom she had come in contact in Vienna, not even Armistad, would recognize her now. Armistad. It was a shame she had to kill him. She'd rather liked the guy. For a field agent, he had a number of features she found enjoyable. First and foremost, he was an excellent lover. She'd miss that. Not that she felt even an iota of remorse. She was unable to feel either remorse or regret. Conscience she had none. She lived in the moment as if standing in the rain she felt only one drop at a time. Anyway, one of these days she'd find a better lover. The waitress had set down laminated menus, but she had hardly glanced at the one facing her, satisfied with her beer and her thoughts. Konrad Mischler arrived precisely 8 minutes after she entered the restaurant. The man was nothing if not precise. He wore an exquisitely tailored cashmere jacket and wool slacks, striped shirt, a tie emblazed with medieval rampant lions. His hairless face was freshly scrubbed, slightly shiny, as if it had been waxed. Mischler was older than her by several decades, his thick hair silver gray along the sides, reminding her of a skunk's pelt. "Herr Mischler," she said, "what have you brought me today? A loaf of your finest bread or a clutch of croissants, perhaps?" Mischler produced the hint of a smile. This was a joke between them. Mischler was a Swiss German. Mischler was the occupational name for bakers, though he himself was a vice president of a large and prestigious Zurich bank. While they ordered lunch, she wondered how Herr Mischler would react if he knew he was talking to Kata Romanovna Himakova, acting director of Zaslon, the Russian FSB's most secretive action directorate. But of course, she wasn't Kata either, having assumed that identity after she had killed the real Kata. Before that, after she had been exfiltrated out of Washington, D.C., she had been codenamed Cobalt. And before that? Originally, she had been Bobby Ryder, an identity she rarely recalled, aside from when the name of her sister, Evan, was brought up by her FSB superiors. Then she married and became Bobby Fischer, a superficial sham of an identity even greater than that of her childhood. But then why should she remember her past? At the time of her exfiltration, her Russian handlers made sure that Bobby Ryder Fisher, orphaned twice, once by the death of her adoptive parents and again by the demise of her Russian birth parents, was officially pronounced dead, buried now, a stranger she had never met in her grave. In the odd times she was obliged to remember her younger self, it was as if she were viewing someone else, a character in a film she watched in a dark Moscow theater. She was so buried in identities that they were all partially that character up on the movie screen, and at the same time contained nothing of her at all. Herr Mischle was a cutout, someone otherwise unaffiliated with the FSB, whose sole job was transport, small objects only. He had made that stipulation quite clear when he was recruited some years ago. Like most cutouts, he was used sparingly and, in his case, for only the most discreet transfers. As far as Herr Mischle was concerned, she was just another cutout, or possibly one of the many worker bees buzzing through the vast FSB hive. Their food came, and they spent a pleasant 40 minutes chatting amiably about this and that, as if they were old friends catching up with each other's lives. There was absolutely no hint from either of them that this meeting was anything but what it appeared to be. This masquerade was, of course, Kata's life. As for Herr Mischle, he was old-school Swiss, seemingly trained from birth to maintain a congenial expression through any and all difficulties, should one arise, even though with Herr Mischle one never did. He made sure of that. Over coffee and a shared dessert, she passed him a small box, gaily gift-wrapped with a small pink bow. For your daughter. Herr Mischle did indeed have a daughter, as well as 2 sons, but the box held the titanium holder she'd ripped from Armistad's clenched fist. In it was an SDXC micro-memory card. My goodness! The box disappeared in the blink of an eye. How kind you are to think of her. She smiled. I know she'll love it. Herr Mischle nodded. A gift from you, so there is no doubt. Their business concluded, the check was called for. Being a consummate gentleman, Herr Mischle paid the bill with all the finesse befitting his station in life. After he left, the plates were cleared, and Kata asked for a double espresso, which was duly brought. Taking her first sip, all thought of Herr Mischle evaporated from her mind. It was as if he had never existed. Now she awaited the second part of her rendezvous, the nature of which was far less determinable than her meeting with the Swiss banker. Much as she hated to admit it, Lyudmila Alexeyevna Shokova was the only person on earth with the ability to intimidate her. She didn't fear her exactly. Fear was another emotion unknown to her ever since she was a teenager. But undoubtedly there was something she could not explain. And here she was, tall, slender, stately, with her unnerving ice-blue eyes. Her blonde hair was hidden by a stylish white Sherpa newsboy hat. Her long overcoat was open, revealing a lustrous sand-colored silk shirt and a pale orange chiffon slit maxi skirt and high boots the color of dried blood. Those eyes never left Kata's as she entered the restaurant, ignored the hostess, and strode directly to Kata's table and sat down opposite her. She asked for ice water only. When they were alone, Lyudmila said, "You fucked up." Kata wanted desperately to lick her lips, but held herself in check. Nevertheless, she could feel every beat of her galloping heart. "What, no hello? How's it going?" I know how it went. While others might have leaned forward, using their bodies to intimidate, Lyudmila sat unnervingly still. You killed Armistead. I had no choice. Of course you had a choice. Lyudmila's gaze did not stray from Kata's face. The ice-blue eyes did not blink. How does she do that? Kata wondered. There's always a choice. Not this time. She handed over the copy she had made of the SDXC memory card. Lyudmila didn't even glance at it. You could have charmed it off him, but you didn't trust yourself. I didn't know where it was until... No. The trouble with you, Kata, is you're bloodthirsty. Lyudmila had not so much as touched her glass of ice water. The trouble with you is you're too much in love with the act of killing another human being. You're enthralled to the 1,000-mile stare on your victim's face when the bullet or the knife goes through him. I bet you wonder what it is they see. Lyudmila's hands wrapped around her water glass. You're like a heroin addict. Killing is your high. Nothing else compares. Now at last, she took a sip of water. When she set the glass down, she said in a measured tone, Correct me if I am wrong, please. Customers moved in and out of the restaurant, eyes glazed from hours of travel, breathing recycled air and sitting without respite. Kata automatically scanned the faces of all the newcomers, searching for anomalies that would alert her to trouble. She said nothing. She knew if she put up any more excuses, Lyudmila would humiliate her in far worse ways than she already had, and honestly, she'd deserve it. The truth was she did enjoy killing. It filled the gaping hole inside her, if only for the few seconds the victim inhabited the gray world between life and death. Besides, she needed Lyudmila, who was, at this moment, her most potent source of power and protection from the very organization she had been working for since long before she was exfiltrated from the United States. Listen to me, Kata. Lyudmila modulated her voice lower. It was softer now, all the spines and edges gone. Now it was as if they were having a fireside chat. You are my eyes and ears inside the FSB, particularly the Special Action Directorates of which you are a part. I set you up there. I gave you life at the FSB when powerful forces were arrayed against you. I opened the way for you to validate yourself with your erstwhile enemies. She meant Darko Kuznetsov, director of the FSB, and his close ally, Slava Bayev, director of SVR, the chief action group, and Kata's immediate boss. Lyudmila's penetrating gaze dropped finally, and it was all Kata could do not to gasp in relief. She felt released from iron bonds. Lyudmila swept the micro-memory card off the table and into a reader she had pulled from her overcoat. You gave the Swiss bankers the original? Her eyes moved back and forth over the lines that appeared. Of course, wrapped as if a present for his daughter. Kata found her voice at last, though it seemed a bit creaky with the scare Lyudmila had put into her. All pink paper and bows. Lyudmila's head snapped up. What the hell? This is gibberish. Kata had seen the lines of code when she'd copied them from the original. "It's a cipher," she said. "It has to be." "Not like anything I've ever seen. Looks more like chicken scratching than a cipher." Lyudmila sighed. "If we don't even know what it is, I don't know how we can break it. In which case, the Vienna affair will have been even more of a clusterfuck." She tucked the reader back into her voluminous overcoat. "Do you know what's going to happen now? Happen because of your bloodlust. Your masters are going to send an agent out to Vienna." "What? What for?" "To make sure you haven't left anything that could be traced back to them." "But I haven't. I was perfectly..." "In this instance, no one is going to take your word for it, even those who love you the most." She meant Bayev and Kuznetsov, of course. "Protocol is unwavering on this point. Moscow rules. A cleanup agent or agents must be dispatched to the scene of the murder you committed." She pursed her lips, a sure sign of her displeasure. "Someone you won't know, someone you hope to God you never meet. An agent from Department 73. The cleanup crew who in this case will deal with the Austrian Federal Police. These people are specially trained in a remote facility so secret, even I haven't been able to discover where it is. And not for lack of trying, I assure you. The name of the facility is Devyatый Krug. Ninth Circle, Kata said, as in Dante's Hell. "Correct," Lyudmila nodded. "These individuals are very, very nasty pieces of work. Devyatый Krug has taken their souls. They're called ovoshchechistki." "Peelers?" Kata frowned. "I don't like the sound of that." "Nor should you," Lyudmila replied dryly. "The ovoshchechistka will be coming not just for Armistead. There's another body in the department, an FSB hitman." "That was an outsourced team, the one at the apartment and the other one at the cemetery," Kata protested. "Ex-cons, professional murderers, plying their trade for money rather than favors as they did when they were serving out their sentences. No connection to the FSB." Lyudmila shook her head. "Doesn't matter. You say you're in the clear, they see a leaky boat." "Then I should head back there." "That's precisely what you won't do." Iron in her voice now, and Kata subsided. "I don't want you anywhere near that place. You were right to get out of Vienna, out of Austria as quickly as you did. One good decision, anyway." She lifted a finger. "You need to learn the difference between a sledgehammer and a silken cord." This again? Kata felt the urge to turn away, but the other woman's ice-blue gaze held her prisoner. "You killed Armistead, one of your sister's field agents. Evan surely will be drawn to Vienna, so you..."
This audiobook is free for you to enjoy. If you'd like to support me, please take just 1 minute to listen to this relaxing music. Thank you so much.
Phantom waters might still die. Only spark it grew as it is.
cannot be there. She thinks you're dead, as does everyone else, and it is to your benefit, and yours, Kata interjected. Lyudmila shot her a piercing look. Naturally, I only do things that will benefit me. Isn't it what we humans do? We were born selfish. That, my dear Kata, is the actual original sin. The idea of amassing knowledge being sinful is a precinct of autocrats and religious hierarchs. She pursed her lips. In any event, the fiction of your death allows you immense freedom in our world of shadows. You will not do anything to jeopardize that advantage. She shook her head. No, you'll go straight back to Moscow, and I'll tell you why. My latest intel informs me that when it comes to Omega, there's an ideological split forming within the FSB. What part of the FSB? Lyudmila bared her teeth. In what might have been a smile or something else altogether. That's what you've got to smell out. You're good at smelling out the rot. Better than good, Kata. Her teeth were exceedingly long and very white. No more distractions. Please do not forget that you're management now. Don't let your murderous instincts distract you from your purpose, moving up the echelons of the FSB. To take the next step, you must ferret out the wheat from the chaff inside the FSB. I need to know what these factions have in mind regarding Omega before I make my next move. Am I clear? Without waiting for an answer, Lyudmila called the waitress over, ordered double espressos for both of them. She sat quite still, staring at a space behind Kata or nothing at all, thinking. Their order came. While Kata sipped hers, Lyudmila downed her espresso in one large gulp, as the Italians do. Kata, still angry and humiliated by how Lyudmila could manipulate her, snapped, "Here's an idea. Why don't you contact my sister? Evan always did have a way with ciphers. I used to make fun of her. Of what possible use is studying the history of ciphers?" And what was her reply? A smile, Lyudmila. She smiled like a crocodile. Lyudmila shook her head, her eyes narrowed. Sometimes I don't understand your humor at all. Maybe that's because I grew up in America. Lyudmila ignored the comment. Book yourself on the next flight to Moscow, and as I said, get to work on your Omega mystery. Keep your head down and your ear to the walls. The FSB, like all Russian institutions, is monolithic. The fact that there is a split within it portends something ominous. I need to find out what. Kata grimaced. My expertise is in the field. My dear, as I have already pointed out, your proficiency at killing is hardly your only outstanding attribute. Lyudmila interrupted, clearly not interested in Kata's compulsive hunger. You've had your brief vacation, and I trust you've sated yourself. Time to get your head back in the game. Your ability to charm your higher-ups is invaluable. Baev, yes, he's fairly easily manipulated by someone as clever as you, but Kuznetsov is a hard man, extremely hard. It takes a singular talent to win him over, and yet, win him over you did. As director of the entire FSB, he must forever remain in your crosshairs. He is aware of much more than he lets on, more even than you imagine. Like a woodpecker on a tree trunk, you must find the vulnerable pith beneath the holes you have made in his armor. Then she laughed, not harshly, but not softly either. Just make sure you don't kill him. 3. Washington, D.C. Evan was in the kitchen of Isabel Lowe's villa. Perched on a high stool, one of 4 set along one side of the green granite-topped center island, she was picking at a plate of eggs and bacon the cook had made for her, staring at the report of Armistad's murder. It was good to be a billionaire, she was thinking, to take her mind off the terrible failure she and Ben had absorbed, when Isabel entered. She asked the cook for a plate of fried eggs and lebne with harissa and a glass of pomegranate juice. "How is he?" Evan asked. "Better, much better. He's sleeping now. Dr. Sean gave him a sedative before he left." The juice was served from a ceramic jug. Isabel took a sip, placed the glass down on the granite with great precision. "I don't know what you said to him, but—" "It wasn't me," Evan replied. "Well, not only me. It was Zoe." "Ah," Isabel nodded. "I never think of children. Just like me." There was silence for a time. Then the cook set Isabel's breakfast down in front of her. She had added a small saucer piled with warm pita cut in triangles. Isabel slid the point of a triangle into the soft cheese, took a bite. "He needs a human anchor." "He has Zoe." Isabel waved a hand dismissively. "Besides Zoe, I mean, an adult." Evan looked down at her eggs and bacon, which she had barely touched and which had grown cold. "I doubt that's possible now," she said softly. After Lila's murder and the guilt, he felt... Her voice faltered. "It's all right." Isabel's voice was soft as velvet. "I know what happened between the two of you." "It was a mistake." "Now, why would you say that?" Evan lifted her gaze to find Isabel looking at her frankly, without judgment. "You know why." The other woman shook her head. "It was a matter of need, of necessity, actually. The tension of the mission had hit a boiling point. It required release in order for you to continue. I see no guilt in that." Evan made no immediate reply. She had never thought of her one night of sex with Ben in such a pragmatic light. Perhaps only someone outside the situation could see it that way. "Thank you," she said softly. "But it will never happen again." "Of course it won't. You won't allow it." Evan observed reflections in the egg yolks. "Did—" She paused, steeling herself to ask a question that had been nagging at her ever since Ben had taken her here last October when she was hurt. "You want to know if Ben and I ever had an affair?" Evan looked up. "Yes." Isabel shook her head. "No." "Do you love him?" "What a question. Of course I love him, but not in the way you mean." Isabel smiled. "My sexual interests reside in another sphere." "Ah." When Isabel cocked her head, giving her an unguarded look, Evan went on. "I just, well, Now I feel a bit foolish for suspecting you two might be amorously involved. Isabel laughed softly, and half turning on her stool said, Eliane, Evan's breakfast is shivering. Please make her another. Don't bother, Evan said. I'm not hungry. Appetite or not, you'll eat, Isabel ordered. You need to keep up your strength. She tossed her head. The last thing I need is one of my agents passing out in the middle of Vienna. Evan sighed. Okay, then. But I'll have what you're having. That lebne looks good enough to eat. Isabel laughed, pushed her plate and saucer over. Then by all means, have some with the pita. Evan reached for the pita, and following Isabel's lead, dipped a corner into the lebne, took a bite. It was delicious. How did he take the news of Armisted's death? Isabel asked. About as expected. She took another bite, chewed reflectively. You reached out to Anbin? The PT woman, Isabel nodded. She came fully vetted by your father, but we did our own deep dive. She'll start work tomorrow morning. She looked at Evan with concern in her eyes. You really think this is a good idea? Evan shrugged. My father recommended her. Besides, what's the downside? Isabel hesitated a moment before saying, it could get Ben's hopes up. And that would be wrong. Why? Isabel said nothing, looked away. Well, Evan thought, she had been pessimistic about Ben's recovery right from the get-go. She'd seen too many battle casualties as a young woman in the Israeli army. Evan had just dipped another bit of pita into the lebne when her mobile buzzed. She turned away, her heart beating faster. The pattern of the vibration alerted her to the fact that the material coming in was from the sandboxed section of her phone, meaning the area completely cut off from the rest of her phone's data, securely compartmentalized inside its own hacker-proof space. Only one person possessed the credentials to contact her in the sandbox, Lyudmila Shokova. Now a friend of a unique stripe, Lyudmila had been an apparatchik for the FSB and after the Politburo itself. But she had climbed too far too fast, and her male colleagues purged her from the government on bogus charges. A price was put on her head, but through her vast network of contacts, she was smuggled out of Russia, going to ground. She was always 3 or 4 steps ahead of her pursuers, all the while further building out her own clandestine network, the ultimate purpose of which remained unclear to everyone but Lyudmila herself. In any event, one of her objectives was undermining the current Russian regime, which she had come to despise. This time, however, there was no personal message from Lyudmila, per se, just 55 kilobytes of a text document. Evan opened it and began to read. As she did, she scrolled faster and faster, her jaw nearly dropping open. Good God! Isabel leaned forward. What is it? What do you have there? Evan turned the phone so Isabel could see, but Isabel just shook her head. It looks like a child scribbling, no letters, numbers, even in other languages. Look, there at the bottom. Intel from your agent. Isabel frowned, used her finger to scroll back and forth. This is a whole bunch of nothing. Maybe it's been enciphered. My source, your Russian source, yes? Isabel looked up. But I can't make heads or tails out of it. You suspect it's Russian disinformatia? I'm considering the source. I'm thinking this is a joke. When it comes to work, my source doesn't have a sense of humor. Evan, the Russians killed Armistead. Why would a Russian share this with you? Isabel said, ignoring her. I'm Russian, Evan countered. You're as Russian as I am Israeli, Evan. I love Israel. I love its people, by and large. My disagreement is with its current government. I think you can say the same for Russia, yes? Not quite yet, Evan said. The time I've spent inside Russia has been filled with tension, fear, and a sense of extreme urgency. But I take your point. We're Americans, for better or for worse. Isabel gave a bitter laugh. Yes, we've been through the shitter lately, haven't we? To say the least. Bottom line, the text she sent you is suspect. First and foremost, if Armistead was killed for this, how in the hell did she get her hands on it? The last signal we got from him 4 days ago was that he had ID'd a Russian thug shadowing him. The Russians, always the Russians, Isabel said meaningfully. You don't know her. My point exactly. The look Isabel gave her was as hard and dark as obsidian. Then you'll just have to trust me. She's a friend. A friend. Trust doesn't come easily in this business. I hardly have to remind you of that. She's on our side. Everything she's ever said to me, every piece of intel she's provided me has been true. So you trust her. With my life. Why? She's protected me more than once. She's laid her life on the line for me. Really? Yes, really, Evan said with emphasis. This Russian woman must be extraordinary indeed. I'm not immune to your tone of voice. Evan, how the hell did she get the file we were after? Evan took a breath, let it out. My best guess is she took it off the Russian who murdered Armistead. So she was in Vienna? Probably not. Knowing her, she had an operative on site, possibly tailing the Russians, because, from what we understand, there were two, not one. That was Armistead's mistake. Evan made no response. There was nothing to say. Isabel stared down at the remnants of her breakfast, which had also now grown cold. So. But still she hesitated, then sighed. How do we handle a putative cipher that is composed of neither letters nor numbers? Evan had been taking a closer look at the cipher. Good Lord, she said now. What? Isabel's eyes narrowed. What is it? I think the cipher is written in Akkadian. Akkadian was an extinct East Semitic language used by the Babylonians and Assyrians during the Bronze Age. I recognize the cuneiform style, but I can't read it. Give it here. Isabel reached her hand out, and Evan gave her the phone. Akkadian is the first Semitic language, a precursor to Aramaic. Along with other extinct Middle Eastern languages I studied at university. She shook her head. But this doesn't look right. For a time, nothing was said between them. While Isabel was concentrated on the mysteries of the cipher, Evan's old breakfast was whisked away, replaced by her new one, hot from the stove. Judging that Isabel's translating was going to take some time, she took up her fork and another triangle of pita and began to eat. She had no desire to be castigated again for not keeping up her strength. Besides, Isabel was right, as Ben had told her she was about most things. She was halfway through her eggs and lebne when, with a bolt of insight, she abandoned her food, rose from the stool. She crossed the room to a line of drawers, scrabbled through each one until she found what she wanted. The item flashed like lightning as she brought it back. "Isabel, give me the phone. I have an idea." Evan held the cell in one hand and the small mirror she had found in the other, so that phone and mirror were facing each other. "Look," she said, "the cipher is written in mirror image." "But you still can't read it, can you?" Evan shook her head. Isabel shrugged. "So maybe this isn't Akkadian after all. Maybe it's nothing." Evan considered. "You could be right, but why? Why go to the trouble to send nothing to the American Omega cadre? People died over this." She shook her head. "No, I still think it's more than just nonsense." She looked at the cuneiform, was again sure it was Akkadian, so why couldn't she read it? She looked up at Isabel. "What if the Akkadian is not only mirrored but also enciphered?" Isabel huffed out an exhalation. Evan gave her a let's be calm look. "One step at a time. Input the mirror image into the quantum computer, then run every bit of code-breaking software Parachute has in its arsenal, and see what comes up." Isabel tapped her forefinger against her lower lip. "First, we'll have to download the Akkadian alphabet, syntax, and the like. Then my coders will write a program so the computer recognizes Akkadian cuneiform." "A piece of cake," Evan said. Isabel gave her a wry smile. "It'll take a bit of time. Obviously, Akkadian isn't in the database, and converting language into code will be a challenge." She shook her head. "This is quite a mystery." She transferred the full file to the isolated Parachute server, then handed Evan back her cell. "Don't worry, this gets top priority." She stood. "Meanwhile, one of our planes is waiting to take you to Vienna. I've started the ball rolling, repatriating Armistad's body, but I want you to vet the body first, then retrace Armistad's whereabouts in the hours and days immediately before he was shot to death. Find out where and who this message came from." 4. Vienna. Pasha Rodionovich Shutkov entered Vienna as a civil engineer for a well-known German firm. His credentials were complete, authentic, and unimpeachable. The Moscow scenaristi, scriptwriters, were particularly good, very detail-oriented, one could say almost anal in their thoroughness. The title civil engineer tickled Shutkov's funny bone, deeply buried as it was. For, in fact, as a first-rank ovoshchichistka, a peeler, he was in a sense very much a civil engineer, cleaning up the mess the SVR shadows left behind in the real world. The SVR, a division within FSB, carried out its foreign work, often wet work, meaning blood was spilled. He took a taxi to the museum quarter, and from there walked to Maria-Hilfer-Strasse, the main shopping street. Crowds filled the pedestrian-only area, people buying all manner of electronics, household goods, clothing, and the like. His mother's family had once owned a cafe near here, but that was a long time ago, and though he made it a point to stop into Rickoffer's cafe when he was in town, it was nowadays run by people he didn't know and had never met. The cafe still had the best apple strudel mit Schlag in Vienna, though. The thick, hand-whipped cream was his great-grandfather's recipe, he'd been delighted to discover, its secret being a tipple of apple brandy in every generous portion. Just the thought of the decadent dessert made his mouth water. However, at the moment, he had important business to conduct. He opened the door to Fifth Avenue, a high-end clothing boutique between a fashionable shoe store and a shop with a gaudy front window hawking the latest mobile phones and smartwatches and wearables. The place had the air of an atelier. Walls were painted a rich cream, the ceiling high above a pale blue, as if illuminated by a skylight. Chestnut shelves filled with shirts, pants, and sweaters lined the side walls interspersed with racks of jackets and suits. A customer was admiring a new suit in one of the floor-length mirrors, while a young woman knelt to pin up the cuffs. As always, Bridget, the proprietor, a handsome, very proper Viennese woman in her early 50s, emerged from behind the counter filled with socks, ties, and a smattering of expensive watches to greet him. She had a round face and a figure to match. Impeccably dressed, coiffed and polished, she smiled, kissed him on both cheeks. Then, as was her way, she took one of his thick, hard hands briefly between hers. "Such a pleasant surprise when you appear," she said, earnest, controlled, not effusive, Austrian through and through. They chatted for a moment or two before she said, "And how is your Schatzi, Alyosha?" "Alyosha Ivanovna is just fine," Shutkov said. "She asks to be remembered to you," he lied. "She should come with you next time you visit," Bridget sighed. "I would show her all around Vienna while you work. A real Vienna. We'd have such fun." "That's very kind of you." Alyosha would never visit Bridget, would never, in fact, set foot outside of Moscow. She wasn't Shutkov's sweetheart. She was his lover, one of those young Russian women who was made to be taken and used over and over until the years rendered them useless. Shutkov was fond of Bridget. He often took her to dinner when he was in town. She was smart, funny, in short, good company. She was the one person he did not enjoy lying to. She gestured, leading him over to a neat stack of sweaters. "You came at a fortuitous time. I have just now laid in a new store of cashmeres. I have them all in your size." 5A, as it was known among locals, was stocked with the most exquisite men's cashmere sweaters in a veritable rainbow of colors. As he always did, Shutkov bought 3, and as she always did, Bridget had all his purchases at Alyosha's apartment that evening. "And as always," Bridget said, "I'll pick out something special for your Schatzi." She tapped her forefinger against her lower lip while her gaze lifted toward the second floor, which housed the women's clothing. "Perhaps a dress this time, eh?" "Perfect," he said, as Bridget gathered up his purchases. "Maybe something in yellow." "It will be my pleasure," she nodded. "And now, darling, Naomi is anxiously awaiting your arrival." He gave a smirk at Bridget's very Austrian joke. Naomi didn't know the meaning of either anxiety or anticipation. He had never met anyone who so utterly lived in the moment. He reluctantly admitted to himself that he envied her perfect sang-froid. He passed through a packed storeroom with a niche to the left where a seamstress worked beneath a brilliant gooseneck light. She paid him no mind as he opened another door, stepped through into Nomi's workshop. This space was far larger than might be imagined from the shop itself, reaching back some 1,000 square feet. Nomi was in the middle of making coffee when Shutkov entered. The sharp tang tried to override the smells of hot metal, electronics. Ranks of laptops and servers surrounded her on two sides, beyond which was arrayed a bewildering variety of equipment whose purpose was opaque to him. Nomi was a stringer for the FSB, though not strictly speaking a part of it. By design, she had no knowledge of the workings of the organization or of its Byzantine politics. Besides which, she, like Bridget, most assuredly didn't want to know. A disaffected Moroccan of Spanish descent, Nomi was all about her expertise in forgery. She liked money, too, no doubt, but her joy was in creating docs that were indistinguishable from legitimate ones. Slender, virtually hipless, with a face as long as if it had been dreamed up by El Greco, and spidery fingers so deft she could put a surgeon to shame, Nomi was a master of her trade. What she had for him was a complete bag of tricks to transform him from a civil engineer to a chief inspector in Interpol, a surprising and unwanted legend for him. Shutkov frowned when he scanned the docs Nomi had made for him. He glanced up to see she was already waiting for his response.
My orders were to receive a legend attached to Parachute, Armisted's company.
Nomi bared tiny ivory teeth.
Should have wanted to, couldn't, so there you are, Chief Inspector René Bouchard of Interpol.
Shutkov made a face.
Explain, please.
Nomi sighed. He hated when she did that, implying she was speaking to an idiot.
Do you know anything about quantum computing?
She asked.
Of course,
he said, stone-faced.
But like practically everyone else on Earth, you don't understand it.
She waited in vain for his refutation. Her eyes sparked as if powered by electricity.
Parachute is first mover in the quantum computing space. Its revolutionary solution to computing at unimaginable speed is, of course, proprietary. Their quantum network is impregnable even against the newest quantum cyber attacks of ransomware, worms, trojans, you name it. Every Forbes 500 company licenses one or more of Parachute's quantum suites, including their cybersecurity solution. I can't match that. No one can at the moment, though certain nation-states, including your own, are trying their best to catch up. On top of that, Parachute has deployed the RevBeats cybersecurity suite as its first line of defense. I can't even touch the RevBeats without setting off alarms, let alone hack it. Worse, the company will trace that probe right back to me no matter how I try to cover my tracks.
Blah, blah, blah. He made a face. I'll find someone who can. Nomi burst out laughing.
Who are you kidding? I'm the best! Better than the Chinese, the Iranians, the North Koreans, your own Fuzzy Bear.
Fancy Bear. She smirked. She knew very well the correct name.
Who cares? I'm better.
She made a gesture.
So go ahead, Chief Inspector. Waste your time. Take your best shot at hacking parachute.
When he said nothing, she poured herself some coffee, drank it straight off, black as night. She did not offer him any. When she was finished, she said,
Now I have to give you a brush cut.
He sat on a stool, ready but unhappy to have his thick locks shorn. She thrust a hand mirror at him, and he looked at his reflection, the yellow-gray eyes of a wolf, wide brow above eyebrows like gull wings. High cheekbones and a narrow chin gave his face a diamond shape.
Like what you see?
Nomi asked as she took the scissors to his hair. Pasha merely grunted.
Well, I can scarcely blame you,
Nomi snipped.
You have the lips of a high-priced whore.
The following morning, Chief Inspector René Bouchard presented himself at the front door of the building housing the late Armistad's apartment. The federal cop at the entrance checked his creds, told him the apartment number, then waved him inside. He was obliged to repeat the process in order to gain entrance to the apartment itself. Once he did so, he introduced himself to Brigadier Koo Geistler, a tall, distinguished assistant inspector in the federal police with a ramrod straight bearing, salt and pepper hair, and a face like a hatchet. The brigadier did not greet him warmly, even after glancing at his ID. His eyes were like granite chips as they looked Shutkov up and down.
What is Interpol's interest in this double killing? The American is a businessman. Representatives from his company will be arriving later today to see to the repatriation of the body. And the other man?
Geistler huffed, making it clear that whatever patience he possessed was at an end.
As for the other man, he has yet to be identified.
His attention was briefly detoured to a subordinate who handed him a paper to sign. That done, he turned back to Shutkov.
So I ask you again, what are you doing here? This other man aligns with the profile of an international embezzler we've been after for almost a year.
Geistler put his fists on his hips.
Is that so? Well, I won't know until I see him in the flesh, as it were.
The brigadier's eyes grew icier, if that was possible.
He's in the morgue, right beside the American.
Shutkov assumed the subtle posture of a supplicant. He had determined nothing else would work with this Austrian prick.
And nothing else will do?
Of course nothing else will do, you imbecile, Shutkov thought.
I'm afraid not, Brigadier.
Now he hoped that it would be Geistler who would accompany him to the morgue. Geistler took a look around the living room, his heavy gaze alighting on one after another of his men. He snapped his fingers.
Hausmann,
he said. A young man with ginger hair and a ridiculous narrow mustache turned from what he was doing, his expression questioning and obsequious in equal measure.
Take this Interpol personage to see our victims. It seems he needs a guide through our delightful house of the dead.
In a morgue, you do not expect to be served coffee. On the other hand, you do expect the morgue to be drab, utilitarian, and when it comes to interior design, a bit derelict. As for Vienna's morgue, it was as spotless as a Swiss hotel. The walls featured what appeared to be a fresh coat of white enamel, interspersed with stainless steel doors, spotless and polished as an officer's jackboots. Like Virgil, Hausmann turned out to be an excellent guide through the land of the dead. He required no directions to the cold room, a vast, dazzlingly white space dominated by a row of stainless steel tables upon which autopsies were performed. The corpses were stored in refrigerated slots that took up the entire wall to their left. Shutkov had contrived that they arrive during the lunch hour, when the house of the dead was deathly still. Not even the squeak of transfer trolleys or murmur of voices came to them when they crossed the threshold. A lone, white-coated attendant stood waiting for them, hands crossed in front of him, like a funeral director. The features of his face were unremarkable, his expression lugubrious. His pallor, however, was extreme, like a mole rat, a creature whose skin was visible only by moonlight. His ID tag marked him as one Hans Pfister. He and Hausmann seemed to have met before. He gave the cop a deferential nod.
The American?
He inquired, taking a step toward the refrigerated wall.
The man who was with him,
Hausmann said. Nodding, Pfister stepped to a drawer on the second level, pulled on the handle, and the drawer slid noiselessly out.
Ready?
Go on, Hausmann said, while Shutkov shrugged. And there he was. Shutkov cursed silently but vigorously. Well, this mission had certainly gone sideways and fast. There was no way he could leave this corpse here because even though he hadn't yet been autopsied, sooner or later he'd be identified through dental work, if not fingerprints, and he'd be marked out as a Russian. Bad for everyone involved, especially his bosses. They would, of course, deny all knowledge of him or of Russian interference on foreign soil, but then Interpol would in fact become involved, and then, inevitably, the Americans, sending repercussions throughout the clandestine networks. The Americans especially did not take kindly to their people being murdered by hostile entities. They might not be as severely vindictive as the Israelis, but not by much. Plugging these bloody leaks was the raison d'etre of the Ovoshchistki. As a peeler, it was Shutkov's responsibility to get matters under control. Nie ostawiat śladów, leave no trace. That was the peeler's motto. This shit show had gone from urgent to extreme. Extreme measures would have to be undertaken. Shutkov knew this, did not for an instant shy away from what was expected of him. He would not have been able to look at himself in the mirror if he quailed now.
There was another body,
Shutkov said now. The two men looked at him, uncomprehending. Pfister spread his hands.
I beg your pardon, but this man and the American Herr Armistad were the only ones.
Not in the same room, Shutkov snapped, and had to rein in his impatience. The quicker this was over and he got out of here, the better.
A man was brought in the same day as these two, another unidentified male.
Pfister nodded.
Well, yes, but how did you... Let me see him, please.
He had to work hard to get the last word out. These fucking Austrians and their hypocritical civility, he thought. Civility is for civilians. Pfister stepped to his right and slid out a drawer 3 columns over. He said,
"Here you go,"
and pulled down the shroud to reveal the head and upper chest. Shutkov was at least pleased to see that this one hadn't yet been autopsied either. Business must be good at this dead end of the city.
The other one, Shutkov thought. I was right.
Those idiots, sending criminals to do a professional's job. When will they learn? Without taking his eyes off the waxen face, he said,
Where was this one found, if not in the same room with the other two?
Pfister took up a board with a sheaf of papers clipped to it. He paged through, then cleared his throat.
Friedhof der Namenlosen Cemetery, sir.
At which Schutkov's head snapped up.
He was found in a cemetery?
That is what it says here. Pfister tapped the paper he'd been reading from. Yes, sir? This was an unexpected twist, and Schutkov spent all of 10 seconds pondering it. Then he turned on Hausmann and, stabbing out with the ends of his stiffened fingers, broke the cricord cartilage in the cop's throat. Hausmann's hands flew up, but it was too late. His air supply was cut off. He gasped, suffocating. As the cop collapsed, Schutkov was already rushing at the shocked Pfister, twisting him around so that he faced away, then, with a vicious twist, broke his neck. Quickly now, he stripped off his clothes, set them on top of the first Russian who Pfister had pulled out. Then he climbed into Pfister's outfit, making sure the ID tag was only half visible. Then he carried first Hausmann and then the lighter Pfister over to the far end of the wall of drawers. He found an empty drawer in the last row at the bottom, slid one corpse atop the other, made sure the drawer slid back with no problem, closed it up. Returning to the open drawer in which the first Russian lay, he produced from the secret pockets of his shed clothing 4 packets of thermite wrapped in aluminum foil, shiny side out. He laid one at the head and at the foot of both corpses. Each of the 4 packets had a short magnesium fuse sticking out of it. Now the tricky part. The fuses by design burned fast. He needed to ignite them and get as far away as possible before the super-hot blasts incinerated the dead Russians, making them unidentifiable. No problem. He had practiced this maneuver over and over again before he set out on this assignment. It was an alternative of last resort that, as it transpired, he was forced to use. 1 lit. 2. Next corpse. 1 lit. He heard a noise at the door, a voice raised, querying, calling out to Pfister. 3 fuses were lit. He was committed. The door began to open, Pfister's name hanging in the air like an executioner's axe. Schutkov lit the 4th fuse, sprinted for the half-open door, ran straight into one of Pfister's assistants, slamming him off his feet. He bounced off the opposite wall of the corridor, his eyes losing focus. Schutkov didn't wait to see whether he was conscious or unconscious. He made tracks out the way he had come. 3 orderlies stood just outside the building, smoking, drinking coffee, and chatting. They barely had time to register Schutkov flying past them when the blasts shook the building, sending a vicious shockwave down the length of the central corridor and out into the afternoon's uncertain sunlight. 5. Moscow. All across its icy surface, Moscow seemed to have changed while Kata had been in Vienna. So close to Christmas, a festive winter mood gripped the city. Wrapped in its winter twilight, even now in the early afternoon, Red Square's transformation into the site of the annual December festival, with rides for the children and temporary shops selling all manner of gear for the adults, was all but complete. On the riverside of the grounds, long strings of ruby lights in the shape of a glittering Christmas tree ornament had been hung, illuminating the faces of delighted children. Far from there, in the grim building where she worked, apparatchiks strode to and fro, armed with stacks of intel, interoffice memos, reminders of the day's appointments. It all seemed the normal, frantic hustle and bustle, but the veneer holding things in place seemed to have worn dangerously thin during her absence. Underneath, she could sense the ever-present jealousy, fear, and throttled rage nearer the surface like the fug in a tavern. Not that any of the drones who passed her seemed aware that anything was different. Their minds were totally focused on the here and now, the punishments to be meted out were they to fail in their quotidian tasks. She rode the elevator up, strode down the corridors until she arrived at the office of the head of the SVR. Comrade Director General Bayev was sitting behind his massive desk on the far side of the office. All penitents seeking an audience were required to navigate the expanse of red carpet. It was deliberately thick to make it less easy to walk across. "Bayev," she said, when she was perhaps 10 feet away. For a moment he said nothing. The only sound was the scratching of the nib of his pen across the paper on which he was writing. At length, his pen paused above the paper, as if he was unsure how to continue. "The minister wants to see you," he said, without looking up. He meant Darko Vladimirovich, otherwise known as Minister Kuznetsov, head of the FSB. Kata stood with her back very straight, hands clasped at the small of her back. "Have you any idea of the meaning behind the summons?" "You're dismissed, Kata Romanovna." Bayev continued scribbling on the paper before him. Kuznetsov's suite of offices was 3 floors up. Rather than waiting for the elevator, Kata took the stairs, 2 at a time, feeling the stretch in her quads and hamstrings. The exercise felt good. The minister's immediate domain was in the western section of the 7th floor, as far back as the corridor went. Unlike the bare hallways on the floors below, this one was decorated with a number of black and white photos of Russian soldiers raising their flag in victory in foreign lands. She recognized Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, the main seaport in Ukraine. She knocked on the heavy wooden door, opened it without hearing a voice beckoning her inside. Across the room rose 2 high desks, not unlike judges' banks, on either side of the door leading to the minister's sanctum. Meant to intimidate visitors and underlings alike, they nevertheless had no effect on Kata. The creatures behind either desk were as changeable as chimeras, a warm smile one minute, the next an icy gaze that could cut the unwary in 2. "The minister is expecting you," said the one on the left, without seeming to move her face at all. The one on the right was busy sharpening a pencil that didn't need sharpening, which told Kata all she needed to know. She girded her loins as she stepped through the wide doorway, closed the door behind her, went past the high desks into Kuznetsov's office proper. It was a large office with a high, remote ceiling. 3 windows on the right-hand wall. The left wall sported a pair of blow-up photos of the hunting expeditions he'd been on with the sovereign. There was a lot of blood and not a little gore. In one photo, the sovereign, knife in one hand, was crouching over the corpse of a massive stag, mugging for the camera. Kuznetsov, shotgun in the crook of one arm, was idly smoking, seemingly looking at something out of the camera's range. A locked cabinet ran along the wall below the photos where, it was rumored, the secrets of over 100,000 Federation citizens, living and dead, slept until roused to use by the minister. He was standing by the window farthest along the right-hand wall, looking out. His fringe of salt and pepper hair gave those who didn't know him the false impression that he was mild-mannered, even monkish. Nothing could be further from the truth. He was always in attack mode, like his beloved tiger sharks, with which he swam weekly after hours at Moscow's aquarium.
The city is in a festive mood,
he said, gesturing at the lights strung up on lampposts. Then he turned toward her, his eyes glittering black and predatory in the reflected light from outside. He wore a dark blue suit, white shirt, maroon tie. Stylish it wasn't, but then FSB officers were hardly known for their style. A blood-red enamel star was affixed to his left lapel.
I, however, am not.
When are you ever in a festive mood? One corner of the minister's mouth quirked up. He often found both her quickness and her boldness refreshing, she had quickly discovered. The tricky part was judging his mercurial moods. He tapped out a cigarette, lit it with the scarred lighter he had taken off an American agent he had killed back when he was a field agent.
The last time was an evening at the aquarium not so long ago, when you shoved your predecessor into the shark tank.
He took a deep drag of the cigarette, let a lazy cloud of blue smoke wreathe his head.
Afterward, we had quite a memorable dinner.
He stubbed out his cigarette in a massive malachite ashtray.
Too bad Slava was with us.
He was referring to Bayev, her immediate boss.
He can be such a bore.
Kata was pondering this comment when his face darkened.
Kata, have a seat.
When she complied, he went on.
Hear me. I am extremely unhappy with the Vienna affair. At this moment, the mess you left is being sanitized by Department 73, no less.
You may not know this, Minister, but there were 2 other of our own field agents, maybe even from Department 73, I don't know, in Vienna. They caused this mess. I could have been killed while I was with the target.
Your bad luck. The Vienna affair was not in your remit. You could have assigned it to any number of your female field staff.
My office was getting stuffy. He went behind his desk, sat down. Leaning forward, he unlocked a drawer on the right side. Out of it, he took a Jan's EM revolver, expensive, exacting, terrifying, and placed it on the desk. On its grip was embossed the same Russian star sigil he had pinned to his lapel. Kata did not know what to make of this. She sat very still, wondering if he could hear the thunderous beat of her heart. With some effort, she went into prana, breathing slowly and deeply, approaching a meditative state to keep herself from jumping out of her skin. Kuznetsov stood up, came around the end of his desk, taking up the Jan's almost as an afterthought, though she knew full well the gesture was just theatrics. Or was it? The atmosphere had changed. Kata could feel the icy wind sweeping down from the Siberian steppe, invading the room and circling her at Kuznetsov's command. Hefting the pistol, he walked slowly around the chair she was sitting on until he stood in back of her, close enough for her to hear the rustle of his suit as he moved.
Listen to me now, Kata. I allow you a degree of independence because of your extraordinary capabilities.
All at once, she felt the chill muzzle of the Jansz against the back of her head.
But never forget that you are on a leash. It may be longer than others.
The muzzle pressed inward until it ground against her skull, so hard she was obliged to bend her head forward as if bowing in obeisance to her lord and master.
Doesn't mean I can't and won't bring you to heel at a moment's notice.
She felt his arm move.
Are you listening to me, Kata?
Before she had a chance to reply, he pulled the trigger on the Jansz. The dry click sounded like the jaws of a tiger snapping closed. Then a wave of relief swept through her. Kuznetsov sighed, pulled the trigger again, and again the dry click on an empty chamber.
Are you imagining that I am foolish enough to put an empty Jansz against your head?
She coughed and at last found her voice. Taking on the Vienna remit was rash.
As usual, when it comes to criticism, you have missed the point.
He pulled the trigger on an empty chamber for a third time.
Often with you, words have no effect, or worse, have the opposite effect.
He clicked his tongue against the roof of his mouth. It almost sounded like the action of the fourth empty chamber.
Actions are what penetrates that thick skull of yours.
He released her from the iron prison of the Jansz's muzzle, returning to her field of vision to pull up a chair across from her. He had pocketed the pistol. He crossed one leg over the other, as if they were two friends having a heart-to-heart.
Well,
she thought, we are having a heart-to-heart, but we certainly aren't friends. Prana. The deep, meditative breathing had saved her from humiliating herself by hurling.
The point is, you get off on stalking along the edge.
Kuznetsov lit another cigarette.
Perhaps it was a mistake to make you acting head of the salon.
He took a deep drag, lifted his head, directed smoke at the high ceiling.
Perhaps you'd like it better back in the field, taking orders from someone you can surely outthink and outsmart, hmm?
He regarded the glowing end of his cigarette.
Someone who knows how to take orders as well as give them.
His gaze slapped her like a physical blow.
What do you think?
He had treed her, boxed her in like a fox in the hunt. She was tough, and that toughness ran far deeper than he might understand. Shrugging off the impact of his actions, she said, "Are you giving me a choice?" The minister appeared to consider this for a moment.
You know, I should. I really should.
He pursed his lips.
But no,
This is no choice for you to make. It is mine.
He puffed away for a moment or two, his eyes unfocused, lost in thought. Then, quite abruptly, his gaze pinned her in place.
I'm not going to reassign you. You have too much yet to bring to the salon. But, he raised a forefinger, it seems to me that all you require is more, shall we say, stimulation to keep you satisfied.
Like an old building tumbling to make way for the new, his cigarette shed ash onto the floor.
In that regard, I am taking you to a party tonight. A private party where you'll get to meet a number of fascinating individuals who I have no doubt you will both charm and amuse.
She blinked. That's it? He put out the cigarette butt with his fingers.
What do you want, flowers?
6. Vienna. What do you mean, turn around? Evan said. I just got here. I just stowed the flight bag with all my money and papers in an airport locker. And then with a clutch to her heart. It's not Ben. He's all right, isn't he?
Ben's fine.
Isabel's voice in her ear had that tinny, echoey quality that could only come from multiple layers of cybersecurity, constantly switching location. Evan was frazzled from the flight, lack of sleep, inedible food, and then at the terminal discovering the heavy presence of both federal police and soldiers.
He's had his wig out,
Isabel went on.
He talked to Zoe again. In fact, I have a strong sense that he'll be operational within the week.
Relief and stubbornness vied for control of Evan's mind. She picked her way through the thicket of passengers seeking entrance to the departures terminal and stepped outside. A chilly wind circled her like a dust devil, and she wrapped her coat tighter around her. Then I'm not coming back to D.C.
Yes, you are, Isabel said. The atmosphere in Vienna just turned toxic.
Evan turned her head in both directions to look once more at the lines of cops and police. Something big had happened between the time she boarded the plane in D.C. and debarked here in Vienna. Toxic how?
Moscow sent an ovoshchichistka.
A peeler? I've never run into one.
Consider yourself fortunate. These individuals are as hellish as it gets. They've been trained since birth. No fear, no remorse, no conscience whatsoever.
Killing machines, in other words.
Correct. And Moscow sent not just any peeler, Isabel said. They sent Pasha Rodionovich Shutkov.
Never heard of him. Evan maneuvered her way through the crowd towards a taxi queue.
I wish I hadn't either.
Isabel took a breath.
In fact, I fervently wish it didn't exist.
That bad?
Worse. He just set fire to the Vienna City morgue. The Russian who Armistead signaled you about and another one who must have come on the scene afterward are now completely unidentifiable.
No wonder the police presence at the airport. And Armistead himself?
Roasted, then melted inside his stainless steel drawer.
Mother, that must have been some fire.
Thermite is what I'm being told.
Evan gave a low whistle. She'd used thermite in Romania last May. She knew firsthand how hot a flame it produced.
Now you see why I need you to exit Vienna ASAP.
In fact, I don't.
Oh, hell, Evan. Do I have to spell it out for you? I don't want you within 50 miles of that morgue.
I have no intention of going anywhere near it. My destination is somewhere else entirely. She'd reached the curb, relieved to see there were plenty of taxis available. Besides, security is now a major issue at the Flughafen. Departures is crawling with law enforcement personnel. They're interrogating every passenger leaving. Shit. And I'm right in the middle.
Congratulations,
Isabel said archly.
if I'm not mistaken, that's right where you're happiest.
Evan chuckled. Ben talks too much.
Ben tells me next to nothing, actually. I learn from direct observation, not hearsay.
This response gave Evan pause. She'd had mixed feelings about Isabel from the moment she first met her. She still didn't know her much at all. Instead, she put her faith in Ben, in their long relationship, in Isabel's innate integrity. But when you came right down to it, who really knew anyone, especially in the espionage game, where every individual was like a set of nesting Russian dolls? An apt analogy, she thought with a wry smile. Okay, well, I know to stay away from any form of law enforcement, and I'll try to make my stay here as short as possible.
Stick to that plan, Evan.
As far as possible, but you know no plan survives an encounter with the enemy.
That's not a truism, Isabel retorted. It's an excuse.
Send me a photo of this Pasha Rodionovich Shutkov.
If I could find one, I would. I've been scouring, but no luck. Stay in touch.
Evan pocketed her phone and slid into the back seat of a waiting cab. She gave the driver an address on Alberner Hafenzufahrtstrasse. As the taxi entered the endless flow of airport traffic, she remained tense and alert. But as soon as they were clear of the airport, she sat back and watched the city traffic passing in a blur. The car stopped on the narrow street, trees barren now on either side. Behind them, 3 yellow silos rose into the chilly air. Leaning forward, Evan paid the driver and got out. Immediately, the grind and roar of nearby heavy industry filled the air. What an awful place for a cemetery, hidden away in the armpit of the city, but, she supposed, apt for those who remained forgotten. As she stood on the street, carefully scanning what she could see beyond the entrance to the cemetery of the nameless, her cell rang, Isabel calling her again.
Evan, I really do need you back here for several reasons,
Isabel said in her ear. Evan, at this point, was only half listening. Her mind was on finding Carl, the caretaker Armistead had identified in his last signal before his death.
Evan, are you listening to me?
Right, what is it?
I want to get this straight. This file Armistead intercepted, and which you got via your mystery Russian, was purportedly on its way to Omega here in the States, correct?
That was our intel.
And Armistead, one of our agents in place in Western Europe, establishes himself in Vienna.
Right?
Because he learned that this e-file was going to be routed through that city.
Exactly.
Armistead sets up an RDV with his contact, who claims he has intercepted the message.
Evan kept her mouth shut because she knew where this was going.
But before Armistead can pass on the Omega E-file, he's shot to death by a Russian field agent
who unaccountably is after the same prize, takes it from him, and subsequently, lo and behold, you get it from your source.
Evan closed her eyes for a moment. Haven't we been through this already, Isabel? Isabel sighed but said nothing more, giving Evan permission to change the subject. What about the cipher? Evan asked as she stepped through the entrance into the cemetery. Up ahead was a low, cylindrical building built of stone, stuccoed, and painted a dirty ochre. It might have been the mausoleum or the business office, but whatever it was locked up tight and appeared to have been for some time.
My coders are just finishing inputting the Akkadian. Apparently, the language has been a bitch to translate. It isn't like Latin or ancient Greek or even Sumerian. They'll keep at it, don't worry.
Isabel took a breath. In the meantime, stay safe. She disconnected. The sky was low, the early afternoon light pallid as a corpse's face. A gust of wind rattled the stiff branches of the trees like skeletal fingers, sending a shiver down her spine. She passed along the side of the cylindrical structure and was immediately surrounded by a legion of metal Christs on crosses, marking almost every grave in sight. She passed slowly down the center aisle. Her eyes narrowed as she tried to look at the cemetery as Armistead had. What had happened here after he'd killed the Russian? What had happened to him on the day he was shot to death? The only one who could know was Carl. She had to find him. Dead leaves crunched under her footsteps as she passed along one aisle after another, one stark grave marker after another. Old, rusted, crumbling, askew. She thought there was nothing sadder than a cemetery without flowers, even wilted and dead. Days were short here, and the afternoon was already dying, crowded out by shadows, elongated and dark as a forest stream. No one else was in sight. Periodically she paused, nostrils flaring, scenting and listening, but nothing untoward presented itself. Abruptly, the wind changed direction, bringing with it the canal, and perhaps even the river Danube beyond, full of rank mud and gasoline. She imagined rainbow slicks on the surface of the water. Apart from the low cylindrical building and a small shed filled with tools, there was no other structure in the cemetery. Disappointed to have found nothing, she texted Lyudmila through her cell's sandbox for a photo of Pasha Shutkov, then made her way back toward the entrance. She paused when she saw a small door at the rear of the round building, accessed by 3 shallow steps. She climbed them and tried the door. It stuck a bit, but then opened. Inside it was dim, the only light coming in through oriel windows near the top of the walls, which, unlike the exterior, here formed a 5-sided space. Pulling out a small LED flashlight, she turned it on, stuck it between her teeth in order to keep both hands free as she moved the beam over shadowed corners. Playing the beam of light around, she could see that she had been wrong. This was no mausoleum or archive office. But of course, why would there be an archive of the forgotten and now hidden? What the space had once been, she couldn't tell, but now it served as someone's home. Most likely, Carl. There was a sandstone desk, a couple of well-worn but clean armchairs, a sofa in desperate need of recovering, but looking comfortable enough, A military-made bed stood against one wall. Nearby was an electric heating ring, and farther along the wall, a sink and a refrigerator that looked like a relic of World War II. Shelves along the wall on the opposite side were filled with books, mainly well-read novels, but also a number of thick volumes on the philosophy and strategy of war by the famed Karl von Clausewitz, a major general in the Prussian cavalry, including his own On War. She thought that interesting. Clausewitz, not Sun Tzu. Weren't the Prussians' theories on war outmoded? What did that say about Karl's mindset? She suspected it meant something, but didn't yet have enough information to intuit precisely what. In the middle of the room hulked a CRT TV, a blank-eyed dinosaur in which she saw her distorted reflection. Sending her flashlight's beam upward, she could make out a network of security cameras that had been bolted on the walls high up near the ceiling, looking like spiders at the center of their webs. Tiny red LEDs indicated the system was functioning. Evan looked for their source, a computer console, a screen with readouts, but could find none. Karl had hidden the guts of the system well. Completing a circle of the interior made clear that no one was currently in residence. Everything was neat and tidy. Nothing seemed to be disturbed. She checked her cell. No answer from Lyudmila, and Isabel's warning stuck in her mind like a burr. The red-eyed spiders blinked at her implacably, recording invisible messages. She left all the lights off. There were 3 doors along the wall opposite the door to the exterior. One led to a small but neatly appointed bathroom with a stall shower. The door next to it revealed a clothes closet. The third opened onto a gritty concrete stairway leading down into what she assumed to be a conventional basement, but turned out to be something quite a bit more. For one thing, the stairs went down much farther than they ought. For another, once she had descended to the concrete floor, what she saw was not a traditional open space, but a long tunnel whose end was far enough away that her light could not reach it. Crypts? No. As she walked along, she saw no signs of interment. In fact, the walls were the same as the floor and flat ceiling, reinforced concrete. Gradually, it became clear that these must have been built during World War II. They were thick, utterly immobile, without a crack to be seen. The atmosphere was icy, still as death, except for the slither and slap of echoes made by the river. The tunnel sloped steeply farther down, as if once put to a purpose she could not fathom, but then after a time leveled off. It was so deep, she suspected it was going under the river, a secret way to gain the far shore, but it was only a dead end. Dimly perceived, a wall rose up in front of her, constructed of what looked like plates of dull metal, studded with enormous bolts. Maybe the construction company had run out of money, or had changed its mind. In any event, there was nothing for her here. No sign of Karl, or that Karl had ever been down here. All at once, the tunnel filled with the shriek of metal against metal, a door she could not see. She turned and stepped forward, trying to peer through the gloom, when a stupendous roar caused her to start. Not a tunnel, she thought in those last seconds. A sluiceway. She lifted the beam of light just in time to see a boiling torrent of river water flinging itself headlong at her. 7. Moscow. Bobby, as Kata, returned to the townhome she had acquired, along with everything else the original Kata owned, after she had killed her. It was 6:45. The party Kuznetsov had ordered her to attend with him was scheduled for 9. She might have had plenty of time to get ready, had she any idea what to wear. In this department, she was clueless. The minister had been concentrated on meting out her punishment, and she suspected had deliberately neglected to tell her what kind of party it was, who exactly would be in attendance, or what the dress code was. In the matter of these essential details, she was running blind. Crouching near the base of her front door, she saw that the hair she had left across the edge was still intact. Unlocking the door, she stepped in, turning on the lights as she did so. Everything looked exactly as she'd left it when she'd departed for Vienna, and yet something made her pause, nostrils flaring. She moved silently through the foyer, and at the edge of the living room stopped still, her head swiveling from side to side, her sense of wrongness elevated. A scent had invaded the house, so subtle most people would have missed it. Kata was not most people. The odor was so ephemeral she lost it several times before it registered. The smell of masculine sweat, not of a hard-working laborer, but that of a suit jacket that hadn't been dry cleaned in ages. She drew a knife from the sheath inside her boot, one of the weapons she had taken from her office after absorbing the minister's shellacking. Backing out the way she had come, she opened the front door and stepped out onto her front step. Gripping the knife's hilt between her teeth, she shone her cell phone's flashlight down to the area where she had seen the hair she had pulled from her brush. And there it was, still half stuck to the jamb. Plucking it up, she examined it under the light. It was dark brown or black, difficult to tell. But what was clear was it wasn't one of her blonde hairs. Someone had taken hers and replaced it with one of their own when they left her house seemingly undisturbed. Back inside, she went through each room carefully, knife point first. Shadows preceded her, then fell behind as she passed one light after another. Not a thing was out of place in the foyer closet, the living room, the den, the kitchen, the hall bathroom. Upstairs it was the same. She went through the second bedroom that served as her de facto office. In fact, via her homemade security devices, she ascertained that her laptop had not been accessed, had not even been turned on. So what the hell was going on, she wondered, as she crossed the lintel into the master bedroom. At which point, she let out a gasp. There on her comforter were 3 boxes, each tied with a blood-red ribbon. 2 were larger, low rectangles. The third was clearly a shoebox. She first checked her bathroom and closets, saw that nothing was disturbed. Then she stepped to the bed and, using her knife, cut the ribbons, their color either merry or ominous. She had no idea which. They reminded her of the enamel star affixed to the lapel of the minister's suit jacket. As it turned out, for good reason. When she opened the smaller of the 2 rectangular boxes, her muscles relaxed. Pulling back the pink tissue paper, she discovered a black Alexander McQueen V-neck woolen grande poudre dress. She knew precisely what it was because she had been eyeing it in a store window in Vienna. Lifting it out, she checked the size, which was correct. She held it against her, looking at herself in the full-length mirror affixed to the door of one of her closets. Something fell to the floor, a thick, square envelope. She picked it up, opened it. Inside was a note card with Nosit koltso, written in Kuznetsov's own hand. Wear the ring. He meant, of course, the ring set with a large, square-cut emerald, its facets sharp as a razor blade. Though it cost a king's ransom, it could hardly be classified as jewelry. It had belonged to the Kata whose identity she had assumed. The original Kata was an assassin. The emerald was her weapon of choice, slicing it across her victims' vulnerable throats as they sat, all unsuspecting, sipping drinks and dreaming of bedding her. Now she had to wonder what Kuznetsov had in mind for her at the party with this command. Shrugging, she tossed the card aside, retrieved the ring from beneath a false bottom in the lower drawer of her bedside table, and slipped it on. The emerald glittered like the eye of a serpent. She went back to the dress. Packed neatly beside the McQueen was a black YSL Kate evening bag in grande poudre embossed leather. An ensemble fit for a tsarina. How on earth Kuznetsov had pulled this off, she had no idea. Her delight lasted all of 30 seconds. She was too canny for that. Turning now to the largest of the 3 boxes, she found a sweeping coat of black cashmere with collar and cuffs of Arctic fox fur. Last came the shoebox, in which were nestled a pair of Christian Louboutin spike-heel pumps that started out black at the tips, gradually turning a deep ruby at the heels. This was going to be one hell of a bash if Kuznetsov was going all out on her, she thought, as she undressed. In the bathroom, she turned on the shower, stood for a moment looking at her face in the mirror, as wisps of steam curled around her cheeks, and thought about the oldest inducement in the world, the stick and the carrot. He had given her one mother of a carrot after the intimidation he had subjected her to. Not that it was going to matter to her. He had stepped over a line, her red line, which was as thin as a razor's edge. Lyudmila was right about her in every way, shape, and form. Fuck him, she thought, eyes blazing. Fuck him and the broomstick he flew in on. 90 minutes later, she was showered, made up, primped, dressed, and ready to go. She was just about to call a ride when her cell phone buzzed. The minister had sent a car for her. It and its driver were waiting outside. Of course. Time, she thought, to step into the kitchen and start cooking a goose. Something awaited her on the back seat, a small rectangular box with the name of a high-end jeweler embossed on the lid. Kata almost never wore jewelry, not even in her well-off married life as Bobby Fischer, finding even simple diamond stud earrings vulgar and contemptible. The more expensive, the more vulgar and contemptible. She had never been one to draw attention to herself, preferring the shadows, like a baby bat. Settling back in her seat behind the driver as the car rolled through neighborhood after neighborhood, Kata opened the box to find a necklace, unlike any she had ever seen. Running her fingertips over it, she laughed softly. Strung on a platinum chain were emeralds, alternating with polished shark's teeth. She knew Kuznetsov had had this made specially for her. She understood that the minister intuited she would balk at wearing a necklace, no matter how expensive. So he had it made of 2 elements that would appeal to her. Ever since she shoved her old boss into the aquarium shark tank, where Kuznetsov swam with tiger sharks, cementing her position near him in the FSB, the shark had become a symbol connecting them in a curious way through death. And yet she knew this connection to be false, that Kuznetsov was using it to manipulate her. She hated what he had done to her earlier today. Though he had revealed himself to be a sadist, she was no masochist. This was no match made in Russian heaven. But she had her orders from Lyudmila. She was committed to being a double. Lyudmila's mole inside the FSB, an incredibly valuable one at that. The unique position she was in, she understood, was her power. Power over Kuznetsov and over Lyudmila. Both needed her, each in their own way, and that, finally, brought a smile to her face. She draped the string of emeralds and shark teeth around her neck, manipulated the lobster claw clasp. The glittering arc lay along her skin, midway between the hollow of her throat and the top of her cleavage. It radiated its own power, an admixture of wealth and danger, doubly so when she drew the emerald on her finger close to it, which was precisely what Kuznetsov wanted. The car slowed, then rolled to a stop. The driver got out, went around the front of the car, and opened the rear passenger door. Minister Kuznetsov slid into the seat beside her. He turned, grinned slyly as his eyes picked out the necklace in the dim light of the plush interior.
Good evening, Kata.
His voice was odd, no more than a purr.
I see you're ready.
For what? She asked herself. But by then, the car was already knifing through the thickening traffic on the road. 8. Vienna. Mud and grit filled her nostrils. Something hard and heavy had slammed into the side of her head so violently she must have blanked out for a moment. She was now deep under the swirling water. She wanted to clear her nose of debris, but until she could grab a lungful of air, that was impossible. She had breath-trained herself. She could survive without air for almost 4 minutes, which was more or less the equivalent of an expert free diver. But she was being whirled around so quickly, she lost her equilibrium and with it any sense of direction. She no longer knew which way was up, which way was down. Add to that the fact that she couldn't see a thing in the churning mud and detritus-filled water, and she was completely lost. Striking out with both arms, she sought to find a wall or even the floor to push against, but it seemed there was nothing but the violence of the river, for which she was unprepared and without solid guideposts unable to survive. Gradually, she felt the pressure building in her lungs, the fire that preceded a desperate need for oxygen. But relief was not to come. She would remain here in this dark, watery limbo, eyes staring, mouth open in a silent scream as the water rushed down her throat and into her lungs. Her bones turned brittle as twigs, her muscles gelatinous, while her blood thickened, slowed, her heart beating against her ribcage ever more frantically like a trapped animal. Finis. But then again, perhaps not. She ceased to tumble. A slow but immensely powerful tide began to drag her in a single direction. Her arms lifted, her heels met the solidity of concrete. Her arms flared out. She felt a pressure in her armpits. Dimly aware that she was in the grip of something, a force more powerful than the boiling, frothy, filthy river water. The pressure on her lessened. Water streamed off her in thick, cloudy tentacles. Her autonomous nervous system recognized the change for what it was before her mind, still gripped by vertigo, did. Involuntarily, her mouth opened and she sucked in air, gasped, choked. Head turned sideways, she vomited water. Hard against her back, the concrete slope down which she had walked, all unwitting, into the sudden violent flood. Pulled farther up, out of the churning depths, she lay, the entirety of her concentrated on breathing in, out, in, out, in, out. Returned to life. Her eyes fluttered open. She blinked a number of times to clear them of grit, looked up at the face hovering over her, deep lines etched into the sunken cheeks and forehead. Carl, the cemetery's caretaker and Armistad's contact. Her savior. But as her vision cleared, she saw the expression of horror on the face, the bloodless, waxen skin. It was only then that Carl's severed head was dropped onto her chest. The dead eyes, already beginning to film over, stared at her as if she were a demon from hell. The mouth was half open, the blackened lips pulled back in a snarl. His tongue was a clump of dead flesh, curled up at the tip like the head of a viper.
Here we go,
a voice said in St. Petersburg inflected Russian, and she was hauled up, slammed against the sweating wall of concrete, braced to a sitting position. A fetid stink infested the sluiceway. She sniffed. It was also coming from her sodden clothes.
Get up,
he said, and then, more sharply, get up. When she didn't comply, he bent down.
Do you know who I am, American spion?
She looked up at him blankly.
Do you?
Whoever you are, she cleared her throat, makes no difference to me. He slammed a fist into her jaw.
Now do you know?
She looked up, grinning at him through her bloody teeth. Ah, yes. Now I recognize you.
Gryazная pizda.
With a growl at her abominable curse, he reached down. When he grabbed her by the collar of her jacket, she lashed out, both hands slamming against his ears. He reared back, his hands coming off her to cup his ears. Now was her chance. She lifted herself onto her feet, made to go after him, but her legs collapsed and she tumbled onto the floor in a heap. She tried again but could not even draw herself up to her previous position, back against the wall. A wave of vertigo overtook her and she groaned, head hanging down onto her chest. There was a peculiar sound, ragged yet rhythmic, a handsaw trying to get through sheet metal. It was a moment more before she realized the sound was coming from her chest. Her mouth had a metallic taste. Her throat felt as if she had inhaled fistfuls of sand. Oh, God, she thought wildly. Oh, God! Pain ripped through her as her antagonist pulled her head up by her hair. He stared into her eyes. This close, she saw the gold flecks in eyes the color of storm clouds swollen with rain. So Cassius, she thought woozily, with that lean and hungry look. He shook her until her teeth rattled. "Get me on my feet, you bastard," she thought, trying to shake the cobwebs, while closing her mind off from the pain racking her body and head. Right this moment, I can't do it myself. As if reading her mind, he lifted her to her feet. "Come on, you fucking bitch." He spat at her feet. "Let's see what you soft Americans are really made of." And then she kneed him in the groin. It wasn't as powerful a strike as she wanted, but it was all she could muster, and it got the job done. As he bent over, she leapt on him, and they both crashed down onto the wet concrete. She rolled him over and over, knowing she had only seconds before he recovered sufficiently to finish her off. She caused them to pick up momentum as they went down the incline, faster and faster until they hit the water. The water slowed her down, and she had to exert more and more effort to keep them rolling. The deeper they went, the greater the tug of the water. She felt him grappling for her, reaching out, his hands taut, fingers arced into the semblance of claws. But now, even injured as she was, she had the advantage. She had been here before. She understood the seething murk, could pick him out while he was as good as blind, blinking the detritus out of his eyes as fast as he could. Too fast to make her out clearly. To him, she was a shifting shape, moving too fast for even his quick reflexes to home in on. All at once, she felt his thumb contact her neck, blindly searching for her collarbone. Found it, and he kept it there as they whirled into the deepest water, applied appalling pressure so that her lips drew back from her tightly clenched teeth. He would have her if she didn't retaliate with savage violence. Leaning in, she chomped down on the meat of his shoulder, tearing through clothing and skin into muscle and sinew. Like a predator with its prey, she shook her head back and forth, ripping the mouthful of his flesh down to the bone. He opened his mouth wide, his scream immediately annihilated by the turbulent water. He choked on a shard of wood, and she climbed atop him, mashed his face down as far as it would go. Let him see how it felt to drown. His limbs flared out, their flapping becoming weaker and weaker, until at length they merely lifted and fell with the churn. She let go then. It was harder than she imagined, her own death grip more difficult to relax. Lungs bursting, she pedaled backward, oriented now, dragging herself up the concrete slope before collapsing in exhaustion. She lay like that, water lapping at her ankles. For the moment, she could go no farther. Instead, she concentrated on breathing, slowly calming her heart rate, ridding herself of the excess of adrenaline, while she stared blankly up at the featurelessness of the sluiceway's ceiling. She willed herself not to think, to empty her mind of everything unrelated to regaining her strength. Time passed. She had no idea how much. At some point, she was able to rise up onto her elbows. She remained in that position, staring at the black, oily water, until she became aware of a pain in her hip. Blindly, she reached down, pulled a cell phone from beneath her. Her heart raced, thinking it was hers, but no, it was his, Pasha Shutkov, for her antagonist could be no one else. Her phone was lost in the arm of the river he'd let into the sluiceway. She stared at the polluted mass of water that remained inside the tunnel. Protected from the turbulence of the river, it lapped gently against the sides of the sluiceway. Nothing disturbed the surface. Shutkov would not emerge now or ever. If it wasn't for the immense pain she was in, she would have fallen asleep in Carl's shower. As it was, she was obliged to hold onto the spout in order to keep herself vertical. Crawling back up out of the tunnel had taxed her body to its limits. The journey had been slow and torturous, the worst of it having to drag herself like a centipede up the steep staircase a step at a time. Now, standing in the spray of warm water, she mindlessly trod her filthy clothes under her feet, as if she were a farmer's wife beating the grapes into what would become wine. Once her grip slackened, slipped off the spout. She fell to her knees, her forehead pressed against the tiles as the water fell upon her bent back. The brackish stink of the river coming off her clothes brought her back, and painfully she climbed back onto her feet, eyes closed, dizzied as she had been when the water first closed over her. Toweling off, she tended to her wounds as best she could with antibiotic ointments, salves, and bandages she found in the bathroom cabinet, wincing all the while. Nothing she could do about the bruises already starting to darken and swell. At least, after feeling herself all over, she discovered no broken bones. In the galley kitchen, she drank 2 large glasses of water, careful not to swallow too fast. Her raging thirst slaked, she crawled into Carl's bed, pulled the covers up to her chin, and with a deep sigh was swallowed by a deep and dreamless sleep. Only to awake with a gasp, her heart pounding against her ribs. A shadow loomed over her, a shape slowly revealing itself, a figure stinking of the slime of the river, bending over her, dripping moisture onto her. His eyes were as yellow and lambent in the semi-darkness as a wolf's. Shutkov. Pasha. His name, uttered, fell like dust from her mouth. She tried to rise up, but his hands were on her, pushing her back down onto the bed, a pressure on her chest, a feral leer on his face, her ribs about to crack.
You won't get rid of me so easily, American spion.
She could smell his sour male stench beneath the flux of the river coating him. Drops fell on her face, warm as a fever. She tried to move, but he had her pinned. With the crack of a dry branch under the onslaught of a snowstorm, a rib broke. Then crack, 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 over and over as her chest caved in, crushing her heart. Gasping, she sat up in the strange bed, in the strange room, cold and hot at the same time. Sweat rolled down her cheeks, dripped off her nose, drenched her hair, armpits, and thighs. She took breath after breath, looking around wildly. No sign of Pasha Shutkov, or anyone else for that matter. A nightmare, then. In truth, she was all alone in the dark. 9. Moscow suburbs. The dacha was lit. It glimmered through fir trees illuminated from the lamps around the periphery, black at their tips. The driveway, a long serpent of newly laid asphalt, foretold of a great deal of property to which the dacha was attached. It had taken nearly 90 minutes to get here, the last 30 along a 2-lane lined with trees and latterly a narrow forested road. Even this far outside Moscow, land was in short supply, so this property spoke of enormous wealth and standing within the Federation. Kuznetsov's car slowed, rolling to a stop, but though the driver got out and came around to the rear door on the minister's side, he did not open it. Neither of the car's occupants had said a word during the drive, but now the minister turned to address Kata. The light from outside gave the interior an emerald sheen. Filtered through the tinted bulletproof glass, it seemed to gather at Kata's chest, the emeralds there blazing as if with a life of their own. Kuznetsov glanced pointedly at her ring before rapping on his window. Kata seemed to feel her blood congealing into ice. So she had been correct to suspect he meant her to use her abilities here at the party. All the rest of the hellaciously expensive finery he'd curated and provided was just window dressing, concealing her true purpose beneath the sheen of designer fashions. The driver opened the minister's door, then went around and opened Kata's door. The night chill was bracing, and she was glad for the heavy coat and the thick fur she now pushed up to her chin. The minister stood behind the car, beckoning. Apparently they weren't going inside just yet. The back of her neck began to tingle, and she was instantly on her guard. She felt her heartbeat thumping against her rib cage. What did he have in mind? He gestured. "Walk with me, Kata," he said, as soon as she was beside him. He pointed to a spot ahead of them. "There's a short track through the woods. We'll take that." The moon became occluded by thickening clouds. The wind changed direction, and she could smell snow in the dry air. He lit a cigarette, handed it to her. When she declined, he shrugged, took a deep draw on it himself. They left the lights behind as they turned onto the path. It was narrow, hemmed in on both sides by tall pines and firs. The ground was softened by a mat of fallen needles. He did not switch on a flashlight. He seemed to know the way in the inky depths. But he did not lead her far before he halted, turned to her. He wore a thick, charcoal, curly lambskin coat over what she considered to be a hideous, umber-colored suit. The ever-present enamel star was pinned to his lapel. "First," the minister said, in a soft cloud of exhaled breath, "this is not a state function." His face was shadowed, lit only by the glowing end of his cigarette, which barely even highlighted his prominent features. She wondered then if he had deliberately stage-managed this entire interlude. "Second, the gathering does not exist. Not officially, not anywhere." "So," Kata responded, "not a party then." "That all depends." With the end of his cigarette close to his mouth, Kuznetsov showed his teeth, a kind of horrible smile. "On what you will bring to it." "You can be so clever when you put your mind to it." This far from the center of Moscow, Miles from Lubyanka Square, she felt she could take verbal liberties. But who was she kidding? She had not forgiven him for subjecting her to Russian roulette in a clumsy attempt to frighten her into submission. Very Russian and precisely the wrong way to focus her attention. In another time, another reality, she might very well have taken his life sometime tonight in recompense. Now, she judged, would be a better time than most. She imagined running the razor-sharp edge of her emerald across his throat, jumping back so the gout of blood wouldn't mar her expensive outfit. Actually, she'd quickly come to love the feel of the luxurious fabrics against her body. But her life belonged to Lyudmila. She had pledged herself to the rogue FSB officer and erstwhile Politburo member, who was now dedicating herself to bringing the deeply corrupt Federation hierarchy to its knees from the inside out. "So, what am I to expect?" she went on. "Inside this dacha are 10 people. The men are of high rank and great importance. The women, well, you know how it is here. The women are decorations." Meaning, Kata thought, the men are rapists and the women are penned like sheep. Kuznetsov took another hit of the cigarette, let the smoke drift out of his nostrils as if he were a dragon slowly awakening to a new age. "I will introduce you to the men. I will not mention their names. This is deliberate. This is to set you apart." Meaning, she thought, to warn them that she was his and his alone. "Is that clear?" "Perfectly. Is that all?" she said archly. He was talking to her as if she were a field novice, but there was a deeper rage roiling inside her. Kuznetsov continued to ignore her ripostes. "These men are all important, each in his own way." "Clear?" "You will be the only female of rank in the room." Was he trying to make up for his bestial behavior this afternoon? Was this, and all the expensive clothes he'd had bought for her, his roundabout way of saying he was sorry? She could scarcely credit it. "Tonight is your, how shall I put it, your official coming out party." "I won't embarrass you." He laughed that strange laugh of his, which had about it, whether he knew it or not, the stench of condescension. "You had better not. Your trial period has ended early. You're now the permanent head of the salon." Now she knew for certain that he had meticulously scripted this entire scenario beforehand. "I'm gratified." Her voice was neutral, strictly controlled. No matter what he did now, what favors he granted her, what praise he might bestow, she would never forget what he had done to her. What the fuck did he think he was doing? Hazing her like horror night at the frat house? They began retracing their steps back toward the light and the dacha. Snow was falling now, and she was having trouble negotiating the soft ground in her Louboutin pumps. Kuznetsov was behind her, and she tread lightly and carefully, determined not to stumble in his presence. As they walked, Kata thought of her meeting with Lyudmila in the Nuremberg airport. Her new status advanced her another step forward in Lyudmila's plan, a piece moving across the board of Lyudmila's design. She didn't understand it yet, Possibly she wasn't meant to. Each to her own silo, that was what Lyudmila would say. What she did say the last time Kata had asked her. Kata? They had broken out of the forest. In the open, the snow was already sticking. Soon it would begin to pile up. Is that all you have to say? She gathered her wits into the present. Being grateful isn't enough? Of course it is, he said, with false lightness. Clearly she hadn't given him the answer he was expecting. She nodded. Shall we go in? She moved toward the front door, which was flanked by 2 FSB agents, their suits shiny with wear. Also, they smelled. But now the minister held her back. One more thing. About your intervention in Vienna. So far, our people have gotten nowhere trying to decode the file destined for Omega you took off the American agent. Her eyes grew hard as chips of stone. I put my life on the line getting it. They'd better try harder. But she was pleased. She hoped Lyudmila was having better luck. Kuznetsov surprised her by saying, That is not the issue. She looked at him, eyebrows raised. His voice darkened with his expression. Shutkov is gone. What do you mean, gone? He's failed to check in twice. He's dead, Kata. Shutkov? There must be another explanation. The fallback protocol is dead silent as well. Well then. Yes. I'll go myself. His eyes narrowed. Your permanent position precludes any such forays. Your remit is to stay home. He took a breath. Besides, your sister is currently in Vienna. Kata's heart turned over. Did Evan terminate Shutkov? What do you think? Of course she did, Kata thought. The minister took a step closer, his mouth practically at her ear, his voice nearly a whisper. We went to a great deal of trouble to provide proof of your death when we exfiltrated you out of America. It's one of your great strengths. You are forbidden to cross her path. He stepped back, but kept his voice low. Given Shutkov's departure from this vale of tears, it must be assumed that he was betrayed. His countenance darkened even further. What do you think? Knowing my sister, it's altogether possible that she found out he was in Vienna through any one of her contacts. And why haven't we hunted down her contacts and rolled them up? That's not in my remit, she said mildly, the better to throw his words back at him. He grunted. When it comes to Ryder, nobody seems capable of surviving a face-off with her. Then you haven't come up with the right adversary. She was making it clear that she wasn't part of the we he was speaking of. That person would need to check off a hell of a lot of boxes to qualify. I mean, she even shut Shutkov down, and he was the elite of Department 73. What a thorn in my side she has turned out to be. The sovereign can't be pleased. He gave her a murderous look just before he went up the steps, showed his credentials to the guard, even though his face was known here, and preceded her through the door into the overheated interior of the mysterious dacha and its even more mysterious occupants. 10. Washington, D.C. Nothing? Ben shook his head. She's turned off her GPS, which means she's deep into Moscow rules. A good thing, then. Isabel Lowe, wrapped in a long woolen sweater, stepped between a pair of pear trees and entered the small cloister in the back garden. It was screened from the street by 9-foot-high hedges, thick as brambles, shaded from the summer sun by a honey locust. But now, in the dead of winter, with the sun low in the sky even at 1 p.m., shadows ruled all day long, until night seeped slowly in, dissolving them in a deeper black. Ben was sitting in his motorized wheelchair, staring at his cell phone. What's so fascinating? He shook his head, scanning 27chan. Allegedly, the Omega posting boat. It's akin to Reddit, he acknowledged. These extremists incessantly posting here are obsessed with the deep state. According to them, the deep state is so entrenched in the federal government it continues irrespective of who the president is, which party is in power. Isabel rolled her eyes. The deep state. Christ on a couch. According to 27chan, it's built on the backs of Jews and the libs, as they call the lefty Democrats, all of whom are Satanists. He lifted a finger. Here, listen to this. The deep state has set up a worldwide network of human trafficking in babies and young children. These poor things are sold and traded like NFTs, sacrificed in rituals to summon and appease the devil, buried alive in the foundations of new corporation headquarters in order to ensure enduring prosperity for their businesses, and God help us all, roasted and eaten in elaborate dinners straight out of those of Henry VIII. Isabel snorted. Why do you read that shit, Ben? These people are stark, raving crazy. I agree. Ben looked up from his cell to fix her in his steady gaze. But their insanity is dangerous, exceedingly dangerous. That's why Evan and I have been pursuing them for the past 2.5 years. Ben could not get the bitterness out of his voice. We lost a lot of people along the way. The latest being Armistad. He glanced at her as she sat down on a wooden bench beside him. She had had the house renovated with ramps inside and out to accommodate him. As for getting down from his second-floor bedroom, he insisted on doing that himself by gripping the banister and bumping down on his bottom. It had hurt, but he didn't care. He'd be goddamned if he was going to give in to being an invalid. Following his most recent talk with his daughter Zoe, he'd burned his self-pity on the pyre of determination. He recognized that Evan had been right to force him to talk with Zoe immediately after his attempted suicide. Zoe calmed him, centered him, focused him on the future, her future. Speaking with his daughter at that dark moment had taken him out of himself, and he was grateful for that. More grateful than he could ever express to Evan for making it happen, for saving his life again. Evan lived in a special place inside him, one he kept locked away, often even from himself. The truth was, he was too cowardly to examine that place too closely, lest his feelings spill out, inundating him. He could not allow himself the luxury of loving her. He'd loved his wife, and because of the world he lived in, she was dead, murdered by his enemies inside Russia. Seeing his troubled expression, Isabel took his cell phone out of his hands, set it aside face down beside her on the bench. They've gotten under your skin, haven't they, Ben? Omega? She searched his eyes. They've become more than a professional target. This is personal. For Evan, even more than for me, Ben replied, acknowledging the truth of what Isabel had said. 2 of her sisters. You shot one to death last year. She was choking Evan. That must have been difficult for both of you. To tell you the truth, I don't know what it was. Ben took a breath. Neither of us had ever met Anna before that night. Even worse, Evan was pretending to be her dead sister Bobby, who Anna was expecting. She died without Evan telling her who she really was. Isabel's gaze was level. He knew that look. He knew her so well. She was trying to get at something inside him he didn't want to look at. Ben, do you really think it would have made a difference had Anna known? He shrugged. Not to me, but as for Evan, you'd have to ask her. She'd never tell me. The ghost of a grin passed across his face. That's true enough. The 2 of you hold so much back, she said softly, especially from each other. Our history is complicated. So is ours, she reminded him. But we talk, don't we? He nodded. After a time he said, It's different with her. I know it is. Isabel waited a beat. Possibly better than you do yourself. He looked down at his hands, fingers laced in his lap. It was never so hard for us, was it? No, but I had a relatively uncomplicated upbringing. You can't say the same for her. He nodded, sadly. 2 sets of parents, 2 other sisters she never knew existed until 7 months ago, when she also discovers and meets her birth parents for the first time. Now 2 of her sisters are dead, and I killed one. She handed him a plate he hadn't noticed before. On it was a tuna salad sandwich on rye with a sour pickle on the side. You need to eat. He looked down at it with no little skepticism. And you think this will help me how? No one thinks constructively on an empty stomach. She took half the sandwich, bit into it, chewed, watching him until he began to eat his half. He swallowed a mouthful. Good, he said, grunting in pleasure. You are right as always, but I think you need to take the Omega threat more seriously. Nothing could be further from the truth, Ben. Believe me, I take it seriously. I understand this started 2 years ago with Nemesis. Samuel Wainwright Wells, along with the ultra-right-wing party in Germany. Wells was funding Nemesis, now it's Omega, and once again he's right at the heart of the same evangelical conservative cabal. Ben nodded. Omega is Nemesis, under a different name. It's, in fact, the overarching organization that Nemesis was a part of. These people are far from done. Agreed, but right now, this is about you, not them, Ben. I'm just looking out for you. You and Evan were targeted by what appeared to be Samuel Wells or one of his American Omega cohort. Now you've been seriously hurt. He reached over and picked up his cell phone, waved it like a flag. And I'm saying I don't matter. The Omega insanity infesting 27chan has spilled over onto Twitter and Facebook, and what with the gathering storm of shootings, more and more violent demonstrations, it's getting to look like Armageddon out there. Compared to that threat, my health is nothing. Her eyes were aflame. Not to me. Look, Izzy, it's not that I don't... He carefully put the plate with the remains of his half-eaten sandwich on the bench where his phone had been. Omega wants to tear apart the fabric of this country. They want to set American against American, inflaming a second civil war, because in their hearts they never stopped fighting the first one. Their desire is the destruction of the rule of law that's been respected and followed since the founding fathers signed the Declaration announcing our independence from England and King George III. They're after nothing less than a white Christian nation. He looked down at his cell briefly, then back up at Isabel. The postings all over the internet are getting more and more hate-filled, vitriolic, more threatening, and most scarily, more unified. What might once have been small groups of loose cannons are coming together, and I think Omega's the orchestrator. It's in the process of building an army out of what were once disparate militias. She wiped her fingers and lips with a paper napkin. Okay, I hear you loud and clear. No, you don't. You're far too pragmatic. These people, they're overwhelmed, alienated, and disillusioned. That's nothing new, of course, but while those people historically turned inward, often destroying themselves with alcohol or drugs, these people have come under the influence of an altogether different drug, the religion of Omega. Omega has deluded them into building a fantasy world where they have all the power, where no one who is traditionally in government can say or do anything to dissuade them. And as sure as we're sitting here, they're coming, Isabel, and God help us if we're unprepared for the assault. Part 2. The Resolute Desk. 11. Fairfax County, Virginia. The 12,000-square-foot mansion, white as sun-bleached bones, sprawled over the nexus of the 16.5-acre estate. This beautiful pile of stones had as many rooms as January has days, and a staff to service all of them. However, this staff was unlike all others. The complement of 6 men and 6 women had been painstakingly vetted using the resources of the D.C. Metro Police. They were also trusted members of Omega, sworn and initiated into the organization. In the private parlor of the mansion, built at the exact center of this vast and incalculably wealthy estate, stood Lucinda Wells, third and only living wife of Samuel Wainwright Wells, media and energy mogul, and one of the 3 richest men in the Western Hemisphere. Lucinda exited the parlor, moving as if gliding on ice. She was given to wearing ankle-length dresses made specially for her by particular high-end couturier. In return for her being seen in public wearing them, the grateful couturier gifted her with their product free of charge. But it wasn't only in public Lucinda wore these fashions. She wore them all the time, home or away. She did this, she told herself, as a manifestation of the power she held. Also, though she might be loath to admit it, as a reminder of how far she had come from her unhappy beginnings in Russia and then, after running away, in Slovenia, where, as Luzita Horvat, she began to remake herself, where she began to climb the mountain of the material world. Lucinda went silently through rooms bedecked in dark wood wainscoting, gilt cornices, ormolu clocks, crystal chandeliers, silk sofas that no one sat on, buttery leather chairs with not a hint of a depression from anyone's hindquarters. She found these spaces, a bastard product of her husband and his first wife, at best in bad taste, at worst oppressive. Most ominous were the paintings of bloody moments in history, stag hunts, battles at sea and on land, and the hulking bronze sculptures and Baroque marble busts. Enormous portraits of the Welleses, separate but equal, hung on either side of a mammoth fireplace that could have sheltered 6 people. There was nothing anywhere in the mansion to indicate that there had been an interim wife several years before Lucinda. That marriage had been brief and meaningless. Lucinda could not abide the amount of money spent on showpieces. Money was not for buying the most expensive of everything. During her young adulthood in Slovenia, there was hardly enough money to live. Spending as much of it as possible on useless luxuries was unthinkable. Initially outraged, she, in due course, conceded defeat. She had once considered the mansion's interior a battlefield, but weeks of suggesting they sell everything only antagonized her husband. It occurred to her that maintaining the interior was Sam Wells's ham-fisted way of keeping the memory of his first wife alive. Now it was as if she walked through a desert. She saw sand dunes only, stretching into the distance. This was not a difficult feat. She had more important matters on her mind, most unknown to her husband. Through the first-floor rooms, hallways, back passages, she went, until she arrived at a wall in which was set the etched bronze door of an elevator. Stepping in, she rode it down 2 levels, exited beneath the cellar proper, into and then through the wine cave. Once past that, a set of double doors led into the Oval Office of the White House. This astonishing replica was authentic in almost every detail. The repurposed space, however, was the size of a university lecture hall, vastly larger than the original Oval Office. At the far end was a raised stage, at the back of which, to one side, hung the American flag, a gold eagle at the top of its pole. On the other side was a second flag, pure white, with a gold O in its center, bisecting a black cross. At the apex of this pole were a pair of sculpted ravens facing each other. Between the 2 flags rose an 18-foot cross constructed of enormous, hand-hewn hardwood beams blackened by fire. Bisecting the vertical beam was a golden O. Lucinda bypassed those doors, instead turned left down a long, narrow corridor where a smaller door led to a short flight of stairs. At the top, she pushed through a velvet curtain the color of ox blood and positioned herself in a wing of the raised stage. She peeked out. Across from her, in the other wing, was her husband. Their eyes did not meet. Presently, there were 26 people in the enormous room, all of them standing, mostly men, but some women as well, senators, congressmen, Pentagon generals, chiefs of police. All were grim-faced, standing at attention, facing the cross. One more congressman hurried in, took his place beside the others. Now the complement of 27 was complete. The double doors were closed. A thick slice of silence descended, like the blade of a guillotine. The lights lowered as they do in a theater. The meeting was about to begin. A spotlight illuminated Samuel Wainwright Wells as he stepped to the center of the stage to thunderous applause. He was closely shaven, his pink cheeks glistening, his blue eyes piercing, shining like stars in the nighttime firmament. His were the eyes of a young man, the 79 years of his life having dimmed the color not one iota. Wells lifted his right arm, pointing behind and slightly to the right of him, and a second spotlight illuminated an ornate wooden desk that stood before the enormous wooden cross.
"Behold, a miracle!"
His voice rang out, strong and solid as a roof beam. His words unfurled like a magic carpet, lifting his audience up and away from the mundane world. The words were living things, flash of fire, roll of ocean deeps, chill of snow-capped mountaintops. They danced in the air, swollen with meaning, holy, irrefutable.
The original Resolute desk in the President's Oval Office was constructed from the timbers of the HMS Resolute, a 19th century ship in the British Royal Navy. It was gifted to President Rutherford Hayes by Queen Victoria in 1880.
He nodded sagely.
That, my dear compatriots, is friendship. The Resolute desk you see before you is made from the lovingly salvaged planks of the First Presbyterian Church in Clarendon, Arkansas, which was destroyed in the Civil War when the entire town was torched by the invading Union Army. Unlike the HMS Resolute, the house of God where these timbers are from was boarded, breached, and burned by the enemy. Our enemy. As then, so now. Nothing changes except we are here now. Each day we grow in power, creating a network of dedicated followers, their eyes filled with our vision, their ears echoing with my voice. Their hearts are determined. They will do as they are told. They want what we want, to make America white again, to take back from the immigrants, the fomenters, the wicked, the violators of our Constitution, that which is rightfully ours, our land, our schools, our businesses. No longer will our houses of worship be breached, boarded, and burned. No longer will God be banned from our lives. He must infiltrate every aspect of our lives. We are the standard bearers who light His way, who make His voice known throughout this once great land of ours. His voice rolled out through the room like thunder through the Rockies, like bronze church bells ringing in the holy days. It sent shivers through the assembled. Their eyes were locked on him as if he had just descended from heaven. Voice like a whip, voice like a velvet noose, Wells wove a spell around them. His smile was like the sun breaking through rough storm clouds. Good afternoon, my dear comrades in arms. It is a privilege to speak with you, to see you all here. I know how very patiently you have been waiting for this moment. I know how meticulous your preparations have been, how extensive, how clandestine. It is important to me and to Lucinda that you know all your hard work and particularly your unwavering devotion is recognized, valued, prized. You, all of you standing before me today, represent mankind's better angels.
the work you have done, that you continue to do, that you will do in the coming weeks and months of chaos, will bear God's precious fruit. The distance between Wells and his audience appeared to shrink until it seemed that he was among them, his words rushing through them like a tide, buoying them up, raising the new world from the ashes of the old. Recall, our work is not salvation, my loving compatriots. We who know the depths of his secrets, we who hear his voice through me, we are already saved. Our work, my dear friends, is salvage. As the righteous forebears salvaged the beams and trusses of the Holy Clarendon Church, as they saved what they could from the invaders, as they erected a new, more glorious church on the foundations of the old, we, the righteous of today and of tomorrow, must salvage this country. We must save it from itself. It is our sworn duty because it is God's will. To do that, we must return to the beginning, to purity. We must do what our brave and righteous forefathers failed to do. We have waited since our defeat in the Civil War for this moment when our strength is at its peak. The Supreme One has spoken to me. He tells us that we must put down the unholy, atheistic insurrection fomented by immigrants who bring drugs with them, who traffic in girls by the dark of skin, pedophiles and homosexuals who have polluted this country. They who wish to take from you your America. They who have defiled it, turned it into a zoo without cages. We must put them down like the rabid dogs they are. We must at every turn limit their ability to vote. This country can ill afford an incursion of dark-skinned people in public office making decisions for us, taking away our essential freedoms. His audience was rapturous with righteous terror, for he spoke to them of the demons all around them, the eternal damnation that awaited them if they did not give themselves over to him, to Omega, holy. Deluded are the ones who preach that religion is transactional. You give your faith to a priest or a minister, and as a reward your soul is saved. He raised his arms. We say no, 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 no. Because what you're asked to give is your blind faith, a belief that God will take care of you. It's dangerous because nowhere in that transaction is there any mention of truth. Wells seemed to swell in the spotlight, to grow to superhuman proportions. We know better. We do not walk through life deluded by one lie after the other. The truth has been revealed to us, my friends. It gives us the righteous strength to reject the commonly received truths. The real truth, the truth we witness here, lies behind the falsehoods that the demons like George Soros, Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama gleefully feed the liberals, the godless gays and transgenders, the people of color, all of whom are taking away your God-given privilege as white people meant to rule America. Our forefathers fought and died to make America for us, and only us. They annihilated everyone in their path, as we must do. He took a step toward them. His body was trembling with the terrible power within him. We all know that America was nothing before our forebears came with civilization. America had no culture, No roads, no factories, no industry. That's all us. We built America, and now they want to take it away from us? God provided for us. We made America great. Us. He pointed a long forefinger into the darkness of the room. Not them. Us. Monstrous applause that boomed like thunder through the Appalachians, shaking the entire room. "For I am the demiurge," he cried, after the accolade subsided, "the chosen one to bring the light of the Supreme One, I, who will lead you out of the darkness, the lies, the trickery, the temptations offered by those who decry the great and holy work, criminals, drug dealers, gang leaders, all of whom have one goal: to prey on you, to take your jobs, with the help of the UN, to take your weapons, so you are helpless before this ungodly mongrel horde. They kill babies before they are born. They lie with each other, man to man, woman to woman, in shameless debauchery. Mark my words, unless they are stopped, they, all of them, will suck this once great nation dry so there's nothing left for us. All this wickedness must end. Satan's evil multitudes must be wiped from the face of America, from your home, from your rightful land, now. It is the Supreme One's will. I hear his voice inside me. He has guided me every step of the way. You know the truth of this, good comrades in arms. Here we stand, the resolute legion that blocks the pit to hell, and we say, as he says, no more, no more. Everyone shouting in unison with Wells, no more! Silence then, and the darkness of the cave from which man emerged to find God. When the lights came up, Samuel Wainwright Wells was gone. The cross with the symbol of Omega was shining like a beacon in the twilight. And in front of it, in front of the holy resolute desk, stood Lucinda Wells, spotlighted, back as straight as any soldier at parade rest, ravishing, alluring, resolute. She waited for the right moment, spread her arms wide, mimicking the cross behind her. "Gentlemen and ladies, you have heard the words of my husband, our demiurge, our anointed one. You have witnessed the youth in his eyes, the blush of his cheeks, above all the thunder of his voice. Is he 75 years or 55 years old? Who can say? Even you who have just seen him, even I, who am his constant companion, his friend and confidant, even I cannot say." Her eyes flashed, and it was as if the allure she possessed was projected out into the room, affecting equally the men and women standing before her. Hers was an allure totally unlike that of her husband's, but no less powerful for that. Possibly it was stronger still in the seductive, silken darkness it conjured, for there were never-ending rumors on 27chan and other like-minded internet newsboards that Lucinda Wells was indeed the embodiment of Omega's Holy Spirit, which, since the dawn of Gnosticism, contained not a grain of the male essence. What I can say is that his vigor remains undiminished. The Holy Spirit is within him. The Holy Spirit inhabits every cell in his body. He does not age as you or I age. He is a wonder, a living miracle. But what the entranced assembled heard was, I am a wonder, the Holy Spirit incarnate. Her hands swooped and dove as if she were a mesmerist. And now, Lucinda took a step to the side as a screen lowered in front of the symbol of Omega. A projection glowed in its center. The famous Titan logo, the stylized letters TNSC within the gold O bisecting the black cross they all knew stood for Omega. But as they watched, another logo swirled, slowly forming into the letters TFSN, encased in a 5-pointed star. Today, my friends, we are announcing that Titan has bought First Star 24/7, the worldwide satellite network. Within the week, Titan First Star 24/7 will be broadening the reach of Samuel Wainwright Wells's vision, philosophy, political and business viewpoints, broadcasting them through First Star's satellite network to every country in the world with television, internet, and cable connections. We will be the first and only conservative broadcaster disseminating the gospel worldwide. Heads turning, smiles sprouting like flowers in spring, thunderous applause, whooping and hollering as if they were a bunch of good old boys. In addition, the totally redesigned Titan First Star 24/7 app will be available on all platforms, Apple, Android, and the like, as well as all operating systems. More applause, fists in the air now. Oh, what a fine time they were having! She donned a mask that covered the lower half of her face. The attendees did likewise. The masks were white, emblazoned with the gold O and black cross logo. Only then did she begin the prayer, the one they used daily here, the one her audience was expecting, the one they venerated as they venerated Samuel Wainwright Wells. I acknowledge one great invisible God, unrevealable, unmarked, ageless, and unproclaimable. The unknown Father, the Eon of the eons, who brought forth in the silence with his providence the Father, the Mother, the Son, and the 9 demiurges, each in their time revered by the righteous, scorned, branded liar and false god by the others who cannot comprehend meaning in the gospel of contradictions. They do not know the secrets, consecrated, exalted by he who is the unknowable God. I embrace the light of the one church which revealed to me the demiurge, interior, invisible, secret, and universal, the foundation of the light of the great, unknowable God. She put her hands together, bowed her head, and every witness bowed her or his head with her. They were hers. She knew it. They knew it. The Supreme One might speak through Samuel Wainwright Wells, but he spurred them to action through Lucinda Wells. Gathered here today, we have the prime movers in Omega, in all 27 of you, though you represent the will and voices of 250,000, 250,000 American patriots. You, their representatives, the 27 strong and true. Not an informant among you. The FBI be damned. You are vetted hourly. Your communications sent out in microbursts the government can never find, even if its NSA flunkies knew where to look. A brief spate of laughter, but no one looked at one another. She was the sole object of their attention. They had been indoctrinated and trained well. They were believers in Omega to their very bones, white supremacists all. 27 is a godly number, she continued, a prime number in Omega lore. 2 and 7 equal 9. There are 9 judges identified by the Supreme One, 9 demiurges down through the centuries, who serve as conduits through which the Supreme One's will is made known to us, his acolytes. For he can never be seen, not by us anyway, but the demiurges, they can see him, they can speak to him. They are chosen to carry out his will. In our long history, there have been 8 demiurges. Samuel Wainwright Wells is the 9th. The 9th, my friends, meaning he is the last and most powerful, destined since birth to carry us forward into the promised land. So ready yourselves for December 21st, for the assault on the 14 blue states we have targeted. Ready your constituents, inform your trusted allies, summon your militias, extend our rallies. Keep their teeth on edge, their knives sharpened, their firearms locked and loaded for the longest night. She flung her arms wide again, head thrown back, assuming the ecstatic posture of the best televangelists. 4 days, she called. 4 days until the first phase to our path to the promised land is cleared of obstacles. 4 days until blood is shed. 4 days until destruction is rained down upon our sworn enemies. 4 days until every blue state that harbors the wicked, the agnostic, the apostate is set on fire. They will burn, I promise you that. Our enemies will burn. 4 days until the insurrection that gives us back the America we know and love. The meeting was over, but the final phase of Omega's rise had just begun. 12. Moscow suburbs. Kata and Kuznetsov were met in the foyer by male servants who took their coats, brushing the snow off them before hanging them up. Her mind was working in overdrive. At last she understood the complexity of the clever web within which the minister had enmeshed her. And despite her antipathy for Kuznetsov, she had to admire his ingenuity. He had deliberately humiliated her. He wanted to build up her enmity for him, and then he had showered her with rewards, elevated her, taken her to what he termed a coming-out party, at which she would be the only powerful female. Swinging back to humiliation again, he had let her know that her intervention in Vienna had not only been foolish, but costly, as it had necessitated the notoriously thorny Department 73 sending Shutkov, their best ovoshchichistka, who had been killed for his efforts. It was clear to her now that Department 73 and possibly others blamed her for his death. She suspected that Kuznetsov promoting her was a way of keeping her in Moscow, away from the field. The irony was that Lyudmila would be pleased. Kata's restless, bloodthirsty heart would not be. In one blow, the minister had put her in her place and reminded her that he was protecting her from those in power who might now have a grudge against her. She realized her cheeks were numb, as if they had been injected with Botox. She wondered if she would be able to speak, to not embarrass herself and, by extension, Kuznetsov, who right now held her life in his hands. Since her return to Moscow, she had felt herself balanced on a knife edge, but now the edge seemed particularly sharp. the fall from it instantly lethal. She turned away from her expensive coat, from her contemplation of how cleverly she had been outplayed. She stepped forward into the aural surf generated by the party already in progress. What had she expected this gathering to be? Either one of those famous bacchanals high-level nomenclatura were notorious for, men with fat faces gleaming with sweat, pawing a bunch of subservient women, or a staid affair filled with grim-faced men smoking cigars, drinking iced vodka, gathered in weedy clumps, whispering of money and power, while the women, shunted off to one side, stared at each other, bored to tears. What she found was an altogether different scene than either she had imagined. 6 men, high-level nomenclatura, and 4 women, surely their mistresses, for wives were home with the children where they belonged, were ranged around a square, baize-topped table. On it were a pair of boards the color of lapis lazuli. Each long, narrow board consisted of 30 squares, each referred to as a house. 3 rows of houses, 10 in each row. With a shock that brought her to a halt, Kata recognized a game almost as old as time, the ancient Egyptian game of Senet. The object of the game was to move through the squares, the 30 houses representing life and its many obstacles. You won by removing all your pieces off the board at the 30th house, and thus you passed into the afterlife, which the ancient Egyptians venerated with their entire souls. But the real shock was that Senet was being played only by the 4 women, 2 players to a board. Standing behind them, the men continuously bet on their favorite for each game, the odds swinging back and forth with each move of the players. She caught up with Kuznetsov, who led her in a circle, introducing her to the 6 men one by one. No names, let alone rank or title, were mentioned, but Kata intuited that they were being presented to her in ascending order of their importance. She knew none of their faces, although she thought the heavy-set man with a beard seemed familiar. Perhaps she had seen him at FSB headquarters. They were all within a certain age range, these men, she estimated in their 5th decade, neither young nor old. Seasoned, yes. That was the word she would use to describe all of them. There was a strange energy to the room, as if the men were engaged in a greater purpose. There was a throttled fervor in their eyes. Watching them as a group through the golden glow of the candlelit room was starting to weird her out. Even the regular circulation of servers with trays laden with champagne, caviar-topped blini, smoked salmon on triangles of toast did nothing to assuage her sense that she'd fallen down a particularly bizarre rabbit hole. The minister leaned into her, breaking into her thoughts, and asked her softly if she played Senet. She responded without looking at him. "You already know I do. I was taught it by Lyudmila Shokova after I landed in Moscow for my original debriefing. While I was sequestered in a Moscow safe house, subjected to Lyudmila's expert interrogation masquerading as an intake eval, she suggested we play Senet. When I told her I didn't know how, she offered to teach me." "How lovely of her," Kuznetsov said through his teeth. Afterward, she claimed it was the best way to get to know me, to sense my motivation for defecting. At the mention of Lyudmila, he had stiffened, which was her purpose. She knew he was discomfited when her name came up, so she went on. I could see that she was an excellent player, masterful, I would say, once I learned the game completely.
Since you swallowed her style, could one say that you yourself are a masterful player?
A corner of her lips quirked up. Instead of answering, she said, "You haven't yet introduced me to the 4 players. But then, as you pointed out, women are not so important here."
Or anywhere in the Federation, for that matter,
he added, a clumsy but telling blow like the flat of his hand across her cheek. Her hatred flared inside her, igniting from the glowing coals she would never bank, until she pressed a weapon to his throat and watched death arrive behind his eyes.
Apart from you, I mean.
Too little, too late. And anyway, she knew he didn't mean it. Another trinket tossed her way that, when it came time to cash it in, would have no value. But now her gaze removed itself from the men to regard the 4 women. At once she realized they were no mistresses or paid escorts. They possessed neither the carefully controlled movements of a mistress in public, nor the hard neon flash of an escort with her calculating meter running. The quartet was slim, blonde, beautiful, as if cut from the same cloth by one divine tailor. But their beauty was marred by the perfection of their features. They didn't look entirely real, as if the skin on their faces had no pores. Apart from the one clad in yellow, there was a certain waxen quality to them, something bloodless. Kata wondered if they were stoned. Despite being nameless to her, there was an easy way to tell them apart. They wore outfits of different colors: red, blue, green, yellow, like the 4 winds, the 4 elements, the 4 gates of an ancient fortress. "So there's no fun anywhere to be had in my coming-out party?"
Fun?
The corners of Kuznetsov's mouth turned down, as if the word was like a squirt of castor oil.
Just concentrate on the play.
His teeth shone brightly in the candlelight.
You're up next, and I'm betting on you. Massively.
She snorted softly.
What is this, a remake of Casino Royale? Nobody watching a Bond film would know what Senate was.
He was dead serious.
The game is hardly cinematic. It's played too quickly, like the way the Chinese play mahjong.
You mean the correct way?
The only way,
he acknowledged. And indeed he had a point. The players were tossing their black-white paddles, moving their pieces at breakneck speed. To the novice, or the uninitiated, the board of 30 squares would seem all too easy to navigate. Nothing could be further from the truth. As in life, traps were waiting for the unwary player, along with setbacks and sudden attacks by your opponent. And while setting up roadblocks was possible, they were difficult to complete before being wiped out. There was strategy to Senate, and the skill of the player was essential for winning, but in a large part, victory depended on luck. In Senate, as in other games of chance, you had luck or you didn't. There was no explaining that phenomenon, but it existed all the same. In Senate, Lyudmila had luck, and so did her pupil Kata. One game ended as the player in blue had just swept her last man off the board into the afterlife. There was applause from some of the men, grumbling from others as money, a great deal of it, changed hands from losers to winners. As the woman in the yellow cocktail dress pushed her chair back, Kata could see something in her eyes, a peculiar flash like anger. A genuine emotion in any event, And this intrigued Kata, for it set her further apart from the other three. For an instant, their gazes engaged. Her eyes were like pale topaz gems, her face thin yet with prominent cheekbones. She had a wide forehead, rosebud lips, and small ears that Kata inexplicably found endearing. Then the moment vanished in the noise and smoke, and the woman in yellow left the room. Kata thought the moment could mean something or nothing at all. Maybe simply her imagination at play, a drowning woman grasping for the last spar from a sinking ship. But in that instant, she realized that this was the last place on earth she wanted to be. A moment later, the heavy-set bearded man slipped away from the crowd as well. A planned assignation? With this crowd and in this atmosphere, why not? Oblivious to anything but his objective for the evening, the minister gestured. "Your turn." His hand gripped her shoulder briefly as he lowered his voice so only she could hear. "Do not fail." She sat in the vacated chair, across from the blonde wearing a blue cocktail dress that left one burnished shoulder bare. As she did so, the second game came to a halt, annulled by a signal invisible to her. Blue gave Kata a cursory once-over, then never looked at her during the entire game. She was good, aggressive, but impulsive as well, which served as her downfall. As the game progressed, it appeared to the casual viewer that Kata had fallen behind. She had left men on squares 14, 15, and 26, while Blue moved her men relentlessly forward toward 30, the final square from which she could move her men off the board and into the afterlife. But then Blue's lead man landed on 27, a trap, necessitating her moving the man back to the first free square before 15. From there, Kata picked him off. Then and only then did she move her men forward. From then on, Kata attacked her opponent's men, sending them far backward where her own men were lying in wait. The game was over in 8 hectic minutes. In truth, Kata could have won in half the time, but there were 2 other opponents to take on, and she didn't want to get ahead of herself. But halfway through the game with Blue, she got bored, formed a 3-man blockade, and ran the board into the afterlife. Next came Green. Like Blue before her, she gave Kata no more than a cursory glance, her gaze steadfastly on the board. She had learned from Blue's mistakes, avoiding Kata's early traps, but in so doing, she gave herself away. Within 3 moves, Kata had her pegged as impatient and greedy, wanting to own the board all at once. Kata preyed on this weakness, and the game took a scarce 5 minutes. The ending caused something of a hubbub in the crowd, the men and Green and Blue pushing closer as the woman in red sat down opposite Kata and the board was reset. Her opponent's outfit was a crimson shantung sheath skirt and a sequined top so low cut, fully half her breasts were visible. Unlike the previous opponents, she fixed Kata with a rock-steady gaze. There was the hint of a smile on her wide lips that could have been interpreted as either caustic or ironic. Neither of those were good, Kata thought. But they were helpful. Gathering insight into an opponent was an integral part of a winning strategy. That neither of the previous women would look at her foretold their innate weakness. No such weakness presented itself with Red. She was quick, decisive, and relentless. By mid-game, she and Kata were almost at a standstill, neither one holding the edge over the other. Twice, Kata had tried to build a blockade with her men, and each time Red intervened and broke them up. Attacks on either side set the men back to the first row of squares. With the passing of each moment, Kata gained knowledge of her opponent's strategy and mindset. Unfortunately, this time, the knowledge only served to prove over and over again that her chances of winning this game were diminishing, as if they were on a highway and Red's car was accelerating away at such a pace she'd never be able to catch up because she was already going flat out. Gradually, as Red's men broke through and one by one slipped off square 30 into the afterlife, Kata's confidence began to crack. She saw this as a sign, an omen, an inevitability in her life, an obstacle she could not overcome. "This is my fate," she thought bitterly, to lose at the most inopportune moment. When everything she had worked for since aligning herself with Lyudmila was in jeopardy. If she lost, she would lose the minister's respect. She would be finished inside the FSB and of no use either to Lyudmila or to herself. She'd be consigned to a life as a minor functionary, ground down to a nub by the cruel and uncaring Russian machine. As the game slipped further and further through her fingers, she thought, "This moment was foretold from the moment I was born. Evan knew how to deal with our adoptive parents. I didn't." In that moment, she understood the anger seething under the surface of her life. Old or new, she thought, what does it matter? I still have nothing. And now, facing defeat at Senate in this mysterious dacha in the pine forest north of Moscow, she was gripped by a wild rage, the primal rage of the tiger who had been shot and does not know whether at the next indrawn breath she will live or die, only that the virulence of the pain was mixed with her fury until it was impossible to separate one from the other. And that was when she saw the opening, the mistake her opponent had made. Her turn. A throw of the paddles was in her favor, and she made her move, the first of a half-dozen down a path toward Red's defeat, the method of her victory. All her men off the board, all of them safe and secure in the afterlife. Kuznetsov was grinning broadly, but she brushed by him with only a cursory nod and pushed through the crowd of men who wanted to meet her, talk to her, take her hand, kiss both her cheeks, press themselves against her, copping a feel under the guise of wanting to get to know her. She asked one of the female servers to point out the restroom and was directed down a hall that branched off to the left. Black and white photos, indistinct with age or mist, hung along the walls between frosted glass sconces that threw triangles of pale light across the deep dove-gray carpet. She had not seen the woman in yellow since she had disappeared on the far side of the clutch of Senate gamblers. The toilet was in the rear of the first floor. It was occupied, so Kata swung around, went up the staircase to the second floor, where there were 2 rooms, a bedroom and a study. Between them was a connecting bathroom, which also had a door to and from the hallway. She went in, emptied her bladder, then stared at herself in the mirror, not fully comprehending the face she saw there. Not for the first time, she wondered whether she had ever had her own identity. So many years spent crouched in Evan's shadow hadn't allowed her the time to develop any emotion but anger, any desire but to run away from a life she so despised. She thought about her parents, her birth parents, not the couple who had adopted the two Russian girls. What had they been like? Would they have treated her any differently? But why should they have? They gave their daughters away to strangers like good little Russian agents. But they were dead and buried. Lyudmila had taken her to their graves. She had stood at their feet, thought fleetingly of what her life might have been like if. She remembered the discomfort, as if someone were standing on her feet, the awkwardness of saying goodbye to people she never knew, but who had known her intimately. Had it been raining that morning? Drizzling, maybe? Or was that just how it had seemed to her? Certainly the moment had been deeply creepy. Like now. This place was creepy. Its residents, though temporary, or maybe because they were temporary, creepier still. There was no telling what they would do here. Even now, what was transpiring downstairs. She felt somehow safer up here in the quiet. The clothes she was wearing, the clothes Kuznetsov had bought her, made her feel vulnerable, as if she were stripped bare, naked in front of the creeps downstairs. This was not how she should be feeling, not how she imagined this night going. She could hear Lyudmila's voice in her head, admonishing her, and she felt ashamed, diminished, weak. She was about to steal into the study to look for evidence of who owned this dacha and why it had been chosen for this secretive, high-level party, when she heard the sounds. She turned toward the closed door to the bedroom. As she stepped toward it, she heard the noises more clearly. An altercation. A scuffle of some sort? When she heard the sharp crack of skin against skin, she turned the doorknob, silently inched the door open. She caught a glimpse of yellow, the dress thrust up over the girl's head. She was up against the far wall, while the heavy-set bearded man prepared himself to enter her. He turned his head, and Kata caught sight of his face in profile, his expression, his slitted eyes. It was just a flash, but as with many things in life, it illuminated a darkness deeper than any midnight. She was thrust roughly back to Copenhagen. She had been on a trip to Sumatra that Evan had planned for them, but she needed to get to Copenhagen, a city Evan had no interest in, to secretly meet with her FSB contact, an agent named Lida. Kata had been Bobby Ryder then, Evan's little sister, and had easily guilted Evan into a stop in Copenhagen. Once there, she had manufactured a fight, not so difficult either, even a bit enjoyable in its way, to make sure they'd split for the day. But she'd only spent an hour or so with Lida before her contact handed Kata off to a man, her superior, Kata had surmised. She got into his black Citroën at the west gate of Assistens Cemetery, and they drove off. His name was Sergei, but she hardly paid attention. Why would he tell her his real name? She was sure Lida hadn't. All these people used operational names in the field. She already knew that much. In fact, that was one of the things that excited her the most, to get lost in a false identity, to be submerged in lie after lie like a set of Russian nesting dolls, so no one could see the real her. She was surprised when Sergei pulled up to a hotel. He was thinner then, had not yet grown a beard. Silently they got out. Silently they entered the hotel lobby, took the elevator up. Now my real schooling starts, she thought. He waved her into his room, which was decorated in Danish modern, which was to say completely anodyne to her taste. You could fall asleep in this room without even trying. It was dim, the drapes still covering the windows. 2 lamps on either side of the bed were lit. The room smelled of tobacco and towels burnt in an industrial dryer. He drew a fistful of tiny, airplane-sized vodka bottles out of the mini fridge, emptied them into a pair of glasses. She was only 17. She hadn't tasted much alcohol. Evan had forbidden it. She rolled it around the glass. It seemed oily. Sergei upended his glass, swallowed the vodka in one. Since this was obviously the Russian way, she did the same. The last thing she remembered was the fire rolling down her throat. The next thing she knew, she was up against the wall. Her leggings were down around her ankles, her underpants a tight band around her knees, hobbling her. Her nostrils flared at the rank animal smell of him. He took her like a beast in the forest, slamming himself against her bare buttocks, again and again, while he made grunting noises like a pig at a trough, and lights exploded behind her eyes. Pain. She blacked out. When she came to, he was still working on her. One arm snaked around her shoulder, his hand grasping her throat, cutting off her windpipe each time he thrust into her. More pain. Another blackout. When she came to the final time, he was sitting on a chair whose legs looked like the stripped bones of a deer. He was fully clothed, legs languidly crossed at the knee. He was smoking a cigarette, exuding an air of complete satisfaction. With hooded eyes, he was staring at her as if waiting for her to awaken from a nap. The moment she opened her eyes, he said, "You'll do." She had lost track of time, of where the 2 people in the room were. She blinked, saw a blur, and was greeted by a nose full of fist. Blood splashed hot, tasting of iron, as she reeled back against the edge of the door. Her right ankle buckled, the stiletto heel snapped off her pump, and she staggered. She saw the woman in yellow, half sitting, half lying, her face as pale as the colors of the postmodern rug beneath her. Blood at the corner of her mouth, sliding down one nostril, a bruise blooming on her cheek. She had wrapped her dress around her thighs, arms tight around the hem, as if that would keep her safe from his predations. But it was already too late for that. Sergei's rough hand grabbed Kata by her necklace, which was too much, just too much, and with the edge of her hand, she deep bruised the nerve cluster on the side of her attacker's neck. For a moment, he went stock still. Time enough for her to drag the edge of her hard-cut emerald ring vertically down his chest, slicing through his clothes, the skin beneath. Blood spread, staining his pure white shirt. He was a big man, as she had noted downstairs, but now close up, she was exposed to his power, his bull chest matted with black hair. The muscles of his arms like steel cables, and somehow he got on top of her. Teeth gritted, close-set eyes alight, he bore down on her chest with one knee while imprisoning her hand with the emerald ring. He slapped her with his free hand, as he must have done with the woman in yellow. It was like being slammed with a concrete block. Kata saw stars and was close to blacking out, and once again the hotel room in Copenhagen rushed back at her. The Danish modern furniture, the closed curtains, the smell of him, the bestial grunting, the pain. The flashes of remembrance, like looking at a traffic light gone wild, red, yellow, green, all of them at once, none at all, naked and vulnerable, and along with it a terrifying, creeping paralysis. This is a dream, she had told herself, all the distance she could get from the violence of the rape, the sense of being invaded, the pressure inside her, the grunts, the pain, my God, the pain. She felt the broken-off heel against the fingers of her ringless hand. A black rage came rushing out of her memories like a ravenous wolf released from its cage. Sergei had his other knee on her forearm, but she did not care. Her rage lent her the strength of 3 men, more than enough to grab the heel around its thicker end and jab it into the meat of his thigh with such force it punctured his trousers and skin, embedding itself in the dense muscle. "Bobby, you prick," she spat. His lips pulled back in a rictus of agony as she ground the heel deeper into him. "Bobby Ryder, remember me?" His teeth clacked together, then began to chatter as he lost control of his facial muscles. He was so heavy and her position so compromised that she could only get him part way off her, but not enough to squirm out from beneath him. Then, unexpectedly, helping hands arrived from the woman in yellow. She hauled as Kata pushed until she was free. Sergei lay on his side, inert. He'd passed out. Scrambling up, Kata took a moment to catch her breath before she thanked the woman. "Alyosha," the woman in yellow said, and after Kata introduced herself, added, "Well, I think we have each other to thank, don't you?" "How badly are you hurt?" Kata asked. "Are you all right?" Alyosha gestured.
The son of a bitch did his best to destroy both our outfits.
They sat side by side, backs against the bed, and laughed. What else was there to do? Kata allowed the black rage to slowly slide out of her, covering Sergei like a shroud. She had no intention of telling Alyosha about her previous encounter with him. That horror was locked away again, tight and secure. The very idea of sharing it with anyone turned her stomach inside out.
Did you win?
Apparently, the silence had gone on too long for Alyosha.
I bet you presented like a wizard.
I did. It wasn't so difficult. It is for me. Alyosha laughed, but she was trembling, the shock just starting to hit her.
To tell you the truth, no one around here plays well, including me.
Leaning over, Kata wiped blood from the corner of Alyosha's mouth.
Glad.
Fuck. Alyosha rose, went unsteadily to the night table, picked up the metal ice bucket with a bottle of vodka sticking out of it, along with the 2 glasses next to it, came back and sat down, placing her bounty on the floor between them.
"A lot is good,"
she said, holding up the frosted bottle by its neck.
"More is better."
Kata took a convulsive gulp, winced as the fiery liquid rolled into her. "Your hand always this heavy?"
"Exigent times call for exigent measures."
Alyosha drank, and then they remembered to clink glasses. "Zdrovya," Kata said. "Health." When she saw the drops of blood in the clear liquor, she put her glass down, rose, crossed into the bathroom, returned with 2 wet face cloths. With one, she wiped the blood from Alyosha's face, then wrapped a fistful of ice in the cloth, pressed it gently against the bruise on the side of Alyosha's neck. "Hold it there," she said, then made an ice pack for herself, and, wincing, pressed it against her nose where she had been hit. Alyosha nodded, then gestured with her head.
"You in any pain?"
Nothing a bottle of vodka won't cure. They laughed together as Alyosha refilled their glasses, this time almost to the brim. This ought to get the party started, Kata said. Then she glanced over at the unconscious man. I know this prick from a long time ago. Sergei, he said his name was, but I knew that wasn't his real name. Do you know him? Borya Igoryevich Arseniev. She wiped her mouth again with the back of her hand. He made money on the early games. Then he followed me up here. Evan turned back to Alyosha. Friend of yours? At this, Alyosha burst out laughing. That's a good one. But no, I have no male friends. Even my two brothers I hate. But in the FSB, she shook her head. My God, never. At this point, Borya groaned and stirred slightly. Alyosha got to her feet, stepped over to him, and kicked him smartly in the side of the head. He subsided once again into silence. Good one, Kata said, as Alyosha returned to where she was sitting. He had it coming, Alyosha said as she sat back down. And then some. As long as neither of us takes out the heel of my shoe, he won't bleed to death. Kata guzzled some more vodka, which had started to stoke a nice little fire in her belly. She glanced across to Borya. What does this little prick do when he's not battering women? He's in charge of Department 73. Home of the Ovoshchachistki, Kata said. The peelers. Alyosha's eyes opened wide. You know about them? It was Kata's turn to laugh. I'm the head of the salon. Alyosha's eyes grew wider still. You? A woman? I'm very persuasive, Kata said, with another laugh. No, it's not what you think. Then you must have something on Minister Kuznetsov. You would think. Kata shook her head. But no, I'm just exceptionally good at my job. I'm in FSB Sigint. I'm good at what I do, too. Since when does that count for anything? Alyosha shook her head. The FSB is just like the internet. They both hate women. Kata couldn't argue with that. Alyosha went on. So, the salon exists. Really? Kata nodded. Really? She made a face. The last peeler Department 73 sent out was terminated. My new remit is to... But at the look on Alyosha's face, she broke off. Alyosha, what is it? She pulled the other woman closer to her. Did Borya do more than... Alyosha shook her head. Tears and blood mingled on her lips and chin. The man I love is a peeler, the best one 73 has. She looked down at the front of her dress. He sent me this dress from Vienna just today. Kata's heart dropped, seemed to stop beating for a moment. Alyosha ran her hands over the dress, through the dried blood. I was going to wear it the first night he was home. Is his name Shutkov? Alyosha's head snapped up and she gasped. Oh, God, Pasha! Oh, God, no! Kata stared into those sea-glass eyes, now clouded with tears. Pasha Shutkov was your lover? Alyosha collapsed into Kata's arms, sobbing inconsolably. Kata was at a loss. A sense of tragedy, the death of parents she never knew, a despised sister, the very thought of whom still churned the pit of her stomach, and above all, a loss of self, combined to make her uniquely unsuitable to feel empathy on any level. And yet this woman, more or less the same age as herself, harbored the same deep-seated anger that was eating away at Kata from the inside. Kinship on a level she had never hitherto experienced worked as a metaphorical lever to open something inside her, something that caused her to put her arms around Alyosha, press the other woman close, inhale her scent, taste the saltiness of her tears on her own lips. Then she felt Alyosha's arms snake around her waist in response, and a tingle slid down her spine, along with a warmth that had nothing to do with the vodka she had consumed. The truth was that she had never held someone, never been held with the love a mother should feel for her child. The two of them rocked together, gaining something inexplicable from each other. Even with her cheek against Alyosha's hair, even while being held, Kata's mind refused to slip into neutral. But she judiciously waited until she judged Alyosha had recovered sufficiently. Downstairs, when you got up from the table, you gave me a look. She thought Alyosha would deny it, but she didn't. Why? She asked. I saw the anger behind your eyes. Kata was taken aback. Anger? Was she that transparent tonight, or was Alyosha's insight so astute? It smolders like a poorly banked fire. Kata shook her head. You're mistaken. It smolders still. I think it's like looking in a mirror. A tense silence enveloped them, during which Kata forgot everything outside this room, outside the pale topaz blue of Alyosha's intense gaze. It was Alyosha who cut through the thickening silence. Listen, Kata, it doesn't matter why we are angry, only that the anger lies deep inside us, sometimes in a place even we cannot reach. Something loosened inside Kata. And then we feel out of control. Yes. We know there's nothing to be done. Yes. Kata's eyes clouded over. She felt enclosed in a darkness that welled up from inside her. I think that's why I kill, Alyosha, why I'm so good at it, why I love it so much. Alyosha appeared unsurprised. It makes sense, doesn't it? For that moment you are in control. No matter how brief, that moment brings release. Yes. Kata reached out, took Alyosha's hand in hers. You are the first person, and you, Alyosha nodded. Is that how you? By killing? Alyosha shook her head. I don't have it in me. My release is solitude, utter and complete isolation. How do you find a place like that? A rueful smile passed across Alyosha's face. Only in the deep desolation of the place Borya works. Her mouth quirked. Ironic, isn't it? I find peace within sight of where the Ovoshchistki train. Is that how you met Pasha? Alyosha nodded, touched her forehead to Kata's shoulder for a moment before pulling away. Her eyes again swam in tears. Reaching out, Kata wiped them away with her finger. Borya found us once in the pine forest. He had grown suspicious and followed Pasha. What happened? He told me tonight when he would mete out my punishment for as long as I could remain conscious. She shuddered. He said he was a master of that kind of thing. Kata cupped Alyosha's chin, said gently, "But he won't harm you now. He never will. No one will harm you. I won't let them. Understand?" Alyosha nodded, then ducked her head, pushing her forehead into Kata's shoulder as a younger sister might. But what, Kata asked herself harshly, would I know about that? "Alyosha," Kata moved the other woman so she could look into those gem-like eyes. "Can you tell me where you go to be alone?" "It's a secret," Alyosha whispered. Their faces were close. "So is Zeslon." "Yes." The glimmer of a smile crossed Alyosha's lips. "You trusted me." "I will tell no one," Kata said. "I swear on the lives of my parents."
Deviati Krug is in the middle of the largest forest in the Tarasovo district, Alyosha said. Like most everything in Russia, it's ironic. The area hosts a number of eco-hotels, along with quarries and mining sites. She grunted. Imagine Muscovite families sunning themselves beside pristine pools, while not 10 kilometers away, workers are dying of any number of lung diseases.
Finishing off her vodka, she continued.
Anyway, Tarasovo is thickly forested, many hectares of evergreens. In the center of one of them is the 9th circle, the heavily secured compound where the Ovoshchechistki are schooled and sometimes buried.
The ones who don't make it through the training.
That's right.
So they're not sent home. Alyosha made a face.
Not even in a coffin. Too many secrets there. They are disappeared 6 feet under.
Kata glanced over at the big man lying on his side. Under Borya's orders, I imagine. When Alyosha nodded, she added, "So he was the one to send Pasha to Vienna."
"Oh, no, not at all. Pasha was Minister Kuznetsov's choice."
She made an animal sound deep in her throat.
"If it had been up to Borya, Pasha wouldn't have gone anywhere until he agreed to get the tattoo."
Kata knew tattooing was a major sign of strength and toughness among Russian men, curiously taking their cue from incarcerated criminals. "What tattoo?" she asked.
"The same one that's on Borya's chest."
Alyosha pointed.
"You can just make out a piece of it where you slit open his shirt."
On hands and knees, Kata made her way to the sprawled figure. She saw part of a horizontal cross-piece tattoo and figured it might be a cross. Peeling back the torn shirt, she saw the tattoo was indeed a cross, but the overall design was one she'd never seen before.
"It's obscene, isn't it?"
Alyosha was by her side.
"Something about..."
She shook her head.
"Anyway, Pasha refused to get it, even when Borya pressured him. He told me he'd started investigating the tattoo and what it meant, a very dangerous thing to do in his small department."
Kata could see what she meant. Just below the crosspiece was what appeared to be an oval, or the letter O, integrated near the bottom. Kata stared at it as if mesmerized. The longer she stared at the peculiar tattoo, the more she seemed to get lost in it.
"Looks like an English O," Alyosha said, "doesn't it?"
Something clicked inside Kata with the force of the jaws of a crocodile snapping shut, and she thought, Omega, this is the Omega sigil. It was at that moment Kuznetsov made his presence known. "There you are,"
I've been looking.
It was only when his gaze fell upon Borya, lying insensate on the floor, with the heel broken off Kata's shoe buried in his thigh, that his face shut like a vault.
Cho zagalema?
What the fuck?
This is the last straw, Kata.
Advancing like a storm into the room.
You have crossed the line. Nothing will save you now.
13. Vienna. Evan awoke with the name Clausewitz foremost in her thoughts like a neon sign, blinking in code. But as she sat up with an animal cry of pain, it flew from her mind. She sat on the edge of Carl's bed, curled over, head in her hands, sweaty and chilled, amid the whirlpool sheets still damp with her sweat. Her teeth chattered, a chill running through her. She felt hollowed out, racked by flashbacks of being held under the water, desperate to get away, her antagonist coming after her, lunging, fighting, lambent eyes like lamps in the swirled dimness of the water, teeth bared as if he meant to spit in her face. The raw hatred. And then she felt the wrongness. What kind of life am I living? She asked herself. Through what twisted lens am I seeing the world around me, devoid of laughter and love, filled only with loneliness and death? But at the same time, she knew there were no answers to these questions, at least not now, and not in the foreseeable future. Only as death spread its spidery hands through her would the answers be made clear. One last shiver to clear out the jams, to pull herself back into herself. She was thirsty and famished, but first things first. After switching on all the lamps, she padded into the bathroom, saw the wet morass of her clothes on the floor of the shower, and knew they were unsalvageable. Short of burning them, nothing would get the stink of the river's inflorescence out of them. Throwing them into a corner of the room, she turned on the shower taps, and when the water was almost scalding, she stepped in, lathered up, and let the heat seep through her aching muscles as the hot water cascaded over bruises the color of overripe eggplant. She still winced as water splashed over the wound in the side of her head, but the pain was dull now, feeling like yesterday's trash. She toweled off, wrapped herself in another towel, returned to the main room, and raided Carl's closet. Dressed in an inconspicuous outfit of dark brown trousers, striped shirt, socks, and a pair of his work boots. Carl must have been a small man. The boots weren't a bad fit, especially when she added a second pair of his thick socks made of rough wool. She fixed herself some food while she drank a glass of cold water. She turned on the TV, watched as Sky News reran an egregious bit from TNSC, the Wells-backed TV network. She managed to get through half of the fawning interview with a group of wildling protesters at a rally in Washington, D.C., one of many across the country, who, to a person, insisted that Democrats were pedophile Satanists, sworn enemies of white Christian society. They all wore masks covering the lower half of their faces, white with a black cross bisected by a gold O. The interview ended abruptly when a melee broke out on the fringes of the crowd between the protesters and Capitol Police and quickly encompassed the whole. That was bad enough, but then the scene cut to the Titan Studios, where a senator from Wisconsin said, "God bless those courageous people for standing fast against socialist forces trying to take away their rights as individuals. They're fighting for solid American principles.
They only want what is due them as white, God-fearing citizens of this once great nation that is being torn apart by the socialist, atheistic left.
A loss of appetite caused Evan to turn to CNN International. She came in on the middle of a story about the latest mass shooting at a black church in Georgia. 13 dead, scores wounded, and the church set ablaze. Another tragic statistic in a year when the number of mass shootings had already tripled from those of previous years. 3-minute footage of firefighters, police, flashing lights, emergency rescue vehicles, and stricken faces held behind police lines as the church burned was repeated over and over while talking heads speculated ad nauseum on the possible motives, the identities of the perpetrators, the hand-wringing at the use once again of illegal assault weapons. She switched to another streaming network, only to discover that the Washington Project, the most prominent action organization to come out against Wells and his constituency, was inundated with scandal. The CEO of the project had just stepped down following accusations by 2 female aides of inappropriate behavior of a sexual nature. In addition, the secretary stood accused of cooking the project's books, diverting millions in donations to a personal offshore account. In other words, newsworthy elements of both the right and left were dirty as sin, liars, crooks, schemers, and amoral pricks, thought Evan disconsolately. She was about to turn off the TV, but switched back to CNN first to find the current news item interrupted by the flash of a breaking news bulletin. According to the newsreader, highly placed informed sources tell us that Titan News and Streaming Corporation are readying a major announcement that will reportedly change the landscape of television news. More Samuel Wainwright Wells, more Lucinda Wells. Her blood ran cold at the certainty of confronting her last remaining sister on opposite sides of the moral universe. She recalled all too vividly Isabel's concern that when push came to shove, she might not be able to put her remit before family. She had been firm in her answer. Of course she had. But for the past 7 months, part of her had wondered what would have happened if Ben hadn't killed Anna. That her sister was insane and homicidal was beyond question. But isn't it natural for me to want to help her? She had asked herself over and over. Isn't that what anyone would do for her sister? And so she wondered what would happen when the confrontation with Lucinda came. To get her mind off her remaining sister, she switched to YouTube, listened to part of Marsden Tribe's TED Talk. It was audio only. Tribe had forbidden video at the talk. She found his voice soothing and what he said uplifting. We have embarked on an age of exploration previously unknown in the history of humankind. This exploration is threefold: outer space, unlocking the secrets of gene therapy, and reaching into the deepest levels of the human mind. Our lives are now accelerated to a degree unimaginable even 5 years ago. Data surrounds us. We live in a data-driven world. We must learn to embrace it rather than fear it. For most of us, that is not an easy transition. It is much like meditation. Concentrate, learn, persevere with intention and patience, and once you do, a whole new universe of knowledge opens to you. The danger for all of us is serenity. Serenity breeds mediocrity. Serenity kills innovation. But how to handle the petabytes of data streaming constantly? The answer is quantum computing, being able to process a terabyte of data in a nanosecond. Still exhausted, she slipped again into a brief sleep, slumped on Carl's sofa. She dreamed of holding Carl's head in the cupped palm of her hand, much like Hamlet held the skull of Yorick. Death, Hamlet realized, was the great leveler. In death, both he, the Prince of Denmark, and Yorick, his childhood court jester, would be the same. But in her dream, Carl, or rather, Carl's head, spoke to her. What he told her was of the greatest import, but when she awoke with a start, she could not remember a word he had said. She rose, prowled restlessly around the room, but try as she might to hold on to the dream, it had slipped away. And then she stopped dead in her tracks. She was facing the bookcase with the Clausewitz histories of warfare, and only now did her mind register what her eyes had seen the first time. There were 2 copies of the same volume. Now, why would a cemetery caretaker, who was also an espionage cutout, have 2 copies of the same book? Clausewitz was quite boring, and often wrong, read even once. She took the volumes from the shelf, sat back down on the sofa, and opened the 2 copies side by side. At first glance, they seemed identical, but then, leafing through the one on the left, she saw several pages were torn out, 4 to be exact. Turning to the other copy, she found the first missing page intact and began to study it, but could not find anything that would make the page special. The same was true of the other 3. Returning to the mutilated book, she paged through again, but nothing anomalous stood out. She was about to close it in disgust when she caught a glimpse of something on the end paper in back. Opening the book up fully, she saw 4 sets of numbers, all of unequal length. Heart beating faster, and ignoring the resulting throbbing in her head, she opened the intact book to the first page Carl had ripped out of the other. She ran her fingertip along the lines of text, keeping in mind the first set of numbers. There, she found what she was looking for. Once you knew to look for a cipher, it was easy enough to decode. Carl had used a simple substitute letter system, working backward. So, for instance, the letter A was Z, B was Y, and so forth. It took her 20 minutes to find the letters on the lines the cipher revealed, at the end of which time she had a name and an address on Handelskai Street near the river in the Tony Leopoldstadt district. She sat back on the sofa, closed her eyes. Her head was spinning, and she could feel whatever she had eaten lying in her stomach like a fistful of stones. With a start, she remembered she had come out of the water with the Russian's cell phone. To her he was and always would be the Russian. She could not bear to think or speak his name, but couldn't remember what she'd done with it. She got to her feet and looked around, found it lying on the floor by Carl's bed. It felt icy in her hand, as if she had just taken it out of the freezer. When the screen came to life, she was momentarily stunned to see how much time had passed. It was nearly 11 p.m. Quickly, she scrolled through his address book. Nothing. Ditto text messages. Everything had been erased before confronting the enemy. He had done what he should have done, leaving her with nothing. She knew all the required numbers by heart. She started to punch in Isabel's private cell number, then midway through, stopped and deleted it. The last thing she wanted to do was to tell Isabel and Ben what had happened. They'd assuredly order her home instantly. She wasn't prepared to do that, not by a long shot. She was on her way to the address on Handelskai Street, contained in Carl's cipher. She'd pick up a burner phone from an electronics store and text Isabel, but not before she'd finished what lay in store for her. She resisted an urge to drop the phone, grind it under her heel until it cracked like a rifle shot and flew apart. Finis, really Finis this time. But then she had a better idea. She wrapped herself in a tweed overcoat that smelled of tobacco, and, she assumed, Carl, and with an almost overwhelming feeling of relief, she left the cylindrical building. Back out on the street, she called for a taxi to pick her up at the cemetery's entrance. When they arrived at the far end of Handelskai Street, she handed the driver the Russian's phone, which he happily accepted in lieu of euro as payment. She stepped out of the taxi, and the smell of the river hit her like a slap in the face. She choked, and she felt her gorge rise alarmingly. "Breathe," she told herself. "Breathe." Hurrying beneath the shelter of the new building's front door, she ran her eyes down the bell ledger until she arrived at Kamina Wagner, the name spelled out in the last spurt of numbers in Carl's cipher. She pressed the bell and waited. Perhaps Fräulein Wagner wasn't home. Perhaps she wouldn't let a stranger in. Perhaps she wasn't a Fräulein at all, but a Frau, and her shaggy, smelly husband would answer the buzzer in the front door. She stared up at the lightless sky, crowded with restless clouds, the color of charcoal, gravid with rain or wet snow. Whoever was in Kamina Wagner's apartment buzzed her in. No intercom palaver. No questions asked. Interesting, she thought, and curious. On the far side of the marble lobby, she ascended in the small elevator to the top floor, and after having a cursory look around, stepped to her right down to the end of the corridor, which she judged to be on the riverside. Thinking of the river sent a tiny tremor through her, at which she felt thoroughly aggrieved. The door at the end opened while she was still a few paces away. As she came abreast of the doorway, a diminutive Thai woman in traditional garb smiled at her, somehow making the expression non-committal. "May we help you?" "I'm looking for Kamina Wagner," Evan said. The Thai woman's dark eyes regarded the visitor without revealing a thing. If she was surprised to find on her doorstep a woman with a bandage on the side of her head and bruises around her neck, she kept it to herself. "Everyone who comes calling wants her," she said in clipped, British-accented English. "Tell her," Evan was about to say, "tell her Carl sent me," but her well-honed instinct intervened. "Tell her I've been sent by Clausewitz." The Thai woman blinked, as if coming out of a reverie. "Clausewitz." She said it slowly, as if tasting it like a piece of ripe fruit. "That's right," Evan said. "It's urgent." "I'm sure it is." The Thai woman stepped back, her slippers soundless on the polished wooden floor. "Enter. You are expected." How could I be expected? Evan asked herself. "My name is Belle." "Evan." The Thai woman nodded, gesturing. "Please, this way. Once you are settled, I will bring refreshments." Evan followed Belle through the entryway into a spacious room, inexplicably devoid of furniture, with large French doors to their right that led out onto a wide terrace overlooking the river. The doors could be thrown open in summer. Now they were locked up tight against the gathering chill. They passed through the room into a lushly carpeted hallway hung with shunga, erotic Japanese woodblock prints between closed doors on either side. Evan paused in front of a print depicting a woman in the throes of ecstasy, wrapped in the arms of an octopus. Belle turned, came back to stand beside her. "This shunga is most famous. You like?" "I'm just wondering whether this woman is experiencing 8 orgasms at once." Belle's laugh was as soft as a petal falling from a rose. "That is the point of the design, no? Maybe you want to stay an hour or so after your meeting with Kamina, yes? I can arrange it, no problem. That hour will be good for you, very relaxing. Here you will find relief, guaranteed." And then the penny dropped. Evan understood why there was no furniture in the front room. Clients were encouraged to linger only with their chosen woman behind these closed doors. It appeared that Kamina Wagner was, among other things, the madam of a discreet, high-class brothel. Double doors at the end of the hallway led into a large office that, judging by the comfortable-looking furniture arranged to create a cozy conversation nook, clearly also served as Kamina's study and relaxation area. When Belle ushered Evan in, Kamina rose from behind a functional glass and steel desk dominated by a laptop plugged into a large plasma monitor. It could have belonged to the CEO of any business in the world, but this wasn't any business in the world. It was one specific business that needed to remain in the shadows. All this went through Evan's mind as she watched Kamina Wagner approach her. She was slight, dark-skinned, of perhaps Turkish extraction, though it was difficult to tell. Evan judged her to be in her late 30s. She was a handsome woman with a powerful face and a stride that spoke of her solid decision-making. "Peace be upon you, sister," Kamina said in the traditional Muslim greeting. "And upon you, peace," Evan replied. Evan introduced herself. As Kamina took her hand, Evan felt a tingle of energy so subtle most others would not have picked it up. She looked into the other woman's eyes, saw the flash of understanding. In that moment, Evan decided this woman was worthy of her trust, and her shoulders relaxed. She thought of Belle saying, "Here you will find relief." She realized that she would like that very much. She felt spent physically and emotionally. Her encounter with the Russian had delivered a body blow more devastating than she had at first realized. This, however, only made her more determined to keep going until she found answers to the question of who wrote the electronic file that Armistead had died for and why.
"You look like you've just been spat out of a cement mixer,"
Kamina said in a no-nonsense style. Evan found this refreshing, being used to the often necessary circumlocutions of her trade. Evan gave Kamina as much of a smile as she was able to summon up. "You should have seen the Russian." She still couldn't bring herself to say his name. A sad smile spread across Kamina's face.
"I have seen him, well, before you got hold of him, and believe me, I didn't like what I saw."
Her voice was deep, a contralto rather than a soprano. It was colored by a hint of barely hidden sorrow and had about it a certain reedy quality that made it seem as if several people were speaking at once.
Sit.
It was an order, but not a difficult one to obey. Evan dropped gratefully into a deep upholstered chair, watched Kamina cross to a taboret set against one wall. She went through several drawers until she found what she was looking for. Returning with a syringe, she pulled off the sterile plastic covering.
Now sit back and rest your head against the upholstery.
Evan eyed the syringe with suspicion. What the hell's in that?
You can't go around with a wound in the side of your head now, can you?
Kamina said rhetorically.
What I have in here will heal it sufficiently within 6 hours so it won't get infected.
Evan looked at her skeptically. What, are you a doctor also?
I'm far more knowledgeable than a doctor, Kamina smiled. Now, please do as I say.
Reluctantly, Evan complied, face tilted up to the ceiling. Kamina was careful and precise. Evan barely felt the injections, even though they were into the sensitive flesh just above and below her eyes. At once, she felt a coolness steal through her, followed by a burst of heat like an engine's ignition, before the coolness returned. "What's in the injection?" she asked.
A cocktail of my own design.
Kamina dropped the used syringe in a hazardous waste receptacle.
Green tea extract, birch polypore, Fomes fomentarius?
She cocked an eye.
Shall I go on?
Since no answer was either expected or required, she called for Belle. While they waited, she picked up a remote that had been lying on the table and pressed a red button. A painting hanging above the taboret rose up, revealing a flat-screen monitor. Another button pushed, and a familiar interior filled the screen. Carl's apartment within the cemetery of the forgotten. No wonder Evan couldn't find the guts of the CCTV monitors placed around Carl's living quarters. They were here in Kamina's office.
There's your Moscow Sentovoshchichistka.
A moving shadow came into a bar of light from one of the Orioles.
Pasha Odionovich Shutkov.
The scene switched.
He's looking for something,
Kamina said, continuing the narration.
Of course he is. He's a peeler sent from the bowels of FSB hell to clean up anything that can lead back to the Russians.
The scene switched to yet another angle.
But he doesn't find anything. He's not as clever as you are.
Evan, heart in her mouth, made no reply to the compliment. She knew what was coming, and there it was. The Russian coming up behind Carl as he emerged from the bathroom. A short, vicious struggle ensued, which ended abruptly, shockingly, with the Russian slicing through Carl's windpipe with a long, thick-bladed hunting knife, cutting through flesh, viscera, and nerves, down to the bone, and, once Carl hit the floor, hacking through the bone itself to sever the head. Kamina clicked the remote, and the screen blanked. The painting slid noiselessly down, and everything was as it had been in the room, as long as you were immune to the repercussion of the atrocity that had been committed on Carl's body, hanging in the air like the stink from the river that refused to leave Evan's nostrils. Kamina took a seat across from her. Belle entered with a tray on which rested a porcelain tea service, along with small plates of Middle Eastern sweets. So perhaps Evan's assessment of Kamina's background was correct. Belle poured them both tea, a bracing mint varietal, then silently withdrew.
So,
Kamina sipped her tea, looked at Evan over the rim of her delicate cup. So, given that that's the last we see of Shoot Cove, now that you've seen the before, care to share the after? Evan considered, couldn't think of any reason to lie. I drowned the Russian in the river water he let into the sluiceway below Carl's quarters. Kamina set her cup down without taking her eyes off her visitor. He didn't go easily. Not easily, no. Ah, well, you'll be all the stronger for that struggle. Kamina picked up one of the small plates, offering the small pieces of halva. Try one. When Evan gave her a dark look, she nodded. I know, but they are special, flown in directly from my confectioner in Istanbul. Even just one will lift your spirits. She smiled. I promise. Evan gave it the side eye. Any fomes fomentarius? Kamina's laugh was like velvet, and she shook her head. Evan let the triangle melt in her mouth. Everything Kamina said about it was true, and she understood why halva was so good. After all, it was the Arabic word for sweetness. Evan, deciding to adopt her host's directness, said, I don't know what happened to Carl's body. I didn't find it in his quarters. I didn't even find any blood. Kamina wiped her fingertips on a cocktail napkin. What would you have done with the body? I would have buried it in the cemetery, Evan said without thinking. Kamina nodded. That is where my people will find Carl, I have no doubt. We'll give him a proper burial. She paused a moment. It's more than you can do for your own agent. She meant Armistad, incinerated in the city morgue by the Russian peeler. She acknowledged the comment with a curt nod. Kamina said, Now, how may I help you? Omega, Evan said simply. Carl passed on a purported top-secret internal document. Yes, I know. Evan said, So is there anything you can tell me about Omega? Kamina rose, crossed to the windows. A wet snow streaked the glass, turning the city to melting wax. Unbidden, Evan gained her feet and stepped across the room. Standing next to Kamina, she offered her a square of flaky baklava. Kamina laughed, took it, popped it into her mouth. She looked into Evan's eyes. What I can tell you is this. Omega's members see themselves reflected in their leader. They want to believe. The leader knows this and preys on this fatal weakness. It sets Omega apart from all the other sects. Omega makes its devotees special. It reaffirms to them over and over that only they know the world's true meaning. Whatever their leader says is a truth that they must follow. They are inoculated against facts. When their leader's words are repudiated by multiple sources outside their inner circle, they become even more certain of their path. In fact, the more a leader's truth is denied by the other, the firmer their belief in its godliness. Evan stood stock still for some time, her gaze moving from Kamina's face to the bleary, darkened window pane, which showed her only a distortion of her reflection and the room behind her. She was beginning to understand, and this sent a chill deep into her bones. What she had been battling for 2 years was an altogether different beast than she had imagined. It went deeper into the darkness, was more entrenched, more rooted in the deepest soil of the United States.
I see by your expression that you have correctly absorbed the true danger of what you are facing.
She placed a hand on Evan's shoulder.
I have one more thing to tell you, but first, why don't we find you a proper set of clothes that fit and don't smell of Carl?
She took Evan into another room with a mirrored wall that turned out to be an enormous closet. Sliding open the door, she gestured.
Please, choose anything that strikes your fancy.
Oh, I couldn't, Evan exclaimed, eyeing the rich abundance of dresses, skirts, trousers, and jackets.
You can,
Kamina said,
and you will.
Running her hand over the fine materials, she protested, "But I don't have enough on me to pay you. All my money is stowed at the airport."
This is not an issue,
Kamina assured her.
Please.
She gestured again.
It is my pleasure.
As Evan went through the vast inventory, Kamina continued her narrative.
I have told you all I know about Omega, but there is another who may consent to give you more immediately useful information. I cannot guarantee it, but it is the only way for you to go, for he knows the origins of this festering disease. And believe me when I tell you that without knowing how and why Omega began, you will never defeat it.
She went to her desk as Evan tried on an outfit, ripped off a slip of paper, wrote 2 lines in a neat hand, then scribbled a note on another. She gave them to Evan, the name and address of the contact, and a note to deliver to him. Evan read them twice, memorized the name and address, which was in Nuremberg, handed that slip back to Kamina.
Have you ever been to Nuremberg?
Kamina asked. Evan shook her head.
Plenty of ghosts inhabit those streets at night, just not the children's storybook kind.
Kamina's countenance was altogether serious.
It's no joke, but you'll probably find out for yourself. The past is particularly strong there, close to the surface, spread across the city. It was never truly laid to rest.
Evan had chosen a pair of black jeans, a dark gray collarless shirt, and a knit sweater, over which she drew on a waist-length jacket of black leather lined with shearling. She kept Carl's boots, but changed into a pair of Kamina's woolen socks, softer than either of the ones she had been wearing. Kamina, approving, accompanied Evan across the office. At the double doors, she halted, standing close enough for Evan to smell her scent, a heady combination of amber and attar. Evan said, "I know I'm in grave danger. Moscow must know by now that their Ovoshchichistka, their peeler, is dead. Now they'll send another because they know the job is not yet finished. The peeler will be coming after me."
I'm not so sure of that. My contacts tell me that Department 73 is in imminent danger of a top-down purge.
Who might your contact be? Kamina gave her the side eye, which, in her case, was altogether chilling.
You don't expect me to tell you?
Evan shrugged. Not really. That would violate security protocols.
I will tell you that my contact is unimpeachable.
That was precisely what she had told Ben when he'd asked her who her Russian contact was.
Pasha Shutkov's death has shaken morale inside the department, Kamina continued. For the moment,
Moscow is reluctant to wager another death of one of its own on foreign soil.
Kamina shook her head.
So no, you have nothing to fear from another pillar, at least in the immediate future.
A slow smile spread across her face.
Lyudmila wanted you to know that.
Evan's heart thudded in her chest.
Who?
Kamina shot her a sardonic look.
Calm now.
Evan felt relief flood through her.
Ah, you're part of Lyudmila's network.
As are you.
For her own equilibrium of mind, Evan had kept her thoughts away from that thinly veiled truth, because now she was, in effect, a double agent, just as Bobby had been in the years before her murder. She and Bobby, one and the same. For a brief moment her blood ran cold, and internally she shook herself like a dog coming out of the rain. Something lodged deep inside her heart seemed to have sprung a leak, obliging her to turn away from Kamina, wipe her eyes before they were overrun.
Are you all right?
Kamina's hand on her shoulder gently, like a mother soothing her frightened child. Evan nodded, but for the moment, not trusting herself to speak.
Perhaps this is not the best idea.
Kamina's tone had changed. It was deeper, more authoritative.
You've been through a lot already. You're running on empty. Time now to rest.
I can't do that. I can't stop now, not when I'm close to finding out who sent the cipher that got one of my own killed.
You won't do him or anyone any good if you collapse. Nuremberg is a dangerous place, especially for you.
Evan forced herself to gaze into her host's eyes. The leak in her heart had vanished. She'd made sure of that. I'm perfectly fine now, she told herself. But she knew she wasn't. She knew Kamina was right. Exhaustion was hovering in the corners of her vision. Kamina smiled, raised an arm. Come now. I have a spare room where you can spend the night. Her smile widened into a grin. And I assure you that Belle will make you the best meal in the city. Evan at last acquiesced. Thank you, Kamina.
It's my pleasure, Abibti.
She led Evan back through the warren of formal sitting rooms, down a wood-paneled hall, and through a set of wooden doors into what appeared to be her own private quarters. She set Evan up in a small but comfortably furnished bedroom with a canopied bed and a window overlooking the water. A door on the far wall led to a bathroom clad in Moroccan tiles, making her feel as if she were in a riad in Marrakesh.
Please, make yourself at home.
Kamina gestured.
There's water in the pitcher, and anything else you might want, just pick up the phone and tell Belle. All right?
Again, thank you.
A long hot shower, a good night's sleep, and you'll be yourself again.
It wasn't quite like that. Evan flinched as the spray of hot water hit her battered body, but soon enough, as she soaped up, she was able to relax into it. Drying herself, she stumbled to the bed, groaning in ecstasy as she sank into the mattress. The underside of the canopy was embroidered in beautiful Arabic script. O Allah, I seek refuge in you from this journey's hardships and from the wicked sights in store. When she woke, it was early evening. She'd slept nearly an entire day. Kamina was waiting for her. They ate a delicious meal served by Belle, and then it was time to go. On Evan's way out, Kamina handed her a cell phone.
A burner, totally clean. It's perfectly secure, unhackable.
Evan took the phone, nodded gratefully. She was reminded that following Isabel's summons home, she had been flying naked, no control, no backup. But what was the point of calling D.C.? Evan couldn't go home, not now, not until she found out everything she could about the origins of Omega and about the E-file meant for its American wing.
I simply wanted to offer you a choice,
Kamina said, as Evan put the phone away.
I wanted you to know that you have a choice.
She cocked her head.
Has anyone told you that? Ever?
A rueful smile from Evan. I don't believe so, but I'm grateful that you have. Leaning forward, Kamina kissed her on the cheek.
If you were my sister, Habibti, what fun we would have.
A delighted laugh escaped Evan. It would be difficult leaving this extraordinary woman. Kamina's expression grew serious.
Now, listen to me, Evan. Certain people have a knack for tracking a marked individual down and finding them even when that individual is certain they are invisible.
Meaning me, Evan said. I'm the marked individual.
I'm afraid you are, and as I've told you, Nuremberg for you is extremely perilous territory.
I handled Pasha Shutkov, didn't I?
You did, and that was quite a feat.
Kamina stepped closer, lowered her voice.
But as well-trained as Shutkov was, you will now be dealing with another level of adversary.
Tell me, Evan said in the same hushed tone.
In Germany, in Berlin, and in Nuremberg particularly, there are small groups of mercenaries. Not many, but they're extremely active. They'll take money from anyone, literally everyone.
Kamina's hand on her arm, a gentle squeeze.
Have a care, Evan. You are clearly important to Lyudmila, which means you're important to me.
Evan felt a pool of warmth in the pit of her stomach. With an actual pang of pain, she realized how much she missed Lyudmila.
One other thing.
Kamina held out a slim, black plastic wand, 5 or 6 inches in length. Thank you, Evan said, but I don't use eyeliner.
And it is my hope you will never need to use this.
She pressed the eyeliner case into Evan's hand, leaned in, whispered a word or two in Evan's ear. Evan put the case away with the cell phone. Kamina smiled as she kissed Evan on both cheeks in the European manner and held her close for a moment. They broke apart as if reluctantly. Peace be upon you, sister, Evan said softly. Kamina smiled.
And upon you, peace.
14. Fairfax County, Virginia. After the revival, as she privately called it, after addressing the troops before their final battle, after leading them in a prayer which meant less than nothing to her, but which she delivered in a stirring fashion, Lucinda Wells took herself into the back kitchen. Here she would not be disturbed by butlers, footmen, the cook, or the servers, all of whom knew better than to set foot into one of her sanctuaries. She busied herself in the pleasing ritual of making coffee. First, she selected the beans, aged Sumatra today, ground them, put them into a press pot where the correct amount of hot water sat, waiting, straw into gold. and then she pressed slowly down with the heel of her hand, watching the elixir steadily darken, twilight into blackest night. For a while, she sat at the zinc-topped table in the center of the room, staring out the window as dusk crept through the grounds and shadows rose like temples among the trees. She emptied her mind of all that had gone before and simply breathed in prana. When the coffee was ready, she poured it into a cup that had been preheated and took her first sip, then another, and another. She set the cup into its saucer, and with the complex taste of the Sumatran soil in her mouth, her mind turned to sisters. She had 3, though 2 were dead. 2 of them she had never met. Though they came from the same mother, they had been born at different times in different places, America and Russia. But as always, her thoughts turned to her twin, Anna. Once they had been close. As children, they played together, finished each other's sentences, thought alike. But at some point, all that changed, or rather, Anna changed. She became distant, then uncommunicative, as her mind turned toward religious extremism, when that became her entire world. For a time, Lucinda wanted nothing to do with her, but gradually, after she contrived to meet Sam Wells, after she worked her magic on him, after he was hooked and she understood the true enormity of what being his wife might entail, if only she could harness all the horses and get them moving in the same direction, the right direction, she decided a rapprochement was the correct way forward. Of course, she gave Anna all the money she wanted to build up First Flag, her fanatic cadre of Omega. She did this not out of the goodness of her heart or for family. She did it out of cold calculation. Her money fueled Anna's fanaticism, allowing her to take on more and more risk. Inevitably, First Flag became more visible, which was Lucinda's aim. She used Anna and First Flag as a cat's paw to keep attention away from her, what she was building here in America, the main event. And it worked spectacularly. Anna was relentlessly pursued, finally shot to death in her castle, her entire cadre killed in an explosion that tore her hideaway apart. She took more coffee, feeling the darkness entering her like shadows moving in the corners of a room. She closed her eyes, the better to savor the confluence of flavors. Now, out of the 4 sisters, only 2 remained, herself and Evan Ryder, whom she had never met and trusted she never would. She had been following Evan's career path as best she could. So much of it was classified, and even her best hackers couldn't penetrate the cyber vaults in which her exploits were hidden. But she knew enough. Her sister was dangerous, deadly dangerous, which is why she meant to keep her as far away from Omega as humanly possible, especially after the fiasco of last spring. Foolishly, she had tried to get rid of Ryder. She had vastly underestimated her older sister's prowess. Worse, the failed attempt on her life had confirmed to Ryder the existence of an American cadre of Omega, the last thing Lucinda had wanted. Now she was obliged to live with the specter of being stalked by her. On the other hand, for the past 9 months, she had used her contacts to hold the far-right ragtag's feet to the fire. They, riddled with FBI informants, had risen up again and again, another smokescreen she had manipulated into being, behind which Omega's real work was being accomplished week after week. With the last sip, she opened her eyes. Darkness had overrun the estate, ribboned by the probing security lights. She hated those lights, even knowing they were essential. She was someone who preferred darkness, shadows, the night, especially after the full moon had been obliterated. And the velvet came down thick and hard. What was stifling to some, frightening to others, was for her a release. The darkness meant freedom of a sort she could not obtain during daylight hours when phone calls, Zoom meetings, people coming and going took up every moment. She was weary, but not because of the long day, the revival, or keeping a tight rein on her forces across the United States. After all, she had a phalanx of assistants, low-level functionaries, and computer experts to handle all the coordinating and heavily encrypted communications within the far-flung member councils. No, the heaviness she felt at the end of each day was due to something else altogether. "I need a cigarette," she thought, rising. She crossed to the door that led out to the vegetable garden, lying pale and fallow now in the security light. Her back to the mansion's wall, she opened a new pack and removed a cigarette. She'd been trying, and so far failing, to cut down, but nicotine was the only drug that calmed her. It was times like these, she thought, when she missed Anna the most. It wasn't that she regretted using her twin. After all, Anna had made her own bed in Crazyville. All Lucinda did was give her enough rope to hang herself. None of this meant that Anna's loss hadn't left a hole inside her, a deep gulf that could never now be crossed. She was forever marooned on her side of the shore. The vast, unknown darkness of Anna's world wiped off the face of the earth. It was curious, she thought now, how Anna's insanity had in some way defined herself, as if only by contrasting herself against madness could she assure herself of her own sanity. The silence of winter was near absolute. A rare bird call or insect chirrup. No leaves rustling in the wind that rushed through the bare branches, merely the sound of the wind itself, like that of a giant sucking his teeth. She extracted her lighter, was about to flip it open, when a shadow leaned over, presented a flame for her. She inhaled, straightened up, and blew a cloud of smoke above their heads. Ambrose's familiar scent had identified him even before he moved into the light. For a time they smoked in companionable silence. Ambrose was Wells's only son, named by his mother after her favorite writer, Ambrose Bierce. Ambrose, who had, rather lazily, she supposed, chosen to stick to his father. His motives were of no import to her. She had set her sights on him from the moment they met. Early on, she discovered that Ambrose was the keeper of secrets. Not only did he know where all the bodies were buried in his father's life, he had excavated a secret about each of the men in his father's inner circle, and so was able to manipulate them whenever he wished, which, she supposed, was why he was in charge of keeping the family's vast business interests secure. Between Lucinda and the first son, there sparked an incontestable sexual tension that drew them both like trembling moths to a flame. Around each other, their bones grew soft, their hearts hammered, a thin sheen of dew gilded their skin. Not that anyone else, especially the old man, for that is what they called him in private, was any the wiser. They were both far too canny to give themselves away. In public, so to speak, they were all business, a relationship the old man understood and admired. But they were connected by another, even deeper emotion, their antipathy toward the old man. They were both venal in their way, recognized that trait in each other, and admired it. Ambrose had good cause for his antipathy. In the early stages of the marriage, the old man had treated Ambrose's mother poorly. As the oldest, Ambrose had been witness to his mother's tears, her cleverly hidden bruises. He'd also been old enough to disbelieve her stories of falls or running into doors. He knew abuse when confronted with it online, and so knew it when he saw it in real life. He had also winkled out the old man's loathsome predilection, the cause of his mother's eventual suicide. Everyone else believed the official line put out by the old man's publicity machine that she was drugged up, mentally unstable, and out of control. Alice had seen to that. Alice, his willing accomplice. She did everything he asked of her. A night bird was singing, alone, the last of his kind to have stayed in his summer habitat. Lucinda thought the sound as sad as a train's whistle in the small hours of the morning, a sound she knew well from her sleepless nights in Slovenia, reflecting on her homelessness. "I've been meaning to ask you," Ambrose said now, "how it feels to be a goddess." She laughed softly. "Shall I lie?" "We know each other too well. To me you can say anything you want." Her eyes closed halfway, as if viewing a scene only she could see. The more she lied, the more uncomfortably numb she became to everyone and everything around her. But it was unclear whether or not she was aware of it. "It feels like sex." Her eyes opened wide, looking directly at him. "Sometimes I actually orgasm from the adulation." "Those people are so stupid," Ambrose said, with a contempt for what he called civilians, endemic to the Wells family. "Not so much stupid as ignorant," she contradicted. "And not even only that, actually. We have so successfully painted a picture of a world they desperately want to live in. They are sold on its existence." Smoke drifted from Ambrose's flared nostrils. "But you're not. That was one of your best performances." "A master class in the huckster's old adage, there's a sucker born every minute." They watched a crow lift off from a treetop, pass in shadow across the moon. "So tell me in more detail," she said at length. "What have we discovered from our trial balloon?" For a brief moment, while he gathered his thoughts, Ambrose regarded the end of his cigarette, glowing like a firefly. He was slim and tall, with rather aggressive features, more like his late mother's than the old man's. His salt and pepper hair was thick, and he wore it long, brushed back from his freshly shaved face. "You were correct. There is a leak in the European network. The file we created found its way into the hands of an American field agent in Vienna, one Arne Armistad," he told her. "SVR agents were hot on his heels. He managed to take 2 of them out before he was shot to death by a third, a female no less, posing as his girlfriend." Lucinda grunted. What kind of a field agent was this Armistead to have repeated intimate relations in enemy territory? Ambrose let that go, knowing it wasn't a question. The answer was obvious. So now the Russians have it. Amusing. Lucinda dropped the butt of her cigarette, waited for Ambrose to light the new one between her lips. So the nonsense we put in there will keep the FSB Cipher Directorate busy for some time. She shot him a look. How long will it be, do you suppose, before they start to pull their hair out? He chuckled. She went on. A leak, tell me. Have you found the source? Not yet. Our people are still working on the best angle. She made a dismissive gesture. Forget that. We don't have time for angles. Send our best operative directly to the beginning of the pipeline. Work forward from there. Ambrose nodded. Consider it done. He hesitated a beat before adding, There's a screwball aspect to the Agent Armistead. Lucinda frowned, let out a cloud of smoke. Do enlighten me, she said rather vaguely. She had wrapped her arms around herself to stave off the cold, but she was not yet ready to return inside. She continued to smoke ferociously, despite knowing she'd be obliged to shower and change clothes. No point in her getting Sam riled up. Not that she gave a fig for Sam. He was simply a means to an end. What she failed to understand was that the persona she had created for herself when she met Wells had sunk so deeply into her, she had no real sense of who she was. She despised America and all it stood for, and yet here she was, living the life of a billionairess without it giving her 1 ounce of pleasure. These days, only one thing gave her pleasure, and even that was superficial and fleeting. Ambrose grunted. The American field agent did not belong to the CIA or any other clandestine tentacle of the federal government. What? Lucinda's attention abruptly laser-focused. Who the hell was running him then? He was an employee of Parachute. Parachute? Lucinda frowned. The quantum computing behemoth? The very one. Lucinda rubbed her chin. I'd heard their corporate espionage unit is first-rate. It is, Ambrose affirmed. Marsden Tribe has developed a critical thinking AI. This is entirely new terrain. It requires new levels of protection. Apparently, Tribe has hired someone to run his own top-notch espionage network, bypassing completely the governmental clandestine spheres. A wave of apprehension passed through Lucinda's body, as if viscerally sensing a harbinger of trouble. What the hell is Parachute doing getting involved in our pipeline? She managed to get out. Don't know for certain as of yet. Hellaciously difficult, believe me. Parachute is a tough nut to crack even for us. Far more resource taxing than getting to the CIA or the Pentagon. Their quantum computing is proprietary. We're like an amateur runner trying to catch up to a professional marathoner. Lucinda nodded abstractly. She disliked hearing about the company's inadequacies, especially ones she could not solve by allocating more money to them. An educated guess will do for now, she said tightly. The scope and power of Tribe's espionage network tells me he doesn't trust his own government's ability to beat back the Russian and Chinese cyber incursions, Ambrose said. And he's right. The U.S. government agencies' protections are so woefully inadequate, they fail to meet even basic cybersecurity standards. Ambrose shook his head. Worse, he doesn't trust America's clandestine agencies that reward case officers for the number of foreign agents they recruit, not how successful their networks are. Not surprisingly, those rushed foreign agents are either being killed or compromised and turned. Well, he's right about all of that. She shook her head. But that doesn't explain why or how they've become involved with us. Ambrose pursed his lips. Sometimes, even for him, it was an arduous task trying to take the temperature of her mercurial moods. Bless him, he understood that some days it was a fool's errand even to try. The one thing we do know for a fact is that 5 months ago, Parachute hired Benjamin Butler and Evan Ryder. At the mention of her sister's name, Lucinda froze, her mind whirling at the implications. She stared out at the tips of the black trees at the far edge of the lawn, swaying in the wind. Their soughing seemed to speak to her. Evan Ryder was bad news, she knew that much. Lucinda's twin Anna did not survive her encounter with Evan. Now she had her answer. No wonder Parachute was interested in Omega. For nearly 2 years, her sister had been obsessed with destroying Omega. First in Bavaria, then last spring in the Carpathians, where she got to Anna. All at once, her gaze snapped back to Ambrose. I want your people on Ryder. Butler too, I imagine. Yes, of course. He's proved himself to be another irritant. Ambrose nodded. In and of itself, keeping tabs on anyone inside Parachute is like trying to grab an eel with your bare hands. Butler's difficult enough now that he's under Parachute's aegis, but Evan is on another level altogether. I'm not proposing you have someone follow her at all. That will surely end in our agent being killed, she said thoughtfully. So... Ambrose took his time, smoking languidly while his gaze turned inward. So, he said at length, I'll send the agent to the contact who originally wrote the file, as we've already agreed to do, and let them wait for Ryder to come to them. And Butler? As I said, easier than Ryder. I'll take care of him. Ambrose bit off each word as if it had a bitter taste. Don't you worry. A broad grin broke out across Lucinda's face. And that's why you're the first son. He laughed. And all this time I thought it was for something else. She arched an eyebrow, inhaled smoke sharply, let it out with a hiss. To the victor the spoils. Ambrose lit another cigarette, placed it between her lips, as he took out the butt of the one she had almost smoked down, got one last drag out of it before grinding it under his heel. Have you been upstairs yet? You know how worked up Sam gets after his sermons on the Mount. Her mouth quirked. Besides, Ellis manages that part of his life. Not just that part of his life. That malicious bitch watches over him as if he was 10 years old. Lucinda made a face. To answer your question, Alice hasn't yet texted me that the guest has left. A ghost of a smile wreathed his lips. And I suppose guest is as good a name as any. Lucinda rolled her eyes. What is this one? Ambrose sighed. Does it matter what he is? Her nostrils flared, leaking smoke. Ambrose shrugged. You married him. When she made no reply, smoking, silent, he added in a different tone of voice, Did you know he was closeted when you married him? She took several deep drags on her cigarette before replying, To answer your question, yes and no. Meaning? Her head was wreathed in smoke. Since I came on board, Sam's business interests have multiplied like rabbits. I dare say we own more offshore shell companies than anyone, They're well named. Vast sums of monies are transferred from one to another in a dizzying acceleration. To the authorities around the world, the sums are lost in our own private shell game. She tossed her head. Bottom line, it doesn't matter. At Ambrose's expression, her eyes narrowed, the muscles at her jaw hinges standing out, white as bone. Don't you dare judge me. He immediately looked abashed. That was not my intention. Really? Her eyes flashed. Then just what is your intention? He flicked the cigarette out from between her lips, replaced it with his mouth. At once their tongues entwined. He pressed himself against her, but she twisted away. Not here, she said thickly, leading him away. You know better than that. 15. Nuremberg, Germany. The late morning sunlight in Nuremberg was off-kilter, bright as spring, but curiously carrying no warmth at all. Evan had felt a distinct discomfort the moment she exited the train station. After sleeping through an entire day in the perfumed quiet of Camina's, unable to pull herself awake until the following evening, she had gathered herself, appreciating how much she had needed that uninterrupted rest, and taken a night train to Nuremberg. Now, as she walked down a quintessentially quaint Bavarian street, lined with colorful half-timbered houses, storefronts, and Gothic churches made of the local red sandstone, she shivered inside her leather jacket. Glancing up, the sun seemed strange, as if it were cut out of white paper, flat as a disk. It was disconcerting, made her feel as though she was moving through the pages of an old-world children's book. Her sense of unease only increased the farther into the city she went. She recalled Camina Wagner's warning. Plenty of ghosts inhabit these streets at night. Just not the children's storybook kind. It's no joke, but you'll probably find out for yourself. The past is particularly strong there, close to the surface, spread across the city. It was never truly laid to rest. Now that she was here, inside the medieval walls that surrounded the old city, nearing the Hauptmarkt, Evan had a clearer idea of what Camina meant. The city, the second largest in Bavaria, held great significance for Hitler and the Nazis in general. The city was once the stronghold of the Holy Roman Empire. In fact, the Hauptmarkt was built by Holy Roman Emperor Charles IV himself. It was no secret that Hitler worshipped the Holy Roman Empire and aspired to create an empire as powerful and vast. Nuremberg was also of import to the Nazi Party. Due to its position in the center of Germany, the city was the site of huge Nazi Party conventions, the notorious Nuremberg rallies. As she had promised, she called Camina. I'm here, she said. Now it begins. Isn't that a bit melodramatic, Camina? One would hope so, but you know as well as I do that in our business, hope is not to be relied on. There was a momentary silence. Peace be with you, Habibti. And with you, always. Horst Wessel, the man Camina had sent Evan to, had his shop in a traditional Bavarian house, what was often mistakenly called a chalet. It was a Bauernhaus, a kind of farmhouse. Herr Wessel's cobbler workshop was on street level. It seemed that his living quarters were upstairs. Evan entered the shop to the tinkling of tiny brass bells. Immediately she inhaled the scents of leather, wax, polish, and glue. To either side of her were shelves of black lacquered wood displaying the styles of shoes you could have fitted and made to order. The low ceiling was striated with thick, hand-hewn beams, black with age. There were several customers, a couple perusing the samples, and a young woman being helped by an even younger salesperson in a much scarred leather apron. The space had an old-world charm that felt cozy and warm, in the manner of a family room, with a stone hearth in which a fire blazed merrily. Herr Wessel sat behind a waist-high cabinet facing the door. He looked up from his cluttered workbench, lifted his metal-rimmed spectacles onto his wide forehead, and rose from his stool. "How may I help you, good Fräulein?" Evan smiled, crossed the shop, and handed Herr Wessel the slip of paper Kamina had given her. He slid the spectacles back onto the bridge of his nose to read the note. He was a barrel-chested man in his early 60s, with a corona of hair around the edges of his otherwise bald pate. He had clear blue eyes, a Roman nose, and a square jaw. The age lines in his cheeks looked more like crevices, cracks in a parched land. Evan imagined him as a younger version with thick, curling blonde hair, a muscular build, and a calculating stare. He might have been formidable then. There was still a touch of that about him. "Ah, yes," he said in a deep, rumbling voice. "You have been expected, Fräulein." He moved an outsized beaten copper ashtray nearer to him, fired a gunmetal lighter, held the flame to a corner of the slip of paper, and watched it carefully as it curled and blackened. After dropping it, he used a corner of the lighter to grind the remains into powder. A careful and exacting person, Evan thought, automatically cataloging him in her memory, as she did with everyone she met. And yet there was something deeply disturbing about him, a sense that behind his eyes lurked pain as indelible as it was old, and if not fear, then certainly apprehension. "Herr Wessel, may I ask?" "You must be hungry, Fräulein." Understanding that he didn't want to talk here, she nodded. "Starving, actually. I can't recall the last time I ate." A smile cracked apart the deep lines of his face. "Then by all means we must take a meal." Setting aside his leather smock, he grabbed his tweed coat and came out from behind the cabinet. After a word to his assistant, he ushered her out onto the bustling street. The restaurant he chose was Ecco una Cucina, neither Bavarian nor American, so then Italian, a kind of compromise, Evan thought, as Herr Wessel asked for a window table. As it was only the beginning of the lunch service, that proved to be no problem. The restaurant was only a quarter full, as opposed to the street, which was fairly packed. Hardly surprising, as they were barely a block from the center of the Hauptmarkt. Shoppers, holidaymakers, a flute of children laughing and pushing each other. The center of Nuremberg looked just like any European city. On the surface, that is. Once Evan looked more closely at the faces of the passers-by, she saw a shadow around them and was once again reminded of the restless ghosts of victims of past atrocities who had not been buried deep enough or long enough to have flown to happier planes of existence. They were handed menus, ordered, and a bottle of red wine appeared on their table, was uncorked. They each drank half a glass. You know why I've come, Evan said as she set down her glass.
Indeed.
Herr Wessel refilled his glass.
Omega is a modern-day incarnation of Gnosticism. As does Omega, the name Gnosticism comes from the Greek language. Gnosis means knowledge. On the surface, the basic tenet of Gnosticism is just this. Salvation is transformational. Like its Judeo-Christian forebear, it is of course entirely faith-based. It arose in the late 1st century after Christ, as these things are calculated, but in an irreparable break with both older religions. What the Gnostics fervently believe is that salvation can only be attained through the discovery and dissemination of secret inner knowledge. A central piece of that secret knowledge is that the death and suffering of Jesus were things that only appeared to happen. A modern-day analog would be, science. To the Gnostics, and to Omega in particular, scientific facts are not facts at all. There is inner, secret knowledge only they have that rejects science. This numinous knowledge proves that, like Jesus' suffering on the cross, science only appears to exist. It's a screen, a false narrative. When Gnostics look behind that screen, they see the truth.
Herr Wessel paused as their shared appetizer was set between them, along with a basket of fresh-baked bread. They spent some time eating, while outside, the crowds, thickening, seemed to rush back and forth with a singular determination, like waves anticipating an oncoming storm. So, about the Gnostics, or more to the point, Omega, Evan said, wiping her lips. Where do they get this secret, esoteric knowledge they see as the truth? From God?
No, not at all.
Herr Wessel shook his head, called for more wine.
There have been, down through the ages, Gnostic demiurges, humans who are purported to possess the internal pathway to salvation, who know the truth. But here we come to the widest divergence of Gnosticism. To them, the Holy Spirit is female.
And for one brief, frightening instant, there rose in Evan's mind the visage of her last remaining sister, Lucinda Wells. And just as quickly it vanished, a trick of smoke and mirrors, as Herr Wessel raised a finger.
And this is essential to their core beliefs because in one of their heretical gospels, Mary could not have been impregnated by the female divine being. There is no progeny possible from a lesbian interaction.
There is no progeny possible from an immaculate conception either, Evan pointed out. Herr Wessel gave her a skeptical look.
My dear, you are looking for logic in religion?
He shook his head. True enough, she said. But what exactly is the Gnostic truth?
If I tell you that the Gnostic truth is the exact reverse of what is said, you will say, "But Herr Wessel, this I do not understand." Well, most do not.
Evan once again felt the anxiety, or possibly fear, emanating from him, and was disquieted. Something in the pit of her stomach began to stir, and she felt her gorge rise. Something was coming. She could feel it. What?
A living example of the truth
must suffice. Do not be ignorant of me, for I am the first and the last. I am the honored one and the scorned one. I am the whore and the holy one. I am the wife and the virgin. I am the mother and the daughter. He poured them both more wine. Evan didn't even want to look at it. Her eyes kept straying to the street beyond the window glass, the faces of those passing, strained, hard, distressed. Or was she only seeing a reflection of her own mounting agitation? I just quoted several lines from a core Gnostic work, The Thunder, Perfect Mind. No one knows who wrote it, only that the poem is ancient. To understand fully, you need to hear more, Fräulein. And he returned to quoting the poem. I am the staff of his power in his youth, and he is the rod of my old age. And whatever he wills happens to me. I am the silence that is incomprehensible, and the idea whose remembrance is frequent. I am the voice whose sound is manifold, and the word whose appearance is multiple. I am the utterance of my name. Evan felt lightheaded. All the colors around her seemed bleached of saturation, becoming pastels, as if she were seeing a scene from another time, another place. The sayings of the first demiurge, she said without conscious volition. Quite possibly. Herr Wessel nodded. You see, I was right to tell you these things. I think you're beginning to understand. The most fascinating part of Gnosticism, what marks it as different from other major religions, is that it is also a philosophy. As I said, at its core, it is transformational. You enter into it, accept it, and are transformed into other. So, blind devotion. Precisely. Evan's lightheadedness abruptly escalated. She was terribly dizzied. She felt herself falling through her chair, through the floor of the restaurant, through the earth beneath, into the dark fastness of water. And now she was back in the flooded tunnel beneath the cemetery of the forgotten, being pushed under by Pasha Shutkov, lungs on fire, drowning. She gasped, and Herr Wessel was by her side, one arm around her shoulders. My dear, he said, what is happening to you? Your hands are cold as ice. His face was close to hers, the fissures on his skin deepening with the extent of his concern. Are you ill? Shall I call a doctor? Take you to... That was when the glass in the window grew a spiderweb of cracks in the instant before it blew inward. Part 3. Locusts. 16. Washington, D.C. When I was growing up, my greatest wish was to fly, Ben said. Now my desires are more prosaic. An Bin, the physical therapist Evan's father, Dr. Revashvili, had recommended, bent over Ben, who was lying face down on a massage table, naked but for a Speedo, while An Bin needled him. This was only their third day of sessions, but An Bin had already performed hours of treatments on Ben's injured body. Today's acupuncture was a surprise, as was An Bin herself. She was an athletic-looking woman with a meticulously sculpted face that was at once lined and radiant, which confused Ben, chiefly because it seemed to him that each line in her face belonged there, was meant as some sort of message. He had the strange feeling that her entire history was presented in her face, and yet he could read not one line of it. Its language was entirely unknown to him. He had never before encountered a woman so small who was so powerful. Her power, much contained, came from within. He knew that much, and this, among other things about her, intrigued him. She could be anywhere from 30 to 50, as far as he could tell. But then, as he grew older, it seemed more and more difficult to judge other people's ages, possibly because age had little to do with the extreme experiences and pressures of the people with whom he dealt. And anyway, what did age matter? She had a winning smile and hands that his body responded to the moment she touched him. She employed chiropractic, acupuncture, osteopathy, and traditional Chinese medicine on him. But it was clear to him from the start that she was also a master of a number of non-traditional methods unknown in the West. The moment she first laid hands on him, her fingertips ran not to the place where he had been shot, but to, as she said, points in your nervous system that nourish your impairment. When the first 2-hour session was finished, she said, "You will walk, Mr. Butler." And then she left the gym in Isabel's basement without another word. She never said when he would walk or how she would effect such a miracle that flummoxed the Western surgeons who had exhaustively examined him. She didn't say hello or goodbye when she entered or exited the gym. It was not, he quickly realized, that she was rude or even curt. She was simply all business. But now, surprising him, as she added needles to his back, she said, "Tell me about growing up."
Why do you want to know? I'm simply curious.
Of course. You are a curious being by design.
She took a breath.
Well, my knowing is part of your treatment.
Her smile was crooked like a young child's.
What comes before influences us in the present. For the weak and unlucky, it comes to define them.
Since nothing she said, or for that matter, didn't say, surprised him overmuch, he told her, "My story is not so terrible. It's hardly unique." An Bin added another needle. He felt a tiny prick, then a flow of warmth running along an invisible stream inside his body.
Your story is unique to you, Mr. Butler. It is what led you to being here, now, under my ministrations, so it will inform and shape your treatment. Speaking thus is often an unlocking mechanism for the body.
She took up each wrist in turn, measured his pulses. "Ah," she murmured to herself under her breath. Then,
"Please continue."
My mother was a Polish Jew. Her father, my maternal grandfather, was a merchant, and a clever one at that. At an early age, he married his teenage sweetheart, and while she was in her first trimester, moved them to Beirut, Lebanon.
"To learn from the best," An Bin said, taking out one needle, applying another in an entirely different spot. Immediately, he felt something shift inside him.
Exactly. So, my mother was born in Beirut, as was I. She married an American lawyer, a WASP from mainline Philadelphia.
"An unhappy marriage," An Bin said in her non-judgmental manner.
Not in the beginning,
Ben considered.
but eventually, yes. They were, how shall I put it, incompatible.
Is that the word you wished to use?
When he made no reply, she went on as if nothing untoward had happened. But she adjusted the needles again. She was decoding him.
What did their incompatibility mean for you?
I never wanted to be home with the two of them, but it was difficult being out in the city on my own.
Why was that?
Having left 5 needles in him to marinate his nervous system in his own body's healing energy, his qi, Anbin placed a pinch of moxa on the small of his back. When she lit it, he felt the heat immediately, and the incense-like fragrance of the curl of smoke lifting from a dried Asian plant not unlike mugwort, boosting the flow of his qi. I was tainted 3 times. I was a Jew, I was an American, and I was pale of face. I stuck out like a sore thumb, a pariah, baited, harassed, beaten sometimes. There were days I wished I could be the Lebanese equivalent of Clark Kent so I could fit in.
And fly at night.
Like Superman. In Beirut, I felt like I was from Krypton, an outsider, a stranger in a strange land. I longed for a secret identity where I could pass my tormentors in the street and they wouldn't give me a second look.
I think, Mr. Butler, there's more to your past. Much more.
He made no reply. She continued her work.
I too am a stranger in a strange land, she said at length, here in your nation's capital.
You don't want to be here?
Here is where the money is. I'm deeply spiritual, as you see, but I'm not about begging in the street with a wooden bowl. I want to live in the modern world with all its modern conveniences because, paradoxically, these things give me the space to find peace.
She paused.
But of course there is a price. Here is where I am scorned and derided by every MD, every DO who couldn't get into a first-rate medical school. Here is where I ply my trade through word of mouth only, a pariah even in my own country who has chosen the shadows, living like you in the margins of Western society.
She looked down at him.
You have your longed-for secret identity at last, Mr. Butler. But I wonder if you are happy.
There had been a risk in hiring Anbin. To work on Ben, to hopefully heal him, she required information about Ben that was hidden from outsiders. But Isabel put the parachute quantum computers to work. The result? They knew every day of the woman's life, from her birth to a Chinese mother and a Vietnamese father, until the day they agreed to hire her. She described in detail her slow and extensive travels throughout Asia, to Nepal and Tibet, throughout Indonesia and Sumatra, gathering syncretic medical knowledge. She had never been approached by any Chinese or North Vietnamese agent. In fact, just the opposite, she said. Both hierarchies avoided her. She was a half-breed, in their eyes, a non-citizen. In sum, she was precisely how she presented herself. As part of their agreement, she was living here in Isabel's villa for the duration of the treatment. Isabel made sure she was well compensated for her time. Still, observing security protocols, they were careful not to speak of anything sensitive in her presence. In any event, Anbin was under the impression they were involved with counteracting would-be corporate espionage. Ben felt an ill-defined sense of foreboding. What do my pulses tell you? At that moment, Isabel stepped into the gym. How is the treatment going?
For today, not quite finished.
Anbin began to take out the needles one by one. Any news? Ben said, turning his head. Please keep your head still, Mr. Butler, Anbin said, without a trace of admonition. He did as she asked.
Unfortunately, yes.
Isabel gestured for Anbin to leave them. Then she stepped closer to Ben, lowered her voice.
That e-file we went to so much trouble to obtain is a dummy.
A dummy? Are you sure?
The computer has sifted through 10 million possibilities. It has confirmed there's no message. It's a dead end.
So what? It was a ruse?
A charm, as we say in Israel, but to what end?
2 possibilities come to mind. Either a diversion to keep our eye off the ball or to flush out a traitor in their pipeline. They both knew that possible traitor would be a Russian mole, since the SVR knew about the e-file even before Evan did.
Possibly both,
Isabel mused.
And our sales rep,
he meant Evan,
is right in the middle of it.
Isabel crossed her arms over her chest, a sure sign that she was agitated.
I'd very much like to inform our rep.
They're out of call range.
I'm afraid so.
Still, that's best.
Agreed.
Isabel nodded, called Anbin back in. The therapist helped Ben roll over onto his back and then into a sitting position on the massage table, legs dangling over the side. She then pushed a bar, suspended from the ceiling, toward him. He reached out with both hands, grasped it. Anbin pulled on a rope, and the bar started to rise, Ben with it. She kept at it until he was standing up, his weight supported by his arms and the bar, so he was in effect weightless. And yet he stood without any tremors in his legs. Anbin had been working his leg muscles hard twice a day. "One hand," Anbin said now. "You sure?" Ben asked. Anbin's eyes were upon him, calm as a lake at sunrise.
"It is your own body that must answer."
He nodded, yet still hesitated. Isabel could see that he was sweating. From the moxa or from anxiety, she could not tell. Possibly it was both.
"Body, not mind,"
Anbin reminded him.
"Do not think."
All of a sudden, he let go of the bar with his left hand. Immediately his knees sank.
"Breathe into your chi,"
Anbin said softly.
"Remember to breathe into your lower belly."
He did, and his knees straightened. He was standing, only semi-suspended. He took one step, then another, before he had to grip the bar with both hands.
"Well, would you look at that?"
Isabel whistled.
"It's a bird, it's a plane."
They all laughed, even Ben, especially Ben, exhausted and happy. 17. Nuremberg. A hail of glass, a sleet of glitter, a hard rain, the explosion of plate glass shards battered the table and its occupants full force, blasting the plates, glasses, and cutlery, splattering food onto ceiling, walls, and floor, rocking the table itself. As for Evan and Herr Wessel, they were lifted out of their seats. Bits of glass clattered against Wessel's back, but his clothes saved him from serious damage. Evan's forearm, up protecting her face, took the brunt of the force, so that for a moment it looked like a porcupine's leg until she shook the shards off. None of them had penetrated her leather jacket. Outside there was singing, which seemed incongruous to her, even absurd. until, recovering from the explosion's aftermath, the words began to filter through the screams and shouts of everyone around her. Gradually, she realized it wasn't singing so much as mass chanting.
Behold, then, her utterances and all the writings that have been completed. Give heed, then, listeners, and you also, angels, and those who have been sent, and you spirits who have arisen from the dead, for we are the ones who alone exist, we who follow her and her demiurge, and we will suffer no one to judge us. You will find us here, and we will live and will not die again.
She saw the rock, then, lying on the floor, perfectly innocent, until someone hurled it through the window. Turning, she lifted her head slowly, tentatively, to see a mob of masked men and women marching, arms linked in solidarity, taking up the entire width of the road. It was they who had smashed the windows of the restaurant, as they were doing now to the windows of other storefronts, as they twined like an enormous serpent, restless, relentless, unbroken. The voices came again, harsh, green with youth, crusty with absolute conviction, lifted as one, which seemed nearly impossible.
We are hated everywhere and have found love in the places hidden from you. We are life and what you have called death. We are the new law and what you have called lawlessness. We are the ones you pursue, the ones you seek to restrain.
The masks she saw now were black, with a white cross, bisected by a golden O, and her heart doubled its beat until it became like a stone in her chest. She recognized the symbol of Omega.
We are the ones whom you scorn,
the mob continued to chant in their destruction of all that surrounded them.
You brand us unlearned, but it is from us you will learn.
She pulled Herr Wessel toward her. His eyes were glazed with terror, and in a flash of insight, she realized the anxiety she had felt coming off him was in anticipation of this demonstration. The massed chanting was louder now, ringing through the streets like medieval church bells, summoning soldiers at the advance of the newly sighted enemy.
She is the knowledge. She finds those who seek after her. She commands those who ask of her, and the power in her knowledge, the power of the angels who have been sent at her word, the power of her demiurges in their seasons by her counsel, and of the spirits of every man who exists with her, and of women who dwell within her. She is the one who is honored and who is praised by the disciples. It is she who is despised scornfully by the ignorant, fearful others.
Everyone in the restaurant was crouched behind tables or curled on the floor, afraid to move, terrified to try to escape the violence. Escape where? Into the arms of the Omega mob? The answer came with another rock thrown through the window, this one larger, hurled farther than the first. An incendiary fireball of screams and shouts erupted as every customer left in the restaurant made for the door in a mad scrum, pushing, shoving, cursing, as they all tried to squeeze through the door at once. Among them, Herr Wessel, who despite what cuts and scrapes had been inflicted on him, nevertheless attempted to impart one last piece of intel to her. As if he had tuned into her wavelength, his cracked lips opened, and he whispered so softly she was obliged to put her head next to his.
You must. This was preordained.
Preordained? She wondered if she had misheard him, but his head bobbed up and down. I brought you here. I did. You know.
Evan shook her head.
What? She said, but he seemed not to hear her or to have the strength to answer. The clamor outside, the terror and the dread inside were reaching a fever pitch. You must find Schrödinger, he stammered. Heinrich Schrödinger. He is out there somewhere. He is the German demiurge. Heed us, join us, for in our ignorance we possess the hidden knowledge of the universal spirit. You who have told lies about us, heed the truth about us now, for we are strength and we are fear. We are war and we have come. I have it on good authority that the origin of the e-file you seek is with someone within Schrödinger's group. Herr Vessel's face blanched, bone-white, veins like ropes spasmed in his temples, and he was no longer able to control himself. Like a panicked squirrel running directly into the tires of an oncoming car, he bolted through the narrow gap in the doorway directly into the mass of the Omega demonstrators. Though Evan hurled herself after him, he vanished into the marching, angrily shouting crowd like a swimmer going under for the last time. The energy they exuded was like a dark force blotting out the sky. She hit the wall of demonstrators at full tilt, slipping sideways at the last instant. In this way, she snaked through the outmost line, but immediately thereafter was elbowed about her head and shoulders by the next line, turned upon like she was a street urchin caught trying to pick the pocket of an innocent tourist. She struck out, sending two men off balance, arms flying, stumbling into those in front and behind them. Then someone slammed his hand into the side of her head, and she gasped. Stars sparked, and her vision clouded at its periphery. She struggled for breath and would have gone under like Herr Wessel before her, had she not grabbed another demonstrator's shoulders, fingers digging into the cloth of his jacket. He tried to fight her off, but she kneed him in the groin, slipped off his mask as he bent double, pulled it on over the lower half of her face. She could smell the rankness of his exhalations, beer and worst combining to turn her stomach. She pressed ahead. Someone pressed a tire iron into her hand. At first, she tried to press it back to him, but then she realized that was not the way to Heinrich Schrödinger. At the same time, she understood that this path she was about to embark on would be a particularly nasty one. So she steeled herself before swinging the tire iron into a shoe shop's window. A cheer went up from those around her, the press of the demonstrators, along with their mass chant, sweeping her into the heart of the human storm like a rushing tide. There were more shops to maim, and she did her part, sick at heart, but aware that this was the surest route to Schrödinger. Two young men to her left wrenched a trash can off the pavement, used it as a battering ram to splinter a jewelry shop's door. To her right, a trio of young women lit torches, tossed them nonchalantly through shattered windows, laughing and chanting all at once. As the violence ratcheted up, the formations became ragged, then unidentifiable. The demonstration became a melee. It was inevitable, Evan thought, as she joined in the rampage. The demonstrators had become terrorists. That, too, was inevitable, she thought, as she was sucked into the mob's center. Here, as in the eye of a hurricane, there maintained an eerie calm, space between the handful of people in the vortex. This group was almost evenly split between men and women. More of a surprise was that they were almost all young, in their early or mid-20s. These unruly upstarts were emblematic of the new generation of Germans who hadn't seen, or if they had, believed photos and newsreels of the Holocaust. There was the knife-edged barbarism masquerading as fascism, bent on ethnic and religious cleansing. A bright new world for a new Germany. Forgotten were the chains of the past, the horror, the guilt, the pledge never again. For these young women and men, it was yes again, and this time we will triumph. She was still contemplating the terrifying repercussions of this Nuremberg branch of Omega being composed of so many young people when she was shoved to her left. A young man, blonde, blue-eyed, Nordic of mien, or, if you prefer, Aryan, large and intimidating as only fascists can be, invaded her personal space, glaring at her. Evan wondered whether there was a school of fascism somewhere that turned out these cookie-cutter bullies.
Hey, you,
he said in a voice larded with hateful menace.
I don't recognize you.
How can you tell with my mask on? Keep it aggressive, Evan told herself. Keep ratcheting the nasty.
Who are you?
Blondie barked.
Yes, who?
This from another young man, his light eyes crinkled at their corners, a grin or a grimace. It was difficult to tell. A tattooed snake coiled on his right temple.
Perhaps she's a Verfassungsschutzplant, eh?
He was referring to Germany's internal state security police, which the Prime Minister had put in charge of surveilling the country's right-wing extremists.
She wouldn't be the first,
Blondie said, sticking his face so close to Evan's she could smell him, sweat, aggressive pheromones, a deep bitterness.
But she could be the last.
Leaning in, Snake gripped her biceps, about to jerk her off her feet.
Look at her face. Someone's been at her good. Maybe she's a lousy lay.
Evan buried her fist in the indentation below his shoulder, then swept his hand away.
Off,
she said tightly. Behind him, the three young women she had noticed before had turned their heads toward the altercation, flowers lifting their petals sunward. The mob in general seemed to have reached the end of the territory they wished to terrorize. They had come to a halt, faced outward, knives and handguns at the ready to intercept any interference. But at this point, the street was clear of bystanders. All the tourists and visitors had long ago fled. Shop doors were locked and, where possible, shuttered. The takeover was complete, and an unnatural chill, fed by dread and panic, had invaded the street. It felt like the end of the world.
Off, she says.
Snake turned to Blondie. His laugh was like the growl of a wolf.
Off.
As if he couldn't believe a woman would speak that way to him. His head swiveled back to her.
Is that an order, Fräulein?
He reached out, ran the back of his hand down her cheek. At the last instant, his forefinger lifted and hooked the top of her mask, started to pull it down. She reared back, even as she slapped him hard across the face. She assumed Blondie would intervene, but he did nothing, watching her, arms folded across his chest. The three young women had crept closer, worming their way through the mob. Far off, a siren started up. Speaking of the Verfassungsschutz, one of the young women said. The sirens, the sound had suddenly multiplied, like reflections in a mirror, increased in volume. The authorities were on the move, coming their way. This is no time to hang around, the young woman said. She had ice blonde hair, dark eyes, a face like a fox.
We've made our point, yes? Blondie was clearly addressing Snake. Let's get lost. We'll reassemble back at... What about this one?
Snake's eyes were centered on Evan.
What about her? Blondie snapped. Let her call back to whatever hole she called out of. The Verfassungsschutz,
Snake said, with venom in his voice.
Blondie shrugged. She's gotten into your head, Rolfie boy.
Rolf drew out a handgun.
I'm gonna make sure she's out and stays out permanently.
Blondie, who had turned his head toward the direction in which the sirens were fast approaching, whipped around.
Not now, you idiot! Bloodletting is the last thing we need!
And what if she is Verfassungsschutz? This from the fox-faced woman.
Starting an all-out war is not what today is about.
Rolf gritted his teeth.
It is now.
Anyone can pop someone, Blondie said.
You think that makes you a big man? Put the fucking gun away.
When Rolf made no move to do so, the fox-faced woman said, You hate her so much, why don't you teach her a lesson the right way? Fight her bare knuckle. Blondie slapped Rolf on the shoulder.
More fun in hurting her than killing her, eh, Rolf?
The sirens wailed. The Verfassungsschutz was closing in. The mob was dispersing quickly, silently slipping into shadowed side streets and back alleys.
That I'd want to see,
Blondie said with a smirk, but whether it was for her or Rolf, Evan couldn't tell. But not here, Foxface said.
Rolf shrugged. So take her with. It will be fun beating the living shit out of her.
18. Moscow. Minister Kuznetsov saw Alyosha leaning against Kata and pointed.
You, he barked. Get the fuck out of here, now!
But Kata put a hand on Alyosha's arm. Stay right where you are, she said. This is where you belong. That was last night. Kata had been in this windowless cell now for 16 hours. It was made of rebar-reinforced concrete, a foot thick. It, like all the cells, was soundproofed. As the saying went, in the Lubyanka, no one can hear you scream. As the cells were unpainted, there was always a haze of concrete dust that, settling in the first hour of her incarceration, clung to her like a second skin. Intermittently, she coughed. A stainless steel toilet was affixed to one wall, a bunk to the opposite wall, on which she was now perched. A blanket as thin as the mattress provided scant relief from the damp chill. In the center, straddling a large drain, ominously stained, a metal chair, similarly stained, was bolted to the floor. The glaring overhead light, screened off by a metal grid, went off at odd intervals, staying off just long enough for her to fall asleep, only to be jerked awake when it came on again. She was deep within the dreaded innards of the Lubyanka, where she and Alyosha had been taken. She had not seen nor spoken to Alyosha. Despite her assurances of protection, for all she knew, Alyosha could be dead or worse. And anyway, she couldn't even protect herself, let alone another person. The center of her face throbbed as if it had grown its own heart. It had been bandaged upon her arrival, the clotted blood cleaned off. She touched her cheeks, swollen and no doubt discolored. That fucker, Borya, she thought. At least I gave better than I got. And then she sighed. I saved Alyosha from him only to get her into this. She felt disgusted with herself. Better to get that out now. I'll need all my faculties when Kuznetsov arrives. Sooner or later, she was sure he would. One other thought was uppermost in her mind. Lyudmila would be so disappointed in her. She had an attachment to Lyudmila that went beyond friendship. She had reached out and saved Kata when she was at her most vulnerable within the FSB structure. But Kata knew very well there was nothing even Lyudmila could do for her now. In the Lubyanka, she was beyond anyone's help. She closed her eyes, as if that gesture would make her invisible to the constant surveillance of the CCTV camera set up near the ceiling. But it did no good. She knew very well there were 3 things that happened to prisoners unfortunate enough to wind up here. All of them began with torture of the most excruciating kind. Then, a lifetime here, which was short, a lifetime in a Siberian labor camp, which was shorter, and death. There were no other possibilities she'd ever heard of, not even in the tall tales bandied about within the FSB, known collectively as Legends of the Lubyanka. Her eyes sprang open at the sound of the door opening. Someone stood in the doorway, but with the glare of the light, it was only a shadow. The screech of metal against concrete invaded the cell as the figure, dragging a chair with him, entered. She could see now that it was Minister Kuznetsov. The door swung shut behind him with an echoing clang. He positioned the chair so it was facing the one already there, sat in it, then gestured to her to take a seat in the bolted-down chair. She rose, stepped over to the empty chair, stood behind it, fingers clutching the back. Her knuckles were white with tension. Kuznetsov looked up at her in her blood-stained dress. He had divested her of both her emerald ring and the necklace of emeralds and shark's teeth before they'd left the dacha. The ring was the symbol of her power and status within his sphere. Sit. His voice was soft, neutral. When she made no move, he said, Kata, we will not have our talk until you are seated. She moved backward, never taking her eyes off him. When she felt the sharp edge of the cot against the backs of her knees, she sat down. Kuznetsov smiled and shook his head. In the chair, Kata. He gestured. I won't ask again. When she did not rise, he clucked his tongue against the roof of his mouth, made to rise. If I leave here now, I won't be back. His eyes glittered. Neither will anyone else. She believed him. She had no choice. When she was seated opposite him, he said, I have news of your friend. Is Alyosha alive or dead? Her voice sounded thin and creaky as if it needed to be oiled. Kuznetsov drew a bottle of water out of his pocket, handed it to her. She hesitated briefly, then thought, what's the point? Opening it, she drank half of it in one go. Alyosha, she said, her voice stronger. Now it was his turn to hesitate, and she knew she deserved it. Her gaze, however, did not falter. She still had the power, pathetic though it was, to deny him that satisfaction. He seemed to have crawled inside her head, reading her intentions, because his smile returned. With a start, she realized there was something distinctly reptilian about it, and she felt sickened. "Your friend is alive," he said, deliberately not using her name. "In fact, she's in the cell next to this one." "Is she well?" "We need to talk about other matters." He paused, as if daring her to exert her will in a fruitless situation that could only humiliate her further. The moment he revealed himself, she felt a surge of rage she found almost intolerable, as if an army of fire ants were crawling over her skin. In the moments following, another part of her took a step back, understanding this was a test, not from him, but from herself. She had never been adept at self-discipline. She was always slipping her leash, which is what constantly infuriated the minister. She knew that if she was ever going to get out of here, let alone be reinstated, she had to tread very carefully. She had to show him that she would toe the line, that she would not cross it again, that she would not even come near it. In this frame of mind, she said, "Let us speak of them then." "You attacked and severely injured a high-ranking official of the FSB. I retaliated after he attacked me." She pointed to her heavily bandaged nose, and surrounding it, the deep purple bruises marring the flesh around both her eyes. "You were intruding on his beatdown and imminent rape of a subordinate." "She's not in his directorate." Her face flushed as she felt a spurt of outrage trying to clog her throat. "Take a step back," she warned herself. "That's your answer," she said in slow, measured tones. He shook his head again. "Face facts, Kata. No one cares about your friend." He shrugged. "Whether or not she gets raped is of no consequence to any of us in power." "Have you no humanity in you?" she said in the same measured tone. "I am who I am, Kata. We are all leopards in this jungle." For some reason she struggled to comprehend. These words sent a chill through her, and her mind flashed on Alyosha. "And as for you," Kuznetsov said, "you will have to pay for the crime you committed. Borya Igoryevich is dead. Blood poisoning. Your aim was true. The spike heel you jammed into him punctured his femoral artery. By the time he hit the hospital, there was nothing to be done. So," he added briskly, "a capital crime. Death." She felt the crushing weight of fate come down on her. Is this really where her life had led her? Into a trap where even gnawing her leg off wouldn't free her? But in the darkness enshrouding her, there remained a sliver of hope. She had one card to play, the one she had been holding in reserve. The problem was it was a down card. She would not know how high it was until she revealed it and saw his response. Endeavoring to set herself on this single-minded course, she forged ahead. "Did you see Borya Igoryevich before he was carted out?" Anger flared behind the minister's eyes. "You don't get to call him Borya Igoryevich," he said stiffly. "He is neither your friend nor your equal. If you mean Director Arseniev..." Just answer the question, Minister. Now was not the time to address him informally, as she had previously. His teeth clacked together, and he shook his head.
What a fucking piece of work you are. I put it down to your American upbringing. No sense of propriety or politesse.
She laughed harshly. Politesse in the FSB. Come on, Minister. Cut the bullshit. You and I both know we find politesse an inconvenience. I, too, am what I am. You can't expect me to change my spots, and you cannot force me to do it. He started to refute her, but she gave him no chance. Since you can't or won't answer my question, I'll just carry on. Borya Arsenyev, director of Department 73, is a member of Omega. Kuznetsov opened his mouth, closed it again just as quickly. He fairly goggled at her.
Slavobayev was so wrong about you. Not only are you a dangerous criminal, you're also deranged. I've had enough of you to last me several lifetimes.
He stood up. Kata gave no sign that his words meant anything to her. She had turned to stone. She had set her mind to it. Nothing he said against her now would affect her in any way, shape, or form. She stared at him, unblinking, immobile. Implacably, she went on. If you had taken a look at the director, a close look, you would have seen his tattoo.
I did see it as it happened, but I was more concerned with Borya Igoryevich's state of health.
Then you missed what I didn't. She took a breath. Sit down, Minister. Please. Kuznetsov hung back. He looked at her as if he had opened a box, only to find inside an uncoiling hooded cobra.
You can't expect me.
Leave, then. She forced herself to shrug, to keep her voice nonchalant. To show any weakness now would be a fatal mistake. Her instincts were quite clear on the matter. On the other hand, she needed to maintain the right degree of respect, or she would lose him and her life. Alyosha's, too, she had no doubt. But no gambler worth his salt leaves with cards still on the table, bets unfinished. He gave a small bark, reminding her of a dog at the end of its leash. But then he too shrugged. The moment he sat down, she knew she had him. But after all, what she said next was for his benefit as well as hers and Alyosha's. You told me you believe Pasha Shutkov was betrayed. You insinuated that the leak came from inside FSB. She cocked her head. You remember that? The minister suddenly looked bored.
Vividly.
As it turns out, you were right. I was wrong. Kuznetsov peered at her with narrowed eyes.
Continue.
She took a breath. Alyosha's lover was Pasha Shutkov.
How is that pertinent to this conversation?
Pointedly, she ignored his nonchalant response. It happens that Director Arsenyev was hounding Pasha to get the same Omega tattoo, she said. I was about to ask her if she knew of any other members of Department 73 who had the tattoo.
Pity we can't ask the director.
But Kuznetsov's tone had changed, no matter how subtly. I very much doubt you'd have dragged anything out of him.
Don't be naive,
the minister scoffed.
I'd bring him down here.
It wouldn't matter, Kata said calmly, authoritatively. Omega is a faith-based organization. They are, to a person, unshakable in their beliefs. That's what makes them so dangerous. At this, he leaned forward. She knew he was interested in what else she had to tell him. So, as it turns out, your dear Borya Igorievich was not only director of Department 73, a division of SVR so highly classified that almost no one knows where it trains its agents, he was also a traitor to the Russian Federation. Department 73 works outside the normal constrictions of the FSB, its mission so vital that it's virtually autonomous. Her eyes grew bright in proportion to how deeply his were looking inward as he digested the implication of what she was saying. Is it any wonder that Pasha Shutkov was compromised, that an enemy of the Federation knew he would be in Vienna? For some time, Kuznetsov did not move, sat still, staring at her. Time seemed to telescope, as if a whole day was passing before Kata's eyes. This strange temporal sensation dissolved the moment he stood up. He stepped to the door, taking his chair with him, and glanced up at one of the CCTV cameras. At once the door opened.
It will be taken care of, believe me, he said. Within the day we will uncover the ones with the Omega tattoos and bring them here.
Under articulated interrogation, I imagine. He shot her a hard stare.
You imagine correctly.
She shook her head. A waste of time, Minister. First, because these men are trained for immunity to torture. Second, because, as I said, Omega is faith-based. They'll give you nothing.
In that event, they will be shot dead.
Leaving what? The remaining men who may or may not be Omega recruits or potential Omega recruits to continue on? Kuznetsov gripped the back of the chair he'd brought into the cell.
The answer is to wipe them all out. Remake Department 73 from the ground up.
The problem with that, she said, is that now we have proof of Omega's infiltration of the FSB. She cocked her head. Whom would you trust to head the new Department 73? He barked a laugh.
Please don't tell me you're angling for the job.
I already have a job. His face darkened.
You have nothing,
he answered her savagely. She neither cringed nor hesitated. She saw her path clearly now. You didn't offer me the head of Zaslon for nothing, Minister. I can be of use to you now. I'm the only one you can trust absolutely to root out Omega.
You killed Borya Igorievich. You will pay for that crime.
His voice, dark as midnight, echoed through the room with a terrifying finality. 19. Nuremberg. You're Heinrich Schrödinger, I take it, Evans said, as her blindfold was removed. They had taken her mask, and they'd pulled theirs down as well, revealing their full faces. Blondie gave her a big grin, turned to Foxface, waving the blindfold like a flag of victory.
Listen to her, Gillen. Now she invokes Schrödinger's name.
So was he Schrödinger or not? Would Schrödinger be part of the riot, or would he only have masterminded it? Guylain's eyes narrowed as she gestured to one of the women she was with, a petite blonde with sharp cheekbones and chin. Elke, pat her down. Make sure she isn't wearing a wire or a GPS tracker. Elke looked vulnerable, which meant, Evan thought, she must be the opposite. She wouldn't have lasted 10 minutes with this bunch if she wasn't. Elke stepped forward to comply. Her hands, when they reached out, were strong, efficient, assured. Evan was aware of her strength and force of will. Many would not, until it was too late. Her eyes did not leave Evan's, looking for a flinch or the inner withdrawal caused by fear. She found nothing of the sort. Evan made no move to stop her. There was no need. She was clean. She wanted them to know it. She wanted them reassured. She had grabbed this opportunity that fate, in the name of Herr Wessel, had gifted her, and run into it with her eyes wide open. She knew the risks she was taking with these people. They glared at her with a black hatred that might have withered anyone else. Evan merely skated past it like a water spider skimming the surface of a toxic lake. "She's good," Elke said, stepping away after she'd done her work. "Keep an eye on her," Guylain said. Blondie's face darkened.
That should be my job.
"You," Elke said, with a curl to her lip, "probably want to jump her." She observed Evan with a critical eye. "I guarantee this one won't let you. Like as not, she'd hurt you first." Blondie growled at her. "That's enough," Guylain barked. Then to Evan, "Hey you got a name?" "Evan." Guylain lit a cigarette. She gave her an enigmatic look, blew smoke in her face. Evan didn't blink, and Guylain noticed that. She noticed everything. "Whether Evan is your real name or not, you're going to be sorry you ever stepped into this hornet's nest." Late in the afternoon, the light fell at winter's bidding. So near the solstice, the longest night of the year, the turning of the tide, the day was weak, wounded by the distant sun. An icy wind followed, rushing through the stunted field, making it whisper, giving a false sense of summer's insects. But there was nothing there, no life at all. They were somewhere in the countryside, how far from Nuremberg she couldn't say, but judging by the length of the ride, not too far from the outskirts. Far enough, anyway, that the police sirens were no longer an issue. As they were leaving, there had seemed to be more and more sirens blaring, and they'd had to make several detours in the green florist's van they had shoved her into. The Verfassungsschutz were clearly out in force, no doubt due to a flurry of urgent calls by terrified shopkeepers. Evan did a further assessment. Pumped up with anger, bitterness, and malice, this cadre's hair-trigger reactions were no surprise. But as with all terrorists, their animus was inverted. Turning it outward was an unconscious survival instinct, preventing them from being plowed under by their own self-hatred. That knowledge was a psychological weapon she could use. Guylain, clearly the dominant female of the group, was someone she thought she could deal with. She, above all the males, would be inclined to talk before delivering a pounding. But first, she needed to get past Rolf. No time for more thought as Blondie reapplied her blindfold. She was bundled back into the van, and off they went. She judged they drove for about 20 minutes, but of course it was impossible to say in what direction. She was sure they had not re-entered the city, however, for there was hardly any traffic noise. At length, the van decelerated, rolled to a stop. She was hauled out, sent stumbling along a deeply pitted gravel path that hadn't been tended in some time. She was halted abruptly, roughly. A metal door screeched open on hinges badly in need of WD-40. Pushed from behind, she felt the man-made solidity of concrete beneath her feet, the surface perfectly level. The sense of human sweat, pot smoke, spilled beer, the sour reek of cheap wine. She heard the echoing of their footfalls, their voices, and knew they were in someplace large, abandoned. But considering the remnants of sense, hardly forgotten, repurposed, perhaps, by itinerant druggies collecting locals for all-night raves. As he had before, Blondie turned darkness into light. He removed her blindfold and Evan blinked, eyes adjusting to the gloom. They were standing on a narrow walkway that overlooked a vast rectangular space with rounded ends that had once been a swimming pool. On either side of the erstwhile pool were lines of what looked like lockers, or anyway, doors to other parts of the building, the same as those at her back. Above her soared a domed ceiling held aloft by thick, masculine arches interspersed with large windows.
Volksbad,
Ghislaine said.
This public bath was abandoned 2 decades ago. We use it now.
She inhaled deeply.
At night, we charge admission to those eager to get totally fucked up.
It's quite the scene,
Blondie grinned.
Maybe you'll get to see it.
The hell she will,
Rolf said, and there was laughter all around.
She'll be lucky if she ends up blind as a bat.
There were 6 of them, Blondie, Rolf, and Uwe, and the 3 females, Ghislaine, Elke, and Romy. Together they took her through one of the doors, down a flight of stairs that stank of urine and vomit. Your headquarters needs a good cleaning.
Yeah,
Rolf said.
After I'm done with you, you can go over it on hands and knees with your tongue.
It wasn't that fear was unknown to her. She had, in fact, been living with fear all her adult life. It was that she had been trained to consider fear a companion, to walk side by side with it, rather than having it in her face. Fear caused you to make the wrong decisions, to hesitate when acting instantly without thought was the only thing that would save you. And so she entered the arena of the drained pool with the others. In the center, they stopped. Blondie gave her one last shove.
Those who are about to harm you salute you, he said in an ironic tone. Isn't that right, Rolf?
A lopsided grin from Rolf, who had a mouth like the blade of a chainsaw. He handed over his pistol when Blondie held out his hand. Then they all left, climbing back up out of the pool, turning to watch. She and Rolf, all that was left. She lifted her head, and her gaze settled heavily on Ghislaine. Bread and circuses, she said, with a quirk at one side of her mouth. And that was the moment Rolf chose to attack. He rushed at her like a maddened bull, and like a matador, she stepped aside in a perfect matador's molinete. She stuck her foot out to trip Rolf up, but she was overly confident. Reaching down as he hurtled forward, he grabbed her ankle, yanked her off her feet. Down she went to the ringing applause and cheers from the avid spectators. Rolf loomed over her, punched her in the stomach. All the air went out of her. She saw lights flashing behind her eyes, and a certain darkness at the periphery of her vision. She knew she was in a vulnerable position, especially with a male of Rolf's size and weight. She had to get out from under. She slapped him hard across the cheek, then spat in his face. His rage rose over the top until all he could think of was what she had done to him. Spread-legged, he bent over her, hauled her to her feet by grabbing her sweater and the shirt beneath it. He ripped them both down the center. He was hell-bent on humiliating her before he pulped her face and body, stripping her naked in front of his compatriots. This was precisely what she was aiming for when she spat, playing on his weakness as a male. She had embarrassed him in public. Now she would have to pay dearly. She could see all this in his eyes as he glared and grinned, reaching for her bra. Enter when pulled, the lesson emblazoned in her mind. Instead of resisting Rolf as he expected, she stepped forward and to her right. This brought her against him, nullifying his own superior force. Baffled, he stumbled backward, and she tore away from his grip, turning her back to him in the same movement. Her right arm lashed out, the back of it smashing into his exposed throat. She watched, gimlet-eyed, as he fell to one knee, wheezing, clutching his throat as if to contain his pain. But again she underestimated him. She was too close. He drove his left fist up into her sternum. She bit her lip, almost crying out, but her training superseded her shock and pain. Grabbing the wrist of his extended arm, she swiveled to her left, pulling him with her, using his momentum so that his legs battered her extended knee. Doubling over, he went down with a heavy thud. Silence from the blood and circus onlookers. Rolf wiped his saliva-slick lips with the back of his hand, spat out a tooth in a pink cloud. When he rose, there was a knife in his right fist, the blade long and narrow, a switchblade. He'd had his fill of bare-knuckle fighting. Clearly the rules of this gladiatorial match were fluid as long as he controlled the tide. He came at her, warily this time, circling, feinting and withdrawing, trying to draw her out, figure out her strategy. He was a street brawler, born and bred to it. She could see it in his eyes, the way he held himself, the bulging of his muscles. He was used to winning fights by brute strength, overwhelming his opponent with the vicious force of his attack. Here he was on different ground, and now he knew it. From here on in, he would be far more dangerous. Her stomach and chest felt like they would at any moment collapse. She knew she had to breathe through the pain, force her muscles that instinctively were contracting around the impact sites to relax, to give way, otherwise her strength would be greatly diminished. Red meat for him to feast on. He kept circling. She stood her ground. When the enemy was in constant motion, being confronted by utter stillness unnerved them. And so it was with Rolf. He could not decode her strategy, and so, impatient, he abandoned his, came at her with a feral growl. His face was thunderous, filled with homicidal intent. Still, she did not move. Now he expected her to move toward him, and was prepared for that. She could see it in his eyes, the atavistic cleverness of the animal. Instinct. But his instinct was of the street mob, the cut-and-slash variety, which made him unprepared for the unexpected. He closed in, knife held before him, the point slightly elevated, the better to facilitate the plunge through her ribs into her heart, the classic killing strike, neat, clean, quick. But only perhaps. At the last instant, when the tip of the blade was millimeters from the flesh he had laid bare, she twisted sideways, the blade slicing through her leather jacket rather than the space between her ribs. As he pulled it out, she slammed her forehead into his nose. The bridge collapsed, and with a satisfying squirt, blood gushed down into his mouth, dripping off his chin. He lost control of the knife, and she kicked it, skittering, across the concrete floor of the pool. A raging bull now, he gripped her throat, cutting off her airflow. He drove her backward into the wall, used the heel of his hand to crush her windpipe. His free hand mashed against her breast, mauling it painfully. But she'd had enough. Using the stiffened ends of her fingers, she broke through the soft flesh under his chin then, whipping him around, smacked the back of his head against the wall of the pool. The strength drained out of him, and she stepped away as he collapsed. She didn't know whether he was breathing, but she didn't care. He had hurt her, maddened her. He had taken up all of her concentration, but now he was nothing to her. Nothing at all. The taste of iron was in her mouth. Blood? His? Hers? What did it matter? She was standing. He was not. She gave out a rasping cough. Her throat felt ragged, raw as a freshly butchered slab of beef. Her chest was on fire, her stomach ready to rebel. She leaned an arm against the wall to steady herself. Head bent, she rested her forehead against her upflung forearm. They could not see the tears streaming down her face, but Rolf could have felt them if he was still alive. He wasn't, though. She hadn't set out to kill him, hadn't meant to, but he had forced her hand. She was sick at the exhilaration she felt coursing through her, the rebound effect of clearing her mind of all thought, all emotion during the confrontation. All the frustration and helplessness she had felt as a young adult trying to make her way in the clandestine services, always dismissed, undervalued, the side-eye contemptuous looks when, with a smirk, she was sent off to the file room with the other women who didn't know better. But she knew better. She was born knowing better, and this determination served her well as she slogged her way through the Byzantine morass of the clandestine services. Somehow, she had talked her way into the field agent training academy, but upon her graduation, no one wanted to take her on as a partner, even though she posted top of her unit, until Ben. Ben had been willing. She knew she was lucky then, knew it even more now. Without Ben's help, she likely would have returned to the prison of the file room. He read her dossier, recognized her abilities, looked past the fact she was female, and took her on. He soon saw that he was right. She was smart, more than physically capable, and she was clever. So much so that for the first 10 days in the field, he called her Little Fox, until she told him to cut it out. To his credit, he did. He never underestimated her, ever. He trusted her completely. Rolf embodied all the smirking males who had consigned her to a bit part, who had constantly hit on her, even as they derided her, disbelieved her skills. And this disappointed her. She had strived to keep all emotion out of the fight, but in the end she failed. It had been different with Pasha Shutkov. She had been fighting for her life with a professional equal. Rolf had no chance against her, not really. Something dark and ugly had reared up from deep inside her, lashing its tail, snapping its jaws. Now Rolf was dead, and she felt no remorse. So what? She asked herself. She breathed and breathed again, slowly, deeply, down to the base of her belly. No shallow breaths to the top of her lungs for her. Her tears dried on her cheeks, and she wiped the tracks away, so no trace of them was left. She lifted her head. If these people wanted more from her, she would do it. What, take on Blondie now? So be it. She found she didn't care. Either she was in or she was dead. Those were the two paths that she had forced upon herself when she decided to try and embed herself in this cadre. Herr Wessel knew what she wanted, knew where she should go next. And now, for better or for worse, here she was, as triumphant as she had ever been, as vulnerable as she had ever been. This was her life, a hair's breadth from someone who was bent on killing her. But how else would she know she was alive? This was what she was born for, what she needed to go on, to achieve. Somewhere above her, she heard the click of a gun slide. A bullet was being chambered, a bullet meant for her. Well then. No, Guylain's unmistakable voice. She looked up, saw Uwe with a pistol pointed at her. As she watched, Guylain stepped to Uwe's side, placed her hand atop the weapon. Slowly, inexorably, she pushed it down until it was pointed to the floor of the walkway. "Bring her up, Dieter," Guylain said to Blondie. So Dieter wasn't Heinrich Schrödinger. And why should he be? He showed no characteristics of leadership. Just another foot soldier in Schrödinger's cadre. She waved Dieter off. "Don't bother." She crossed to the ladder. "I know the way up." 20. Nuremberg. "So where is Heinrich Schrödinger?" Evan asked.
Right here in front of you,
Dieter said. "Yeah, no." She shook her head. "I don't think so." Guylain grunted. "Give it up, Dieter." Elke bared her teeth at him.
Like I said, she's too clever for you.
What would you know about it?
Dieter shot back. As Elke advanced on him, Guylain held her back. "You don't want to do that," she said to Dieter, her words clipped, sharp as shark's teeth. So, Evan thought, fissures in the ranks. She wondered whether they were along gender lines or whether there was something else eating away at the group. The four of them were in a large room off the pool area. It was windowless, 2 tiers of wood benches along 3 walls. The door had a diamond-shaped glass panel at eye height, a steam room then. The rest of the group, Romy and Uwe, were still in the pool, cleaning up the mess so as not to scare the pair of DJs coming to set up the electronics for tonight's rave. "So?" Evan prompted. Guylain gestured for her to take a seat. "You must be exhausted after your exertions." Evan smiled through the pain racking her with every beat of her heart. Her vision pulsed with it. "Not so much." Elke's eyes seemed to spark. "I got tired just watching you." "Dieter's still watching me," Evan said, zipping her jacket all the way up. He'd seen her down in the pool with her sweater and shirt split down the center, revealing flesh and bra. "Dieter's a pig," Elke said.
"Just a guy,"
he responded. Elke shrugged. "Same thing. You see everything through the lens of the male gaze."
"And you call yourself a Nazi,"
he sneered. Elke had had enough of him for the moment. She climbed up to sit on one of the second-tier benches so she could face Evan, who was still standing, eye to eye. Evan had to give her props for that. She was acutely aware that none of the remaining 5 had evinced any outward sorrow at their compatriot's demise. It was as if he were a weapon, once emptied, discarded in the woods. Were they sociopaths? Was she? "Schrödinger," Evan said, doggedly, to shake the last question out of her head.
"Why are you so interested in Heinrich?"
Dieter slouched on a lower bench, elbows on the upper tier.
"Who the hell are you, anyway?"
"And what were you doing at our little demonstration?" Ghislaine added, eyes narrowed. Unlike Dieter, she was hunched forward, elbows on knees, chin resting on her fists. Good questions both, but Evan had had ample time to come up with answers. "I'm American, from Washington, D.C., she said. "I was sent by Lucinda Wells to—"
"Omega?"
Ghislaine laughed. Elke sat upright, elbows lowered.
"We don't hold no talk with stinking American Omega,"
she added with no little heat. "You're wearing the Omega masks," Evan pointed out.
"Sure we are,"
Dieter nodded.
"But what does it mean?"
"It means," Elke answered his rhetorical question for Evan's benefit,
"that any photos taken, any of us caught, it's Omega takes the blame, not us."
Evan had to admit she hadn't been expecting this twist. "If you're not Omega, who does Heinrich Schrödinger represent?" Dieter rose, began to prowl restlessly around the room.
"There is no Heinrich Schrödinger."
"There is and there isn't," Ghislaine corrected him. "Strictly speaking."
"Oh, come on,"
Dieter tossed his head, which made Ghislaine